Welcome to the 200th episode of the Quiet on Set podcast. I'm Ewan and I'm joined by Lachlan and Kevin to talk about 70 films that we watched at the Biennale, the 81st edition of the Venice Film Festival. Now, how's that for a special episode? Now, I say we, but Lachlan didn't join us in Venice, but he still got to see two films from the out of competition section. We'll start off our coverage with those two films, including Beetlejuice Beeltejucie, that had its wide release a few days into the festivals anyway. You can skip ahead to the movies and sections that interest you with the timecodes below. We got movies like Joker, Folie, Deux, Maria, Aqui, The Brutalist, Horizon Part 2 Disclaimer, and The Golden Lion Will in the Room Next Door to talk about. So maybe grab a snack and a drink because, as you can see by the runtime, we'll be here for a while. So let's skip the intro and get into the show. We are professional.
This is a professional podcast.
Yes.
Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul. Hello there.
Which actually,
Did you
this
get
is gonna
me a
be
hat
a
as
bit,
well?
Yes.
So I've got Dune Cam. It's just a camera with my Dune steelbook.
All right, welcome back to the two of you. First up, Lachlan. I think this is the longest time we've gone without actually talking in a call like this. We'll do a proper catch up with all of the news and the trailers, all of that stuff next week. But I'm glad to have you back. You're
Thanks,
sick
man.
now?
Yeah.
You just came back from a doctor's appointment?
Yep. How fantastic.
I'll take that as our separation has caused you great illness. I'll claim that as yep.
I mean, Ewan got sick at the beginning of the Venice Film Festival. Now Lachlan has gotten sick at the end of the film festival.
We're meant
so
to
that doesn't bode well
we're
for
meant
me.
to be together. It all connects together. And then Kev, I now learned that you don't like me calling you Kev because you don't like the shortened version of your name. I'm just gonna.
Oh, you're gonna keep fucking doing it anyway.
I'm gonna keep doing it because there was a occurring thing, spending 13 days together and annoying each other every step along the way has been a joy in my day. So after 11 days of basically binging films and miniseries with 4.5 hours of sleep. Kev, did you get some extra rest? Are you ready to start talking about all of these films really extensively?
I'm still sleep deprived.
Yeah.
But I'm ready.
Me too. I've been getting up at 5 a.m. every morning and I just can't really go back to sleep, so I relate to that. But let's get this show on the road, or as we better say, on the boat, because Venice is a lot of water. There was actually a flooding while we were there. Anyways, let's move past that cringy transition point. Quick reminder that you can leave a rating for the show over on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. Leave a like and subscribe on YouTube and follow us on our socials. All of that goes a long way to help us get more screeners for these festivals. Like, one of the things that made it possible for us to watch 70 movies in 11 days. We didn't do that. We had screeners beforehand and afterwards, so we get to do more coverage. The more our show grows, the more we are able to attend these festivals and get these screeners, so it's greatly appreciated. Without further ado, let's get into the first section. Out of competition, a big one. We had movies in here, we had documentaries in here, we had short films in here, special screenings, and series. But we'll kick it off with the opening film of the festival, a sequel 36 years in the making, sees Tim Burton reunite with Michael Keaton, Winona Ryder, and Catherine O'Hara for Beetlejuice Beeltejucie, adding Jenna Ortega, Justin Theroux, Monica Bellucci, and the always scene-stealing Willem Dafoe to the cast. Just feels right for a Burton film. I had a good time with the film, and by the way, this movie opened to a lot of success, the third biggest weekend in 2024 in the States. Beyond the commercial success, a question to the both of you. I guess maybe we can kick it off with Lachlan here. Yeah, what did you think of it? Not seeing it in the context of a film festival, kicking off a big series of films. Did it live up to what I guess the original had set out in its classic status, or did it fall short?
Well, I guess the great thing I could probably say is, with my opinion of this movie, or the way that I saw it, was I got to see it with the general public. I didn't see it with critics and film reviewers and whatnot. It was the general public that I saw it with, and I have to admit, people were having a lot of fun with the jokes and the humor, and I will happily go on record to say that this is probably one of Tim Burton's better projects in at least recent memory, and I think that it really leans into the stylistic ability that he can achieve. And I think that he's gone a bit all over the place with what he does. And I think that when he does a lot more CG, messy films, it kind of loses its character and touch. And I felt that with this film, the return to practical effects with, and to be fair, you do see a little bit of CG and you know that it's CG in comparison to practical effects, but with this film going back to practical effects, going back to just characters that are ridiculous and fun and over the top, and Michael Keaton steals the show so much, and in scenes where very big characters like when I say big as in like not like as in movie star status, but in just how they present themselves. Willem Dafoe almost steals every other scene that he's in with just how much fun you can see that he's having. Justin Theroux, as well, as sleazy as he is in this film, I actually have a lot of fun with his sleaziness and his over the top attitude to this relationship that he has with Winona Ryder's character. Jenna Ortega, unfortunately for me, is probably my least favorite part of this film. I think that she doesn't really do much when it comes to her character. Kind of just is that centerpiece that brings the story through its different beats. But practical effects are back. Tim Burton's weird, wacky world is fantastic, and Michael Keaton's Beetlejuice is a lot of fun.
Kev, we talked about Willem Dafoe already, that it reminds you of that Mr. Bean character where he plays like...
Yeah, wait, Lachlan, do you know to which character I'm referring? Have you seen the Mr. Bean movies? Do you remember Willem Dafoe?
Are you talking about the one where he's the actor and he goes to Cannes? You mean Mr. Bean's Holiday? Yeah.
I want to believe that character transferred over to doing police movies, then died and kept doing them in the afterlife. So like that crossover. It's my favorite aspect of the movie, and I honestly just want to believe that character transferred over to the Beetlejuice universe. But I actually disagree with one thing that Lachlan said, and that is Justin Theroux's character. He walks a fine line between obnoxious and stupid, and seeing him, like, it's hit or miss with him. I think Ewan felt the same.
He wasn't a standout to me. To me, it was Willem Dafoe in the smaller moments, but then throughout the whole film, it was Catherine O'Hara. Just like nailing that tone. Yeah. She was such a standout as well. And my issues with Jenna Ortega's character were mainly that I guess she's a catalyst to the story of, like, you know, causing some stuff with her romance subplot that I saw, like, it was very obvious from a mile away that there's something up. And it didn't really feel intriguing to me. And that paired with Monica Bellucci not being a really interesting antagonist or at all, like, important. It was basically just like, hey, Tim Burton wants Monica Bellucci to have, like, a really cool scene where she gets assembled again and sewn together. That was her introduction, and I feel like that's all she kind of did in this movie.
She literally wanders, waiting for the movie to end. Yeah, like that's literally her character.
But I feel like the fun in between, you know, justice for Bob as well. There was just a lot of, like, funny stuff that is not too serious in the Tim Burton style that I appreciate, where it's like it could be very morbid, but it still feels like there's a lot of, like, positive energy to go around, even though there's death everywhere. And Michael Keaton, I mean, is fun, but he's never been the standout to me in either Beetlejuice movies. But I feel like there's always, like, some supporting player that makes it a bit more worthwhile. I was a bit surprised that Danny DeVito is basically like a cameo role. I thought that he would play a bigger part in the film. But yeah, especially the production design is a standout. I think all of that and costumes were great. Solid follow-up to a sequel that I feel like is worth existing, you know, with a lot of these, like, hey, we got an IP, we got a franchise that's continuing to make money off it, which they did here. Feels a bit mean-spirited and devoid of any creativity. And Tim Burton, like Lachlan, I think you said, is like his last couple of films were... They weren't it. Like, even with the Dumbo remake, you know, it's not like he's unfamiliar with retapping on an already existing IP, but here it worked for me. Like, I didn't give it a glaringly great rating. I gave it a 6 out of 10, but I still feel the movie was very solid overall.
Yeah, I gave it a 6 out of 10 too. I called it a fun but inconsistent roller coaster ride. My favorite part was the intro, you know, the shots over Wind River? Wait, well, no.
I don't.
River Winter?
Winter
River. Winter River. Yeah, it's Winter River.
Winter River.
Yeah.
Like that was my favorite aspect. Like that got my adrenaline pumping with that Danny Elfman score.
Yeah.
Amazing. But in the end, I was like, good time, very good filmmaking all around. but it wasn't that great. But I still enjoyed my time with it.
I actually walked out of the cinema thinking I was going to give it 4, and then I sat on it going, you know what? Monica Bellucci's character is one of the worst villains of the year because all she does is play chasey the entire time up until the end, and to the point that I kind of forgot that she was the antagonist. And Arthur Conti's character as Jeremy kind of becomes the antagonist for the good middle part of the film until he's kind of just yeeted out of there. So I brought it down to a 3-star, but if I'm honest, there is 2 reasons why I'm giving it 3.5. One, every single one of those musical numbers just had me bopping with the lip syncing and just, it was just beautiful. And 2, I want that William Dafoe wax figure in my room right now with him pointing the gun. I want that. I want that particular prop. And you know what? It also gets an extra bonus half-star to get it to bring it to 3.5 because of the Sandworms. Second best Sandworm movie of the year.
They can only do that because it's also Warner Bros.
I totally thought they were going to make a Dune
I don't know if that
reference.
flies.
I really thought they were going to make a Dune reference. But it's close enough.
But yeah, this also saw the start of me. I don't really take notes, and Lachlan did this last year in Cannes as well. We had like his little book, and then he was writing in it. So I started off with a really small one, which is, as you can see here, it's really beaten up. Beetlejuice, and I filled it up right pretty quickly. By the time we got to
Lachlan, it gets worse.
I don't want to show him the notes for Queer because they're literally on top of it. I know they intersect a bunch, in that movie,
all the notes,
but not as much as my
all the
notes
notes on Queer, just each of the James Bonds trying to figure out whether they'd be gay or not.
Something like that, yeah. But I switched to what the Biennale was selling as well in a notebook here, and I also filled up that one quite extensively. Again, we watched so many movies. I basically finished it. I got like 10 pages left in the back here. Once we were at the Brutalist, this was filled up, which was pretty early into the festival, so this came in handy. I haven't typed up these notes because we're doing coverage for the rest of the festival a bit later. But yeah, just note taking in general.
No, you have to show your notes to a lot.
I know. I'm looking.
The problem is, I'm happy to show this, but like, the problem is the notes you write are so messy. From it being dark, you can't really see how clean your handwriting is.
Yeah.
So it's one aspect to write the notes. The whole other experience of writing notes in a movie is afterwards you going, what the fuck does this mean? Hungarian winter versus lockdown. Like, that's what I'm reading here, but I can't even remember what I wrote down when whatever movie this was.
Well, just wait until you see Ewan's notes, because they were...
No. My notes were bad overall. Okay, so maybe for comparison's sake, this is what I ended up with when I was like in the last couple of movies, right? This is it's bad, but for a dark room, I can still kind of read what it said. Now, early into it, with Queer, I was taking so many notes, but I had no clue where I was in the page because I kind of lost it and I had to keep looking and there were titles. So, just to preface this is the worst page of my notes. But look at this.
Yeah, happens, dude. Happens all the time. I now keep a finger on the page when I'm writing notes so that I know where I last wrote.
I did as well. As well.
Oh yeah, no. Like how Ewan took notes every time.
My finger is cramping.
He like does
my hand
this,
is
right?
cramping.
So he's sitting beside me, and now we see him doing this. He brings up his notebook to this, looks at it, puts his pen down, then looks at the movie again, and then he starts writing.
No, I kept doing this,
and then he's just like this
every night. I had to kind of see where I was at the page and putting my finger down again. And then in the other hand is I was locked in. I had something to do with my hands the whole time, which is
here's
nice.
what I learned. Here's the one thing I learned at Cannes. And I learnt it during the Killers of a Flower Moon screening that we saw, because there was a lot of press in that one around where I was sitting. It is okay to use your phone in the cinema at these events just to see where you are on the page by just shining your light, like shining your phone's basic screen just at it.
No, hard disagree.
Hard
disagree.
I do it all the time.
I know they do that in Cannes.
I do it all the time now.
the thing is, Lachlan, I can. So before Kev gets mad at you, and I get mad at you, from attending Gun with Lachlan, I think you're one of the only people who have seen use their phone and not have others notice, and it's like pretty much impossible. But Lachlan is one of the people that can kind of pull it off. So like, that's the only exception to the rule. But I mean, we got some egregious moment. Maybe Kevin and I will talk about those at the very
Wait, did you see me texting people during the really bad movies? You saw me texting people during the bad movies, didn't you?
Oh my god!
I think I was too locked into the movie.
I do this stealth because I'm really good at swipe typing. I do this stealth thing where I put it between my thigh and the chair like armrest, and I have my screen on the lowest setting possible, dark mode, so there's no light emitting, and I can literally just swipe text somebody super stealthily and send it.
Well, that's the thing. You put it at the lowest brightness.
Oh yeah, no. Yeah.
In Venice, the lowest brightness doesn't exist.
Yeah. I'm not talking about going into the cinema and just being like, you know.
Yeah, well, in Venice we've had that multiple
annoying.
times.
That's annoying.
But in Venice, I don't know. Do they have in Cannes the fucking laser security guards? Well, in Venice they do. So they shame you into
a guy. The last 2 times I was in Gun, both years, someone held up their camera like this high, yay high, above their head, and started filming the screen multiple times. And no one stopped him. So like it was broken asphalt, like that the Sean Penn movie. Someone filmed like 5 scenes, all of them that had Mike Tyson in it. But yeah, I think we've had a bit of a detour here. This is I guess a segment that isn't a movie title in there. But let's move on to Cloud, the new Kiyoshi Kurosawa movie, a film about a dropship reseller that gets himself in trouble when he pisses off customers with his scummy business. Now, we all liked this one, but it tops Kevin's list for the festival, so if you're eager to see this one, I can also recommend you go see Chime right now. In the meantime, it's a short film, an intense and uncomfortable thriller that already released earlier this year. But Kevin, you gotta tell me, why is this your favorite film coming out of Venice?
Well, you know, I've seen 2 movies of the guy. I've 3 movies technically now with Chime. I forgot. I watched Chime. Also released this year, so the guy has released 2 movies, 2 bangers. What a surprise! But I've seen Pulse and Cure. I actually prefer Pulse over Cure. A hot take, I know. But I'm calling a couple of movies in the Venice Film Festival growers. But like the first half of this is really, it really grows on you. Because you see this guy going about his scammy ways, reselling products he buys very cheaply, kind of manipulates people into selling it to him, and then resold it for big. Kind of starts dropping people in your social life. And so like, okay, this is very interesting. Where is this building towards? And then the second half, when anonymity disappears of the digital communication world, confrontations are inevitable. And when the confrontation hits and bullets fly, my God, man, that was the best time I've had in the theater in a long, long time. Especially the sound design. Oh! Now that's something. That sound design, I could cry at. And I literally cried at the Venice Film Festival and the other movies. But that sound design was amazing to have in the theater. And it did remind me of a little movie called Standoff at Sparrow Creek, which is apparently available nowhere. I've been trying to find that movie, rewatching it before this episode. Like, you cannot find it streaming anywhere. That's scandalous. But, you know, the second half takes place in a warehouse and the gunfights are just brutal. Everything has an impact and I fucking loved it.
I have decided to not go through his filmography more than Cure because I didn't really want Cure to be spoiled. I heard about Cure so long ago and I finally got around to watching it like 8-9 months ago. And when I watched it, I was blown away. I loved what he did with it. And there was so much that I saw in this film that reminded me of it, especially with the coping with some sort of, not mental illness, but in that sort of line. Cloud had me from the start. And I was sitting there and I was going, this is going to be so engaging because I can kind of see where this film is going. As soon as it gets to that point where it changes, I went, oh, he had me by the balls the entire time. And now he's just going at it in a different direction. He has masterfully created this first half of this film to make you go, you're going to sit through this. And if you sit through this, it is going to be worthwhile. Because it is such a clear departure of a first and second half of a film with that final sort of, I guess, just shootout that you get with this film. Just from the moment that he's captured going into that with all of these online, this group, from there on out, this movie just took a whole different turn for me because you're right. He had this anonymity and he was dropping all these people around him and he was becoming this socialite trying to separate himself because it was his job. But now it's all coming back on him and binding on him, and that thing that he thought he was doing online is biting him in the ass in real life, which was super engaging. And to see the lengths that people would go to for something that happened online and take it in the real world it's terrifying. And my favorite thing about this film is it is a horror film without being like a traditional horror movie with all the jump scares and the fucking, it's just like, this could happen to you. This could happen to anybody. You could just, all of us, especially with us three being online personas, right? It could just take a group of people to just go find these people's place, kill them. And that's what was terrifying to me, because it is something that could happen to almost anybody in the world. Kevin, I agree. The shootout, the sound design was fantastic. The twists at the end with was just like, it came out of nowhere for me. I kind of guessed pop up every so often and then just end. I was like, okay, no worries. I just had a lot of fun. Like, it was just like a lot of fun and terrifying and spooky, and I love the mask that the guy was wearing. It was actually quite terrifying. Yeah, I had a great time. I loved it.
I think the shootout is really the standout to where it leads to, although you don't feel like it leads to an explosive ending, because the film is so much also concerned about, like, you know, setting up this character as this scummy guy, and you're just wondering how he weasels his way out of this one. And he turns out throughout the whole film to be kind of incapable, and he doesn't really learn anything. He doesn't grow. He just gets outside help. His scumminess doesn't get him any further, or like he just is a pretty shitty person, and nothing really changes about that. I feel like that's kind of funny. It's kind of fun to see him just like squirm his way through, and like in a way also do something so shitty for not that much a profit, and just basically going all in. And it's not like, you know, he gets super rich and never has to work again from this. It's like moving on from scam to scam is essentially what this character is setting out to do, kind of letting everything else go by things that can make him have a good future as well. It's like that defeatism as well, that like, this is the only option for me now. And that made for a really interesting character. And instead of like closing that in the film's finale, you just get like a 30-minute long shootout. It's like crazy. Okay, that's a ton of fun. And then, like Kev said, the sound design, like, the shots are so loud, they're so impactful. Like, it's not a horror film like you said, Lachlan, but each time there's a shot fired, like, you can't help but like jump a bit, because it's in this warehouse as well, but like everything echoes. It's brilliantly made. I really, really love the direction. And I still have not seen Cure. I really wanted to see it before Con. As soon as we're done with all of this coverage stuff, I will definitely go see Cure. It's the first film on my list. That and Fox Lux, because I couldn't find a copy of Fox Lux. The director of...
And Kids Return. Don't forget Kids Return.
Kids Return, yeah, we'll get to all of that. Dude, we just watched 70 movies in like 2 weeks, and we're like, oh, let's watch more.
Let's watch more. Yeah.
But yeah, I think Lachlan, your side of it, I might bleep out or censor a bunch of stuff, because we got into the nitty gritty of the finale there. Not to spoil, I guess, too much of it before people get a chance to see it. But I did like the twists and turns it takes towards the end there.
You could just censor out the whole part.
I will say, I actually disagree.
No.
Everything I said.
The whole, yeah. I will say, I kind of disagree with the fact that you say the main character doesn't go anywhere, and he's just like scummy. Like you in the beginning, it truly builds up to the fact that he just wants to get out of this lower class. Of Japan. He does actually have a solid job, but just the path of that job to build towards actually getting where he wants, he just denies that path and wants to go into this other direction, and that's what makes his character intriguing, and also adds a different dimension to it besides the social commentary on the internet, the dark web. Scalpers actually adds also a social commentary on the lower class in Japan. And I'm also really surprised that this is the Japanese submission for the Oscars because...
Great pick. Is it though? I don't think it's confirmed yet. Is it confirmed?
It is confirmed. Like, it was confirmed, I believe, just before Kiyoshi Kurosawa's press conference, where he said, like, oh yeah, my aim was to make an action movie, but in my way. And I'm surprised that is an Oscar submission, because you don't see many action movies, between quotes, submitted for the Oscars. So I'm really hoping this one pulls through. We'll see.
I'm just checking that because I thought Evil Does Not Exist also is just it's a submission. Crazy.
I'm also gonna go on record by saying I disagree that the character doesn't go through that much either, because I feel like it's one thing, as I do not know much about Japanese culture. From the parts that I do know, your career is a very important part of your life, and it's also a big move to quit a job and do something separate when you're offered a promotion. I know that is especially within the games industry, is a big thing. When a big Japanese game developer leaves a company, that's a big shock within Japan. So I actually felt that even within the first half of him having a stable job, leaving that stable job, and then him going down this deep rabbit hole to then want to leave this deep rabbit hole, is like, he does go through a change. He just doesn't go through a massive change, as it's not a long movie. It literally takes place within a month, a week or so. And this guy's not going to change his whole outlook within 4 hours of him getting captured by some QAnon fucking online gang, right? So I do not agree that he didn't go through change, but yes, it's not like he, came from a different planet and then became that planet's Jesus. He's not Paul Atreides.
I think what I'm trying to stay clear is spoilers, so I'd have to kind of mention why I think he doesn't change as much, because there's another character in the film that kind of is very conveniently, placed, and it's like, for me, like, he takes up a bigger center stage towards the end of the film, so it kind of cuts down on what our actual character has to do, where he's more like a second fiddle, even though he is the person in charge technically. I think that's what I meant then here. But I'll take the characterization of, like I say, he doesn't change a thing, and I'm wrong about that. But yeah, I think that's that for Cloud. I gave it an 8 out of 10. Kev, you're definitely the highest out of the three of us.
I'm 9 out of 10.
And 9, and what about
I gave
you,
it a
Lachlan?
4 out of 5. I really liked it.
There we go. So definitely one to keep on your watch list, and with it being picked for Japanese submission for the Oscars, we should hopefully see a release date sooner than later. For sure, in some, I guess, English-speaking markets, you should probably get this at some point. I hope it gets a maybe a bit of a theatrical release. I didn't get to see it, Lachlan, either in the theater. Only Kev was the one who got to see it. Although in a smaller theater in one. We'll keep you posted on that when it gets a full release. And well, that's the end for you, Lachlan. Short little hop onto episode 200. Had to have it on. We'll be back next week with you to talk about The Substance very extensively. Another festival movie that I can't wait to talk about. It's so exciting. Very much horror this time. Cloud, not maybe 100% horror. The Substance, very much body horror. But yeah, thanks for coming on.
Before I leave, because I will eventually watch this episode so I can get your understandings of some of the movies, but I just want some want some quick thumbs up, some thumbs down for some of the movies before I leave.
Okay.
Let's start with the big one, Horizon. Okay, pretty positive. Wolves, Oh, okay, interesting. Sorry, hang on.
Well, to be fair, there was also one thing Ewan said. Like Ewan said, like, oh, with Lachlan, it always takes months before we find something we disagree on. Yeah. And with the Venice Film Festival, we had multiple times where we on different aspects of the spectrum. Like we were like, oh, I kind of like this movie. Ewan was like, I hated this movie. Sometimes I was like, I don't like this movie. Sometimes Ewan was like, I actually quite liked it. So yeah.
Well, we agree quite a bit though, as well. It's like,
all right, sweet. So let's do some of the big ones really quickly.
We disagree.
Joker.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. 45.
This is where we disagreed. Okay. We disagreed on this.
Queer. Mid. Yeah, okay. Interesting. Harvest? Okay, really? Okay.
Kind of surprised. Yeah. Everyone hated this one. We liked it.
Oh, wow, okay. Yeah.
We liked it. A lot of people hated it. Yeah.
Okay. What was the other one? There was September 5. Positive. All right, cool, sweet. And finally, because I have to ask you in person, I know you guys sent me the voice memo about it anyway, but Youth, Homecoming.
Whatever that.
Okay, sweet.
I actually didn't think it was that bad, but I was so
neither,
tired.
But it's like I could have definitely sat through this one, but I was also I also knew that it was gonna lead nowhere. Much like Youth Spring, so I was like, no, I'm not gonna. This is the only film out of competition that we didn't finish. But we waited until there's an actual Homecoming because it's like a sequel, prequel type thing.
Well, Ewan wanted to walk out after half an hour. I said, bro, at least stay an hour.
I kept looking at Kevin like every 5 minutes.
So can I ask?
Bro,
would you? So Kevin, did you see Spring, Youth Spring?
Yeah.
You haven't?
I didn't see it.
Okay,
this was my first
Ewan, you've now seen Homecoming and Spring. Are you going to close it out by watching Hard Times?
I kind of seen Homecoming. I'm not going to. I could have seen it in Locarno this year, but I didn't, and I don't plan on finishing out the trilogy.
But apparently it's the best one out of the three, so...
Yeah, there's some people, like, also a lot of the critics circles, you get the paper where they have the ratings for all of them, and unsurprisingly, Youth was quite liked. I mean, it was liked in Gunn, it was liked in Locarno, and it was liked again here. I just didn't connect with it at all.
That's all I wanted. Sorry, can you cut me out saying I'll be 2 secs?
we
fantastic.
Will not.
You don't censor out anything I do when I spoil Cloud, but you do censor out that. That'd be great. Good luck, lads. Good luck with your 700 movies that you're about to talk about.
Okay, so Lachlan has left us, which leaves Kev and I to our own devices, and we are moving on to the next film in the out of competition section. While Pablo Larraín just finished his trilogy about 3 iconic women with Jackie, Spencer, and Maria. We'll talk about that later. Harmony Korine seems to be in the midst of maybe his own. I'd call it the unwatchable media trilogy that barely qualifies to even be called a movie after last year's Agrodrift by the Edgelord production company that at least had a bit of innovation by being filmed on infrared and had recurring bits of the lead humping the air going, ooh, yeah, we'll play a clip of it right here. Baby Invasion is just a mess of generative AI, has baby face filters on top of everyone, and it's just void of a story or any kind of coherent thought to the end of like a sentence. It's just like it's so stupid. I think it's the most brain rot thing to be ever put on screen. And we watched Agrodrift last year. So after Kev saw it at the world premiere, with Harmony Korine in attendance, of course, we made a bet because he thought that I will definitely not finish the movie. And I easily did that. I don't know what he was on about. I think the mix in the Sala Grande was just way worse. I remember last year, Agrodrift was agonizing on my ears. And I was in a smaller 149-seat cinema with a smaller screen. No, it's 149.
All right, fine.
The one guy was sitting on my lap, okay? It was a little bit... No, I don't want to say a baby sat on my lap. But never mind. But I sat through it, and now I get to pick a movie for him. Let us know in the comments what you think we should make Kevin watch. But you liked this one way less than Agrodrift
Yeah.
last year, and I'm kind of on the same level with it. I didn't mind it. It was so brain rot that I was just turning off my brain and not having a thought, and then it was kind of bearable. But you clearly hated it. You watched it at midnight as well, stayed up for it. Was it worth it?
It wasn't worth it. You know, it was a long day. It was a long day, and I knew the next day I would have 4 hours of sleep. So,
Yeah.
Baby Invasion. Now look, Agrodrift, as you said, has at least some things going, right? You have the infrared, you have the sort of make it GTA feel to it with the Hitman. You had some thick woman, I guess. You know, a lot of twerking was in Agrodrift, and at least it had an interesting, dare I call it, great final battle sequence, right? Baby Invasion has none of that. Baby Invasion starts off pretty intriguing, I will say that. You know, there's a little VR lady in the middle with a VR headset on. You got two awkward women next to her being like, this, right? Like, okay. But at least she says, like, you know, oh, our VR game was stolen on the dark web and it has evolved into something else. Alright, pretty intriguing. Let's see what follows. Then you get this little dude with a mask on with some terrible video quality who is supposedly live streaming this game. But this live stream game actually is sort of reality. And this guy is just kind of watching it as we see these people who are in full black dark suits with masks as little horns, and every time someone because this is a first person movie, every time he passes somebody else, a baby face like generates onto his face, which is actually censored in the first place, so I don't know why you have to put on a baby face there in the second place, but somehow they still do. And then, you know, it kind of evolves into this GTA Miami, you know, because obviously Harmony Korine is a Florida guy. And I'm guessing it's actually kind of shot in the same places as Beach Bum, you know, like the rich house. You got the boat, you got some poor sod's house, which also probably been used in Agrodrift. And from that point on, it's brain rot, right? There's a live stream chat on the screen for probably 70 minutes of the time, right? I don't know how long this is. I believe it's 80 minutes.
Well, the guy pops on and off the screen as well, just seemingly randomly. It tries to like basically replicate a chaotic Twitch stream that maybe Korine has kind of dipped in and out of with like Kai Cenat or like IShowSpeed, but it never captures any of the identity of it. It just kind of catches the randomness of like basically nothing happening, but the movie is just so nothing happening that it gets really frustrating to see, and it just like overwhelms you with just different things happening, but none of them are actually intriguing.
Yeah.
So you're just biding your time until it's done.
And you know, like the chat, right, says some of the dumbest shit ever. The things I remember the most. One of the first thing I remember reading was Thanos was right. Big bruh moment. This plot deserves an Oscar. Wesley Snipes ain't got shit on this guy. Those were the things I remember the most about reading that chat. And I'm just sitting there like, bro. And I was in the Sala Grande at the world premiere. That music, electronic trap, I don't know what it is, but it was just booming into my ears. I put off my hearing aid. Yeah, I put off my hearing aid because I just had enough of it. And
Kevin has a buff at these festivals where like I frequently see him when something gets too loud. He just goes like this, and I hear a click, and he just like turns down world noise, and I love it. He gets to do it in the evening as well. He's just like, and he just doesn't hear anymore. It's like it's kind of a buff with some of these oddly mixed movies, especially the Italian ones. Is sometimes like super loud.
Yeah, and so obviously the music is scored by someone named Burial, and apparently the director and Burial never met, and only sent messages to Discord, and the music was sent on a PS5.
Very cool. And not on a PS5 Pro though, so that could have been a profile. $700,
but yeah, as I said in my short review, Harmony Korine has absolutely lost the plot. He's addicted to video games, and he also said like something weird, saying like Hollywood is crumbling creatively because they're losing a lot of the most talented and creative minds into gaming. Meanwhile, I haven't seen the movie, but there is a movie out there going around festivals called Grand Theft Hamlet, which is Hamlet told through GTA, which sound like the best thing ever and has been described as the best things ever. So, like, it can be done right. Korine just doesn't. Yeah,
there's also no director statement on the official page for the movie where everyone kind of leaves, the synopsis or like something what they thought for to make this film. It's just left blank, and it feels like that just makes sense. And there's also like one other thing that I want to mention. It's like there's a voice line that kept getting repeated of like the rabbit is ascending, the rabbit goes up your brain, the rabbit has a fucking fox stuff up its butt, and it's a sequel to Zootopia.
The rabbit has a monster above its head, and he knows it. Like, oh, come on, man.
Yeah. And none of it has anything to do with anything. There's just like AI generated rabbits that just like jump through the screen on like a 50% opacity, and then it just goes away again. It also cuts in a way where like we jump from places and we don't know why we cut. We don't know why the missions are there. It's basically a game that's being played about like hostages being taken. It's funny that we haven't really talked about like what happens in the movie at all, because there's nothing that happens. Like, I don't know what is going on.
It's just a bunch of guys entering a house, taking people hostages, and apparently killing them, but we don't even see any of half of the stuff that's happening.
There's no action. It's a first-person shooter, right? That's how it's described, with baby faces. But there's no shooting, there's no action, there's nothing that happens. You just kind of, sometimes they drag hostages from one room to the next. And there's also, like, I don't know, like, green, Mr. whatever, like, different types of colors for the guys. I couldn't differentiate any of them. If there was something going on between them, it's just like, it's pointless. It's pointless to pay attention, which maybe was its intention, but I just find that super frustrating. Look, the best thing I can give it is a 3 out of 10. And I feel like that's even being generous.
I gave it a 2 out of 10. When the guy throws up 2 middle fingers on a toilet, sitting on a toilet, pissing in the ocean, I don't think you can get a high score from me for that. So yeah, I hope Korine makes a better movie again. 2019's Beach Bum was one of my favorites. I truly hope he returns to actual good filmmaking and not just this edgelord whatever filmmaking he's doing right now.
Then the next movie we're talking about, we weren't big fans of either. Pupi Avati is an Italian filmmaker that has made a few dozen films that none of us have seen or were familiar with. But L'Orto Americano, The American Backyard, follows a young Italian man who switches places with an American woman to stay in a place in the American Midwest. He quickly finds himself caught between the dead and the living, with some odd abilities of being able to hear the dead sometimes, but then also kind of not. It's a mess, which kind of runs through the whole film, but also kind of doesn't. The direction is quite showy. Like it basically opens up in a 4:3 aspect ratio, and then it expands the frame. And it's also shot in black and white. The dialogue that is written for it is very frustratingly bad at times. Although the central performance, I feel like, is kind of fine. It's a bit laughable at times too. But there's like a standout horrible performance that was so hilarious that I don't know why the room, our audience, wasn't erupting in laughter. But I had to hold myself back so much from not, like, we had the last time I don't know, I can't remember the last time I had to publicly like hold back laughter so much. But sorry, I keep calling you Lachlan. But Kevin, what did you make of it? No, we're gonna cut that out. I'm not calling you Lachlan.
Nah, you keep that shit in.
I'm sorry. I'm so used to it. I'm sorry.
The funny thing is, right, the director of this one gave a masterclass the same day and we were like, "What did this guy talk about?"
I said after this, like, this isn't the directorial debut.
Well,
like,
no, but there are some well-directed scenes. Like there's some shots that you are like, "Oh, this would be from a more experienced filmmaker." That's for sure. But you're talking about bad performances. I mean, just bad filmmaking in general, because most of it does place in Italy, even though it's called American Backyard, and like it has maybe 3 or 4 scenes actually in America. And the 2 times we were laughing at the movie, the first time was when the writer goes into a cab with a woman, and her dialogue was just so bad. It was kind of like the equivalent of this: "What? How? Why? I want to know." Like this sort of acting, right? And we were laughing at that. What we didn't realize was basically the woman actress was being voiced over in ADR, and that became abundantly clear when the 2 of them meet up again later in like some mansion, and the lip syncing is just completely out of place. And we were like, "Wait, what? What is she doing? Huh?" And it was just weirdly cut together. At the end, we were like, "Oh my god, that was just a joy to watch." Because of how bad it was.
Yeah, it's also because she was kind of... it was a plot thread that was kind of abandoned, because this movie goes from uncovering why a young American soldier who was the youngest woman, I think, or maybe even youngest woman soldier to go to Italy for the war, didn't return, and her sister kind of reluctantly went after her, didn't really look for her, and like the sister character is the one that's so funny. She also has like a raspy, like,
and the raspiness
makes it all so much funnier. And and then it kind of becomes something else, because there's murders that happened in Bologna, in the town where our lead is from, and then it becomes more about uncovering the murders that maybe had something to do with the soldier also disappearing. And there's this weird obsession from the lead, because he one time when he was in a bakery saw this woman and has an obsession and feels like he has a connection over her, and is like through decades now in love with her in a way. Or I guess not.
He just fell in love with her.
It's so
because
odd.
He saw her one time at a barbershop. That's it.
And then he has an obsession, and it's like it's so weird. It's so weird, because he has like such a profoundly proclaimed love for her that is unfounded in nothing other than he saw her once and then in a picture.
Oh yeah. And I'm just remembering, like, even the ending is so completely different from the story, right? Because it involves an execution, and oh man.
It's very disconnected. It basically for any of those, which is a tiniest of overlap, we've seen the Seed of the Sacred Fig, where like that movie also kind of changes its genre to be more tense towards the end. This movie also wants to have like a tenseful ending that it has never set up and never earned, and it just like feels so out of place. It's the weirdest thing. Yeah, I think we both gave it a
3 out of 10. We both. It's funny how we're doing the worst movies of the festival back to back, because they truly were the worst ones.
This was initially later on, and I thought, hey, let's just do them back to back. We got them covered. We got some better films to talk about next. We'll see if we agree on this next one. John Watts moves from spiders to wolves in this crime thriller comedy starring George Clooney and Brad Pitt that recently got pulled, unfortunately, from theatrical release and will now only be playing in very limited exhibition before landing on Apple TV Plus later this month on September 26th. I had a quite good time with the film. Sentiment that doesn't seem to be shared with the rest of the Venice audience, I'd say, unfortunately, but I also don't really care, because this movie plays it really safe by the numbers. We had some great cinema experience in the last 2 years in Venice, including Hitman, Poor Things, and this year, we're going to talk about this in detail as well, Broken Rage was just a blast. And this being like this type of comedy that should land like every minute or so, it didn't have that type of response, but I still had a great time with it. it is like led by two charismatically annoying people, that are, or like they're charismatically annoyed by each other, and that kind of escalates and gets messy when they are supposed to be like the people who clean up the mess and just kind of make it messier, and like that type of stuff. It gives a ground for a lot of jokes and a lot of bits, but I don't think it's anything fresh. It's nothing new, but it kind of does what it sets out to do. Doesn't exceed it. Doesn't really underwhelm. So I thought this is okay. This is kind of solid. I don't mind it, but yeah, Kev, what did you think of it?
I just thought, Wolves is kind of like the same thing. You got Netflix, right? Netflix, their action movies are just usually below the bar, right? Like kind of trash, right?
Yeah.
Then you got Apple TV. Now they've recently done their thing too, Ungentlemanly Minister of Warfare is kind of from Apple, I believe, but co-producer. You got Instigators, you got Argyle. Now Argyle is like below Apple's trash, right? And you got Instigators, Ungentlemanly Minister of Warfare, and now Wolves are also just at that same bar of Apple TV action comedies. They're better than the Netflix ones, but they're nothing better than that, really. And that's what I found Wolves to be. The fact that both main stars, while obviously have great chemistry with each other, we know that from 3 Oceans movies they've done together. But, and they're fine with each other. But the fact they've both been given $35 million for this, it's like, the beginning is really good, I have found, actually. When, they're going to that hotel room, they have this kind of really yappy dialogue with each other that I found to be great. But then we get outside of that hotel room, and that's where the movie really becomes quite stale. You have a middle person that enters the story that you're kind of like, I don't know, it's kind of hit or miss. And even the action, there almost isn't any, which surprised me, because, you got John Watts, who I love from Cop Car. I know you don't love Cop Car, but I do. I really like Cop Car. But you also hate kids, and there are 2 kids in Cop Car, so that's why. But, Wolves, in the end, I just found to be okay. It kind of has a forced ending, because the story could easily continue after that, but just freeze frames or just cuts to black. I don't remember which of the 2. Comedy wise, there were a lot of misses, and there were some stops that both of them have to do, because it's kind of like a buddy cop, but it's more like a buddy hitman movie, or like buddy fixer movie. They have to stop at some places. Some places work better. Some places involving like a Russian or like a Czechian. I don't know which one was just a mess as well. It was just okay. It's like a good time to put on in the background, but that's the least I would give it. I gave it a 6 out of 10. It was okay, but nothing more than that.
Coming out of the theater, I gave it a 7 out of 10, but I've since come down on it. I found it interesting that the director's statement by John Watts states, like Le Samurai, Blast of Silence, Ghost Dog, Collateral. He loves these movies about these professionals dedicated to the craft, and always wanted to see them, like 2 of those guys working together. And I agree with you. The first stage of this mystery being set up as to why they are in the same place is actually intriguing. Yeah. Once we start to like unwind and figure out why that is, it just becomes a weird mess of twists and turns that aren't as intriguing and not funny enough to like carry the rest of the story. And then it doesn't deliver on the action enough to distract you from its actual story, because the story becomes the main point, and it kind of lost me. I wasn't really like even trying to keep up with whatever. It didn't really matter to me, because like the charismatic interactions and like the banter between those 2 was the focus, and I enjoyed that quite a bit, which is why I kind of liked the film as a whole, because I thought like the banter at the core worked more often than not. But can't say it's great, but yeah, again, like it's streaming on Apple TV Plus, and no one has that service, unfortunately. But hey, you can also go see the 4-hour plus director's cut of Napoleon now. So there you go, if you want to use your free month of Apple TV Plus. Anyways, let's move on to The Time It Takes. Il tempo che ci vuole.
No, let me try. Il tempo scesi vuole.
Okay, well, he did this.
I did this and it worked.
I don't know if the Italians will be happy about that, if they appreciate it. We noticed early on into this film that this is going to be like quite a personal story about the director's own experiences. We didn't really read much about it before going into it. I just had that type of vibe. I already kind of
From the
knew
synopsis,
I was like, okay. And I think I told you going in, like, this could be really pretentious and like bad because it was like saying these great things about like life essentially. And I was really pleasantly surprised that Francesca Comicini, who you know, you could feel like this is more of like, hey, this is a personal story I need to get out here, so this is my directorial debut. That's not the case for this film. It basically took years in the making and a long journey of her own filmmaking work and career to be established enough for her that she feels ready to tell the story that feels like an homage, an appreciation post in a way to her father, who was also a filmmaker and taught her a lot, got her through a lot, and we basically get to see her story, right, as she is growing up. It's basically her story, but she doesn't feel like the lead character. It's her father that we get to see change and not really change as a person over the years, and it's refreshing to see someone who don't hate as a parent figure. You know, it's not all about trauma. It's about like them getting through trauma together, and not really oversimplifying that in a way where it becomes super cheesy. Because if you have these like basically appreciating someone's life, these types of movies, these types of somewhat biopic-ish movies, they can become incredibly pandering really quickly if you idealize them in a way where you feel disconnected with what seems to have been reality. And I found this movie incredibly emotional in some moments. The recurring bits about Pinocchio and a scary whale that she's scared of when she's a kid, and then it becomes something else. I don't want to spoil here. I was really pleasantly surprised by this one. And I like it even more the more I think about it. But yeah, Kev, what did you think about it?
You didn't say, oh, I feel like this is gonna be a pretentious movie. You literally told me, oh god, look at this. This is gonna be like some yapping, bro. Oh my god. Like that was the mentality that he was going in with it. So
yeah, guilty.
you didn't think I was gonna mention that? No. We're being honest on the Quiet on Set podcast.
Not safe from this guy.
Here.
All right.
But yeah, this one was a real surprise for me. You know, the thing I like about it the most is like it doesn't throw information at you. You kind of go along with the journey. So you know, you see this little girl. First and foremost, I kind of want to shout out the main actor who plays the father, which is Fabrizio Guffini. Like, he would surely be one of my best male actor performances of the festival. I found him to be pleasantly diverse, you know. Usually the parents are quite kind of one note in the terms of like, oh, he's that kind of parent. But no. You see the good sides of him and you see the bad sides of him, which I really, really appreciated. The first 15 minutes, we just see this little girl growing up with his father. He's teaching her the manners, teaching her how to be honest. Like, and you watch that, and that's the part where you go sympathy with them, you go empathy with them. So yeah, I really appreciated that. And only like 20 minutes in the story, it becomes clear that the father is a director. And it's like, oh,
yeah,
like, thank you for not throwing that at my face. We're just being on a set. He's having jolly fun with it. Great. And, you know, the movie does transform into a more like the movie goes into like a darker side of the girl's story as she gets older. You know, she becomes addicted to drugs and the father stays with her, and you know that really, you know, it's kind of a beautiful boy, you know, like vibe in the middle. But I really, really like this one. It was a real surprise, and I kind of loved how it also is essentially a homage to cinema, because you know, that's also things that mentioned at the end, I believe. Hey, everything we've used in this movie is also available in the video library of Milan, I believe it was, something like that. And you're like,
that he set up, right? That he the father of hers, like in the story, right? He set that up and contributed that and helped set it up.
Yeah. So like it truly tackles a lot and manages to land mostly successful on all of them. So that's 2 big thumbs up for me, in my opinion.
You gave it an 8 out of 10. I'm moving my 7 out of 10 to an 8 out of 10 as well. I just tried to find my notes here as well. At one point on set, he goes, life first, then cinema. And again, that could be so pretentious, but it feels just right in that moment.
That was a line I'd written as well. Yeah.
As someone who usually like really easily hates and is annoyed by the yapping in Italian films, and there's some ones that we're gonna mention. This really pleasantly surprised me in the filmmaking.
I hope it gets a release. Like I really want to rewatch it again.
Gonna be a tough one to find outside of Italy, but yeah, keeping our fingers crossed. Then we got a Belgian film coming up. Kev, you're the expert here. I'm gonna ask you. So this is a story set in the mid-90s, when the country was kind of haunted by this high-profile case known as Maldoror. As an impulsive young police recruit tries desperately to uncover the mystery behind 2 missing girls that failed to be saved by a pretty horribly set up legal system. Comes from director Fabrice Devels, who describes the film as a confrontation with evil and institutional dysfunction. So yeah, Kev, I don't have the background of like basically this event, this time period looming. It's before your time as well. We both weren't alive when this was really relevant, but I assume it has since changed, right? Out of that came a lot of change and reform in Belgium. The story is a bit less that. It's more just like the thriller aspects of trying to uncover this with the political and institutional stuff a bit more in the background, but it becomes more relevant. Maybe it also takes like a lot of liberties to change stuff, especially towards the end there. I thought it was very like 7-ish coded with the twists and turns it wants to take with its darkness and the real like horrible people that are the criminals behind this. But yeah, what did you make of it?
I mean, the movie starts out with something along the lines of like, this movie freely depicts some real and fictitious events, and it's like, okay, so it doesn't try to stay true to the actual facts, but also does try to bring them into it, which is both the movie's strength and weakness, in my opinion. But yeah, this movie is based on the Marc Dutroux case, who's like honestly probably one of the biggest pieces of shit in prison right now in Belgium. Right? At some point in the movie, which does depict it well, when a big breakthrough happens in a police case, some of the people who are watching the news go like, oh, I would shoot the fucking guy. Oh, I would be there day one to knock his head in. And that is a mentality that a lot of people have. Should the pedophile ever go free, but he doesn't, he has a lifelong imprisonment, but should he ever go free, you 100% would expect hundreds of people in front of that prison the moment he gets free to actually bash his head in. It's that big of a story, right? But it isn't that like the first half is intriguing because it does stay mostly true to the story, but does some fictitious stuff as well. I appreciated that. But the second half, I would say like the last 50 minutes, goes kind of off the rails for me. It becomes more about this cop than the actual chase of it, the actual fight between the local, the federal, and the national police. That's basically the thing it tries to comment on, and sometimes does it successfully, sometimes doesn't. And in the end, while I was entertained, the mishmash of it all didn't do much to me, didn't leave much of an impact to me. So I gave it a 6 out of 10. I don't know what you thought about it.
I had the same rating there. I was just a bit confused why there's like a lack of urgency from the police to a degree where it added to my experience of it feeling like it's not that big a deal, like in the context of the story, and it's like a huge deal. It's like it's crazy, and I guess I think that goes to hammer the point in that like the institutions set up weren't ready to deal with a case like this, with it being, I don't know, some form of corruption in there, just them being incapable, and you're just frustrated by it, and I couldn't really say if it's because of the story it tries to portray, that part of it is frustrating, or if it's the filmmaking and not knowing enough about the background of it. I gave it the benefit of the doubt, and I feel like I liked it a bit more than maybe I should have. If I read up on it more, I'm interested to see if my opinion changes. But yeah, I wasn't blown away. 6 out of 10 as well.
And then we move on to the next movie.
Let's go.
This one was basically the most enthusiastic screening of the festival. And that honor goes to Broken Rage. You know, the packed Darsena, 1,500 seats, applauded plenty of times before, during, and after the movie for Takeshi Kitano's latest, only 60-minute crime and comedy picture. The premise is a curious one, as the film is divided in 2 parts. The first part is a crime movie, basically picks out Kitano's character in the Outrage movies, and is like a little crime short of that one, about a cold-blooded hitman that gets caught between the police and the Yakuza. Then you go to the second half, which is basically the same story, but told in a comedic way that Kitano refers to as a parody of the first half. Now, Ewan, as someone who hasn't seen much of Kitano's movies, besides, I believe, Violent Cop, which is a decent pick, to continue into Broken Rage, what did you make of this one?
I've also seen Fireworks, but this was for uni, and I didn't really know what I saw it for, so I feel like I definitely need to rewatch some of his stuff, and now I'm beyond interested. I was already mad last year when I didn't get to see Kubi play in Gun, because it had the same issue as this one, where it basically had like one screening. I guess this was a bit more accessible. No, I guess this year was with Cloud. That was really hard to see in a theater, and they did the same thing to Kubi, and I still have not seen if that movie has gotten a release yet. Regardless, this movie was such a blast from beginning to end. All of the parts that, even the parts that like set up for him to be this badass hitman character, when the parody follows after that. There's some funny moments in there as well. It's like basically gives you enough in the setup stage of really something that is worthwhile to then parody off. Like, to me, the funniest thing is that in the comedy bit, the second half of this film, the setups that are being made in the first one are not really that relevant overall, and that to me is even funnier. And I really, Kevin, I want us to like stay clear of like spoiling some of its funniest bits, because once you see something happening that is, all I'll say is like filling time in a way, it is so beyond funny. I remember Deadpool early this year that was like, oh, these movies keep getting longer. Let's wait. And this movie does something that is so funny, that is similar to that, but just so much better. And at every step along the way, it just like is filled with innovation, creative choices, and him as the lead. My God, what a director that can also act. I was so impressed. This was my favorite film of the festival, and it's nice. It was a film. It was a festival with a lot of long movies and a couple of series that we watched. A 62-minute, well-paced, perfectly paced film like this, I couldn't recommend it more to literally everyone. Yeah, what a great time to be had.
Yeah, and the fact that Takeshi Kitano is a very well-worked man. He has worked in TV, where he has done mostly comedy, but you also have his movies as an actor and as a director. And as a director, he has also done it all. He has done dramas, he has done coming-of-age movies, he has done crime pictures. He has done it all. And it truly shows that he can combine everything in just 60 minutes. It's a very masterful move. I would also like to mention, I believe this is a video from Serena. Here you have Takeshi Kitano, and you also have Beat Takeshi as the actor in the movie. And so at the Venice Film Festival, he got mentioned 2 times, and they had to get up 2 times, which is also which added to the comedic bit of the film and the premiere overall. So honestly, it was just a blast. One of the funniest movies at the film festival. Maybe next year we'll get another movie about the hitman. Who knows? Who is also a blast. So yeah, Fingers crossed for that.
We had 2 maestros. We had Tar and Maestro in the last 2 years. Now we've progressed to Hitman and then Broken Rage. And I can't wait to see what, I guess, gets repeated this time. I hope it's not the abundance of like films about war from Israel, Palestine, Ukraine, and Russia, but we'll have to wait and see. We'll get to those in a second. We have a couple of more things to talk about. But again, if I had my ranked like 70 plus movies I've seen from the festival, Broken Rage at the very top of the list. I gave it a 9 out of 10.
Number 2 on the list for me, 9 out of 10 as well.
Because we already talked about your favorite, right? Which was Cloud. Yeah. So, which was a couple of days ago for us.
hey, I don't know what you're talking about.
He's still wearing the same clothes. He hasn't changed. He hasn't dressed. He went to play tennis a couple of times. He's a very sweaty boy, but he's still wearing the same clothes.
What the fuck?
I'm kidding.
Move on.
All right, let's get to Finalement at the end of the day. So Kad Merad is the lead in this. He's a quite well-known French Algerian comedy actor, and he stars as Lino in the film. And I'm just going to read you from what synopsis was submitted for the Venice website. In an increasingly crazy world, Lino, who has decided to leave everything behind, will realize that in the end, that everything that happens for us is for our own good. I don't know if, I don't know what that means.
Me neither.
So I was confused by this movie. I just remember the beginning of it where he kept telling everyone he runs into that he's on the run from the police and he's being accused of rape. And I think there's a whole bunch of other stuff that happens in between. I decided pretty early on, and I'm going to call it a decision. Maybe it wasn't fully made by me, but I just tuned out and took a nap during this one. So Kev, can you fill in the blanks for me? Did you pay more attention?
So yeah, basically, Cat Murat once was, I believe, Lino Ventura's lawyer. So he's like an actual lawyer in the movie. And I believe, again, this is a very French movie. We've had a lot of French movies, but I think in terms of like French culture, I think only the French, like the people, will get this movie, because I don't think anyone outside is going to, in terms of like the background, the things you have to know to recognize, because the reason he's called Lino is because he's referring to Lina Ventura, who is one of the most famous French actors of all time. I love the guy. He runs away from home. His family is looking after him, but never finds him. There are also like a lot of time that happens between in the story. You go from one thing and out of nowhere, but 6 months later, he imagines people. So you think, oh, does he have a mental illness or something? Because he's imagining like apostles. And one guy looks like Jesus, and it's like, oh, Jesus, and you're like, where does this go to? He's also a trumpet player, because the poster has him playing a trumpet. So you think, oh, he's a musician. He's accused of of rape. I don't think child, just rape. He's a lawyer,
just rape. Yeah.
just rape. And honestly, the script might have been rape too, because this is just a mess from. Like after 20 minutes, the first 20 minutes are kind of funny. The rest is just nonsense. I didn't know what to make of it as well. I was honestly just lost too, and the fact that I had to wake you up. But yeah, I
think you woke me up at like one of the weirdest moments as well.
Oh yeah, yeah. I woke you up when out of nowhere he starts killing people. And so you were going from this, so this guy, jolly trumpet player, you wake up again, now nowhere he's killing people. Yeah. You laughed at that because you were like, wait, what happened that we got to this point?
Yeah, I was so confused. But I mean, I gave it ultimately because, I missed a large chunk of it. So I'm like giving it a courtesy 5 out of 10 rating.
Too.
I think this would be one that we need to rewatch to actually give it a proper review.
Not me. Not me. I'm out.
But let's talk about a film that we are going to rewatch for sure.
Yeah. Kevin Costner's American Saga unfortunately flopped in theaters, and he has talked about that. It was an unexpected hit on streaming, it got number 1, it stayed there for a bit, so that's a very positive note in the sort of miserable release it has had so far. As this was our last movie of the film festival after dropping the second half of the Jouer miniseries, Son of Century, Ewan and I had enough time to watch the press conference for Horizon America Saga Chapter 2, where during the press conference, Kevin Costner explained that the 6-week pause between the first and the second part was a studio decision, and the reason the choice to delay it was also a studio decision, and that he truly wanted to explore the realness of the West and watch it from a woman's perspective. When talking about chapter 3 and 4, he has said both have completed scripts. He said, "I don't know how I will make 3, but I will make it." And while he said that, he was kind of choking up, tearing up. Like, you know, he also said, like, all this disappointment just makes me want to try even harder, work even harder. It's a true grind mindset he has at the moment. He has also called the third chapter devastating and said chapter 2 hits even harder than the first one. So Ewan, the passion of Costner is certainly one that was felt at the press conference, is certainly one that was felt at the world premiere, which we both had the honor of being there. How did all that translate in the second chapter of the supposedly Horizon quadrilogy?
I'd be devastated if this doesn't get continued, because I got to see it. I got lucky enough to get to see part 1 in Gun at a press screening premiere for it as well, before everyone else had made their minds up about it. And I immediately realized there's a lukewarm response to it, including myself. Like, I gave that one a 5 out of 10 and immediately said that I need to see part 2 to contextualize this film, like, because I felt a lot of the characters were lackluster. And then I get to part 2 and a lot of these like underwhelming, lackluster characters become intriguing, and you kind of start living with them. Kev, you mentioned that like what he establishes here, it doesn't feel like it's plot lines for characters. It feels just them living in the West. To create that sort of feel can be quite hard if you take a story that initially starts out pretty episodic and then it becomes into a cross-cutting montage style for part 2 a bit more, where you end up focusing on less characters and finally get to focus on the female characters, when it felt like part 1 was more about them being introduced through male counterparts. It feels them kind of emerging, and still so many storylines are like left up in the air that need to be continued. I was just blown away just by the look of this part 2 as well. The amount of amazing scenery where the camera work, just like there's a shot with someone up high and it just like is a super like not a wide shot, but like the caravan moving forward in the background and someone in the foreground, and it looks like you could print it out and put it onto your wall, like every other scene. So great when it comes to the technical side. Apart from like one performance from, I checked, she's like 13 or 14, so I'm going to cut her some slack that like that's tough to like nail some of what is expected from her. She's not really good. She takes me a lot out of the story, unfortunately. I hope with the time skip that was teased, that in part 3 or 4, I don't know how they're going to do it, because I think they hopefully are shooting soon. I don't know if they'll recast her role. Not entirely sure there yet, because I don't think she can pull off like a 24-year-old. Yeah, that was the only like bigger critique that I have of the film. Everything else, like the movie is going to get critiqued to hell that it's cheesy as fuck, that it's indulging in some of these stereotypes of the Western of the Western genre. But I feel like it's such a dedicated, well-crafted love letter to this genre that if you're at all invested in it, it's hard to be cynical about it, because if you embrace it, it has so much to offer. And I was truly impressed. And I feel so lucky that, like, you know, the 245 people currently having logged this on Letterboxd, which probably includes a bunch of people who also haven't seen the film, who just log it just for the sake of logging it. There's legit, I think, less than 1,000 people who got to see this film in Venice. And I feel very lucky that we got to be like a part of this history who got to enjoy the premiere with Kevin Costner in attendance. Probably one of the most special movie premieres and film screenings that I got to be a part of. And Kev, I know you feel the same. What else do you have to say about part 2?
You know, I think the second one is even better than the first one, and
Easily.
and that is because, you know, he does say it hits harder, and it, like, you know, you think, oh, he's building towards it at the end of chapter 2 it hits hard. No, like the first 20 minutes hit already pretty fucking hard, because of storyline that happened, and you know, like we said, you know, you think it'd be pretty cheesy, especially the thing he said about women's perspective, right? He actually acts upon that, and he does so very successfully. And you know, there are some absolutely devastating things in chapter 2, so I can only imagine what he has in store for the third one.
Yeah, I don't know what he's got planned, because I'm a bit afraid, because I feel like there might be some really harrowing stuff that's going to happen to some of these people. And I felt, without spoiling anything, of course, I feel like a lot of part 2 sets, puts the pieces in place for stuff to escalate, where it felt like there was already like some, just by the world that they live in, there's some harsh realities. But once they come crushing down, as we've seen basically in the opening of part 1 can happen off screen with someone we don't really know, and now you do 2 like really long movies where you got to live with these people, and stuff like that could happen to them. That reality is like, that's going to be devastating, like you said. And yeah, I really hope we get to see part 3 and 4, because I feel like he definitely has another 2 stories worth, 2 films worth of stories.
Especially, you know, I don't think that's a spoiler, but the second one does end on a montage as well. Which
oh my god!
And you know, that's,
I hated the one in 1, but in 2 it's good. I can't help but say it's good. It's good. It's really good.
Because before the screening started, before we went into the screening, I said to Ewan, you know, what would you say if the second one ends on a montage as well? And he was kind of like, you know what I'm gonna think, but no, he actually thought something different. Yeah. I do want to mention, you know, a lot of the reviews keep referring to Horizon, saying, "Oh, why is this a miniseries? This does not look cinematic." Huh? What?
I don't know what the fuck did they watched.
No.
This is one of the most cinematic things that I've seen.
Yeah, exactly.
It's you know what it is? It's not like in the same way cinematic as like something like The Batman or Dune, where like it's like overly color corrected in a way that is so over the top, but it essentially really relies on the beauty of nature and kind of men settling in nature. And that stuff to me is like, that's super cinematic. But if you don't feel like you need like a really shallow depth of field and like a blurry background that is definitely green screened, and that's cinematic to you, I guess we're not on the same wavelength. It has some of the most stunning cinematography I've seen.
You mentioned one thing in particular. I don't remember. I think you said like the skies, or like there was one thing.
Oh my god! Yeah. Well, there's also like the sunsets, or like I don't know, like all of it. It's hard to just like say one thing. Nature in this film is like, I didn't notice that as much in part 1. And it just feels like it's on another level, because we spent, again, no spoilers here, I think we spent so much more time with the caravan, where that was something that came into the film like an hour and a half or something that into the first one. And to me, that storyline quickly becomes one of the more intriguing parts. And as we saw in the montage of part 1, so I don't consider this a spoiler, some of these storylines are going to merge at some point. And once that happens, like, I feel like there's so much good stuff that like is there. To me, Michael Rooker was probably an unexpected standout, and someone who I did expect more from was Sam Worthington. Not in a negative way of his performance. I'm just going to leave it at that. Just a lot of interesting choices. I also really dug Costner's storyline where he was there, because he feels like he's always a bit secluded. He like has his own thing going on, and I can't wait for him to for his story to involve. I'm trying to tiptoe around spoilers.
No. But to be fair,
but
I think the thing that should be said again, the second one, you do think again it's a Western. And Costner has mentioned multiple times, I am not building towards the gunfight. And I love that decision. I think many people hate that decision. I fucking love it. Because, the emotional depth that we get because of that choice is, you really don't see it anymore. And I just fucking love this movie a lot. A lot.
It's not like you're not getting the gunfight.
No.
It just is not the central thing that it's building towards. It's building to something
It's not
larger.
The climax. It's not,
And a 100-minute movie can maybe have that benefit to like not build to some big conclusion. But this one, like you described it again, it feels like you're just a part of their story. It's not, they don't exist just in the narrative. It's like more about the West as a whole.
The way of life.
About like the pamphlet of like the new horizon, the new city being built and the settlements, and then also the native people. And I think it's, like I said in the first one, it's so hard to pull all of that off. And I like that he starts to focus more on the female characters. In part 2, instead of just trying to grasp everything. I think there's way less of like the natives in part 2. I think they're going to be a bigger part of part 3, and I think that makes sense for this, because the conflict is still looming in the background there. But if you bring it to the forefront again and again, I think you're reducing their existence as well. You need to have like that brief a bit on its own. And so far, I think he's done a good job of like that type of representation. Obviously, it's always tough to like work with representation there, because ultimately this is just colonialism, and they are invading their land. And yeah, I feel like so far he's had a good steady hand to like navigate that part of it as well. And like, to me, I think I didn't give him the sincerity or like the know-how to not just be invested in like the good old Westerns, and he wants to go back to that time. This movie is like some of the most sincere filmmaking I've seen in a long time, and it was hammered home before we saw the film by the press conference and the way that he talked about it. It essentially it comes all down to everyone just being decent and working together, and in a time where like we are moving towards that contemporary where everything is split into either this or that, and you can't be somewhere in the middle just existing with each other. This is the like antidote to this, and not that it's supposed to be this politically charged.
He has said it isn't a political message.
Couldn't be further from that. It couldn't be further from that. But you can't help but feel that type of spark in this story through these characters that immediately makes it so easy to root and connect with them. Root for them and connect with them. Yeah, I'm going to rewatch this as soon as it comes out, and I wouldn't be opposed to maybe even moving it up. I said when I watched part 1 that I really hope part 2 is like an 8 out of 10, maybe even a 9 out of 10, and we're so close to that. So I'm truly impressed, and I think longer segment for part 2 of Horizon, but it deserves.
But it deserves it. It was the most special thing we watched at the film festival. Like also the fact, like I'm watching the movie and Luke Wilson is walking in front of me. It's like, oh wait, I'm really at a world premiere. Like that's the first thing that's like. So I really, really, really enjoyed it. I can't wait for part 3. Absolutely adored it. It's just we're watching the way of life, the realness of the West as Costner envisioned it, as he intends it. Characters come in and out of the story, and that is just the way it should be. And it's not forced at all. I absolutely adored it. 9 out of 10 for me. I can't wait to rewatch this one. I even ordered the 4K of Horizon from America because I cannot wait till it releases in Europe in November or something on physical media. I really, really want to watch it again. 9 out of 10 for me.
All right, moving from something quite long, a 3-hour, 10-minute long movie to a couple of short films. They were paired together. It was the only short film collection that we watched because it was an easy one to slide in. It was in Darstena. We basically all of our days were comprised of staying as much in Sala Darstena as we can. I think to me that it's the best theater in Venice.
I mean, you called it so comfy. And you called it the excuse you fall asleep because it's so comfy.
I think it is. I think it actually is because like the seats are pretty wide. You have enough space for your feet, and because I don't want to block someone from behind, I feel bad about like sitting up straight like this. So I often slouch down a bit. So I'm sure I'm not blocking anyone's like subtitle view or anything. And then it's so easy to fall asleep in these theaters, in these screenings. And I didn't fall asleep for either of those short films, I believe. But you only got to see the first one. Then you had to ditch to
go to the world premiere of Baby Invasion.
And it was definitely worth it. The first one we caught was If I Can Afford It, Chapter 2, which basically, I guess, is a somewhat continuation of...
I don't even know it's a continuation. I don't know.
Someone told me that like in some way there was like a part 1 to this. I couldn't care to look it up, but it's basically a comedy about a guy who has never worked a day in his life and has been living off coasting from his mother and has lived in her apartment as well. And now people are showing up to try to exploit him, but also he's been exploiting other people, so they want to get like something out of him. And it's these encounters back to back to back to back where it's just like this ridiculous guy who's like refusing to do anything in his life, and people just interacting with him, seemingly being the straight guys, you know, the just the normal people, but then they also have their quirks to themselves. I just didn't find it really. I didn't find it funny, like at all. I don't know. I just found the guy pathetic, and none of it. The humor didn't connect with me. Kev, did it get a couple of chuckles out of you?
It kind of got a lot of chuckles out of me. You know, because this guy is in his apartment. He says he hasn't worked a day in his life. It's absolutely messy, and we get different people coming in his apartment. You got a priest. You got a realtor. You got, I believe, his sister or like a family member who says like, "Oh, come work with me." And so I kind of found it funny. Now, it does feel a bit choppy because you go from one person to another. It's a short, so you don't really get a beginning. You don't really get an end. It's just kind of lulls. And that's kind of what this movie is. A bit of a lull. Feels like something like there's a before and after missing. And it isn't a nicely contained short, even though it has some funny bits. But yeah, I gave it a 6 out of 10. I just thought it was okay. The actor, we have seen the actor, I believe, 3 times this film festival. No?
Which one?
Well, he does play the guy who hasn't worked a single day in his life. No? He plays in Leopardi and like another one, I believe.
Fausto Russo Alesi. Are you talking about?
Yeah, Fausto Russo Alesi. And he has been in Edu, this short, and Leopardi.
Yeah, just for Leopardi, he's not listed on Letterboxd because Letterboxd so far has only... we'll talk about Leopardi, I think, in a second. But that movie only has like 2 people listed on Letterboxd. It's not really fleshed out. No. It's still, I think, I guess it has an American title. But then the second part of this that Kev didn't get to see is by Alice Rohrwacher and JR. They did an Urban Allegory. She comes fresh off her success with Lucky Mera, makes a short film here that's basically about Plato's cave allegory. You know, you're locked in and only see the shadow figures, and that's your own reality the only reality that you know. And once you stand up, break out of it, and see the rest of it, you're like questioned to believe. It's basically like an allegory for you only see the things in front of you and believe them to be true because that's all you know. And once you know more, that only gives you the context to knowledge is to always go beyond maybe seeking stuff. I had a philosophy class once, so I'm familiar with Plato, and I feel like if you aren't, then this is interesting.
I had a philosophy class once.
I mean, I actually took a minor in philosophy, so I do a bit more. I'm exaggerating for the sake of entertainment here, but to me, it's like such a basic thing, and then it gets used in a way that feels like it's doing something big here, with connecting it with art. And there's also a 7-year-old kid that's like at the center of discovering all of this. And he
hates kids. He hates kids, guys.
I'm sorry. Well, I should clarify for those listening in on the first time. It's just I hate kid performances because it's unfair to them to like put them into these situations where they're asked to do something that they can't because they're kids. And it's like, and it takes me out of it, and it pisses me off so much in the filmmaking that I've gotten the stereotype that I hate kids. But
He does.
I actually teach them in 2 weeks from now. I'm
But he
actually
still hates him.
teaching, so it's not like I hate kids in real life. It's fine. I can tolerate them. But
Hashtag
in
child
movies,
hater.
I'm not the biggest fan. Don't start with the hashtags. That's not a good idea. But I just kind of thought this was like kind of basic, and I could see a lot of people actually really liking it. To me, wasn't doing much for me. But yeah, we've done the fiction stories in Out of Competition, the shorts, and let's now move on to non-fiction documentaries. There's 3 movies in here about war. Those are not the last movies about war. We'll get more of them in other sections, but let's kick it off with a Ukrainian one, Songs of Slow Burning Earth. This is a documentary that I'd say poetically captures the harrowing experiences of a population that has to leave their country behind. It tells this toll of war through faces, children, and abandoned places. There's a lot, I guess, of films that portrayed war at this festival. I think this was one that did it in a way where it was just capturing a moment, putting those moments together, and somehow you get a picture of what that, like, the most easy way to describe a documentary. It's just like capturing reality and not really framing it in a lot of way with like voiceover and like interviews and all of that. It's really simple, and through that I found it quite kind of effective. It's not as like scary as 20 Days in Mariupol, because it doesn't show you the sides of war that like death causes, but just transportation and trying to get on a train that is completely stuffed, or asking kids in a classroom what they think future is going to be like, as like a typical exercise that they do in school. Like, what do you think you want to do in the future? And it's like, what is our future right now? It's devastating to see unfold. I thought it was quite effective. I got to be careful with the adjectives I'd use here, because I feel like the poetic nature of it would lead you to easily say it's like beautiful in a way. Not at all. It's like, it's very harrowing and sad. But there's also like some other really artistic qualities that I would give it. Kev, you got to see it as in a theater. I unfortunately only got to see it through a screener. How did you experience it?
So yeah, Songs of Slow Burning Earth, it actually kind of plays like an album. That might sound weird, but it's called Songs of Slow Burning Earth, right? And the overall arch of this album is obviously the Ukrainian war. And it tackles all of that by going to different aspects. You start from the train station. It's busy as hell. People get pushed. Kids almost fall out of the train. You go to kids playing in the street. There are actual tanks there. They're actually imagining one side is Ukrainian soldiers, the other side is Russian soldiers. You're going to a morgue. The people are going to the people's stuff, actually watching the bodies, trying to recognize, birthmarks and everything of that. You're going to schools, as you said, asking people, what do you think your future look like? What is the future? Is it 5 days from now or 20 years from now? And it's going to all those different aspects of the war. It's quite touching. It's not as good as another documentary we saw about the same conflict, though, which kind of like pulls away from the impact a bit, because we saw the other one first. Yeah. That is kind of a negative about film festivals. You can't, if you're watching movies about the same topic, you can't really separate them from each other. That's the sort of negative from the film festival. Yeah. But that said, Songs of Slow Burning Earth is definitely still a very solid watch. 100% will be played on TV, on your news channels in the future. Really solid watch. I gave it a 7 out of 10.
I forgot. I also gave it a 7 out of 10, I think. I forgot if 20 Days in Mariupol won the Oscar last year. I think it definitely was.
I don't know. I haven't seen that one. I'm sorry.
That to me, I also got to see that at the film festival last year in Zurich, and it was absolutely harrowing. What I remember from that experience, which we'll talk about by the end, by the way, for bad cinema experiences. No, I guess you talked about it before with the girl, woman. I don't know if we brought it up when Lachlan was here, but long story short, there was someone munching on popcorn while watching 20 Days in Mariupol, and it felt like one of the weirdest things. Like, why would you get popcorn for this type of movie? But it's crazy, right? the movie you were alluding to that we liked more coming out of this is getting review bombed quite heavily over on Letterboxd.
really?
It has 65 half-star ratings and about like 23 4-star ratings, which is where I would arrive at as well, just giving that away already. Because it basically gives you the other side of soldiers, Russians at war, and it's basically like what happens when you show the perspective of an invading force in an ongoing conflict. You show the invading force, the perpetrators of this, and you show humans, soldier carrying out the orders from someone higher above, not refusing the orders, which is always like something that gets brought up with war, you know, like with Germany as well, where you were living under Nazi regime, you didn't do anything, you profited off of it, you lived under that regime, and like there's nuance there, and it's easy to really just put everyone in the same kind of thing. And it's also like this movie is also not about like showing these rebellious soldiers who are going up against the system and like hate Russia, which also would make it easier because like that's our Western view, right? No, it shows humans that are drafted to go to this war. And I think one of them, which got me to cry because I found it to be so sad, was like it's all of them like, why are you here? And they're debating it, and some of it like, oh, to protect our country, and like they truly have that belief. And you're like, obviously I disagree with that. You're still a person existing that is like killing someone else. It's horrible. But when they get killed, that's also sad. Like death as a whole in war, it's just a sad thing to occur when it's not ended as soon as it starts. And one of them says like he signed up for the war because he has 2 kids and he wants this conflict to end before they get drafted. And I think that his kids were like 11, and that is so sad.
No. One of his kids was almost.
Oh, it was like 16 or
age.
15.
Yeah.
Yeah. But one of them was younger. And I don't know, something about it was just because it's like basically a mid-20s reporter. I don't know if she's even like a journalist or if she just like did this. I can't remember, but she basically goes in, kind of gets to go with them, and
Gets the trust.
does it in a bit of a sneaky way as well. You know, not getting spotted first, like the Russian army is kind of okay with it. Then she has to kind of make her way through to basically interview the soldiers close to the front line every now and then. And yeah, I just found it like such a close look at war. And like the downtime in war as well, where you're like far from the front line, but you still just you really just in the midst of it, and there's nothing else going on. I found it to be a harrowing experience. I get why people are very dismissive of it and just hating it. I feel like if you embrace it for what it is, just showing a bit of humanity during war, I actually was quite moved by it. I found it to be quite effective as a documentary.
Well, you know, you say embrace it, I would say watch it, you know, because there was one person, I believe in the theater, you overheard saying like,
he was talking
oh,
so much
why would
shit.
I watch that movie? I don't want to watch the Russian side of it. But if
she said it's like so irresponsible to like show this.
Yeah, and if you actually watch this, you know, one of the first scenes when she gets to the group she's following, she follows a conversation between, I want to say like 10 men, where you know, what are you fighting for? One person answered Nazism, and you're like, okay, so he's the one who's kind of blindly obeying orders. One other guy says patriotism. Fair. That's a better answer than Nazism, if you want to like call it like that. One person says, as you said, I'm fighting for my kids. They're almost to the age of being drafted. I don't want them to be here.
Yeah.
One person says, money. One person simply says, I'm here for the money.
Yeah.
So that's like, oh, okay. And they argue between them all, like talking their points. The Russian soldiers literally say in the documentary, everything you see on TV, bullcrap, bullshit. You're like, would you really hear that from a Russian propaganda documentary? I don't think so.
No.
And the most harrowing scene I found was a Russian soldier going to an abandoned building, making its way to the roof, and saying like, "Oh, I've never been this high. The sight is here. The view here is beautiful, but at the same time, there are like 9 missiles in the background, you know, crashing on impact, blowing shit up." And like, wow, that's the most beautiful view you've seen, huh? It's kind of crazy. But yeah, that's the documentary this is, and it isn't a propaganda documentary.
No.
The people literally say, oh yeah, we were with 900 here, now we are with 300. We're waiting for backup, and one person is also like 7 months into their deployment when they should have only been there 6 months. And at one point he says the only way you return to Russia is with your feet first, referring to being in a coffin and returning dead basically to Russia. So like that's the type of stuff this movie dives into. So it's really strong.
I think you can tell the stories of soldiers on the front line fighting for a country while criticizing the country. It's not like that just because they wage war and cause death in another country that they are completely aligned with what their country is doing and ultimately being a product of the leadership under that regime. And I feel like it's really easy to, once you get a face for someone, to blame them directly or like blame someone who shows them, the filmmakers behind here, when the larger problem is just Putin and Russia, who are at fault here, who obviously should withdraw out of Ukraine. I feel like no one who was okay in Venice to screen this film has a different opinion. That would be weird, and I think it wouldn't have been screened if it were just basically normalizing this sort of invasion. But yeah, it's going to be a tough one to talk about because ultimately, yes, you are following a bunch of Russian soldiers who kill Ukrainians and also get killed. And I for the loss of life, I feel like that's always something tragic, and it doesn't really matter on what side it's happening on.
Yeah.
Then the next up was we follow the best war documentary up with by far the worst one. I fucking hated this one. Why War? So we walked out of this one. I don't have much to say.
Hey, we.
Oh, you did? Oh, wait, did you stay for? No, you walked out of it after as well.
No, but I stayed 5 minutes longer than you.
Wow. Let's give this guy a 5-minute standing ovation. I'm not standing up for it, so it's just an ovation. No, this was just a pretentious piece of shit. About two guys who are impersonating Freud and Einstein, who like wrote letters to each other about war. So it's this weird theater play film thing where they have these yapping, rambling monologues, going back and forth with each other. There's also a woman who washes her hair with of the blood that she basically consumed by, from a Western view. I think I don't know if she's German or French or whatever, maybe even Swiss. And she watches the war unfold in Israel and Palestine, is then so consumed by the war, or like it's basically not about these two conflicts. It is an Israeli film overall, by the way. Also, sad to say, it's a Swiss co-production too, Italian I think as well. That she has to wash herself of all the blood that she's seen through her screen that is like kind of normalizing this evil, this death, and the movie just doesn't do anything. And it's so frustrating that it wants to be this artistic expression that is so void of actually getting to anything. Like the one of the things that got me to walk out was when Freud goes to read a longer passage from his work.
No. The thing that made you walk out was the second time you saw that lady.
I know. Well, I was already no, but the thing is that like made me decided I'm going to walk out was that Freud one. And then once the second time the lady pops up, I'm like, I'm not doing 10 minutes of her washing her blood off again. Because this movie also doesn't, like, there's nothing that happens. It's just like her washing. And we had a couple of those films, that are like long scenes, just a single shot, non-moving camera, but they had a reason. Even if they weren't good, they had a reason for that to happen. And I feel like within 5 seconds, I get what the metaphor is here with washing yourself of blood by just consuming the media around, like normalizing it. But it's such like nothing. And I found one of the Letterboxd reviews that I really enjoyed by Tulipan. The title of the film is Why War, and then they wrote why colonization, why occupation, why apartheid, why genocide, because it is really hypocritical to make, like, for Israel to make a film about like, oh, why war, why do we keep doing this? And it's like, this one feels more like a bit. Maybe I'm not giving a lot of leeway because I don't think the the conflict within political, like the conflict between Ukraine and Russia is as nuanced, is more nuanced than the one in Israel and Palestine, if I'm being honest. And the stuff that comes out of Israel, especially out of this festival, was so lukewarmish in actually going about like talking about the war, where it was like surrounding stories or like these weird bigger allegories about like why war. I said I didn't have much to say about it, but I wrote a whole
I was just
manifesto.
about to say, like, he's rambling
I'm
on.
sorry,
Now,
but
this man is yapping. This man is ranting.
I hated
This
it,
man is
man.
venting.
But yeah, those extra 5 minutes, were they worth it? What did the lady do?
No, the lady disappeared. No, but the interesting thing you didn't mention is that the movie actually starts out with, I believe, Palestine. Yeah, like in commemoration of Palestine. Like it's a single shot going through the crowd. You see a table, a very long ass table, and they are all like the hostages. I believe that
No,
Hamas.
it's not. Yeah, I mean, it's in Israel about the hostages
Yeah.
that the Hamas took. Just
Yeah.
for clarification, because you said Palestine,
Oh
it's
yeah,
not in
I
Palestine.
wasn't sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, and I call this movie. No, this is the type of movie that your local culture centrum or whatever like gets, right?
Bunch of
and
60-year-olds, yeah.
and invites people, and only the retired people that have absolutely nothing to do in their life
Yeah.
go to and watch that movie. And with Freud and Einstein. By the way, I believe one of them is being played by Mathieu Amalric, which is actually a very prominent French actor. So it's like, why did he take this role? But anyway, they talk about, the letters or whatever. Then you get the woman dressing, like washing in blood. Then you get like 5 minutes. The 5 minutes I watched was just train tracks. And they talk about, oh, yeah, watching war, you get so desensitized to it. And
I mean,
that's why I was like, all right, let me stay. Maybe they have a point.
yeah.
But they just kind of tiptoe around that point. And by the end, the train tracks were still going. I was like, I stayed 5 minutes longer than him. I'm going out.
That's obviously an allegory to like Nazis and
I know. I'm aware of that.
Okay, cool.
I am aware of that.
I just wanted to check in because it's like so obvious that like
yeah,
they really wanted to hammer home that point.
But when they kept that shit going, I was like, nah, I'm out as well. Plus, we wanted to go to bed early. We had a long day, and yeah.
We don't need to justify why war is a shit film that you don't have to see. Which goes, same goes. The next film here, Twst. Things We Say Together. Yeah, this was an exclusive. I got this one before the festival and was like, Kev, do not waste a second on this, because it's basically a like this time capsule thing. Uses archive footage from a bunch of different outlets that are basically captured when the Beatles arrived in New York City from August 13th to 15th in 1965. So there's no reason for this movie to exist. It doesn't have like a narrative to tell, a like thing about the time, like when it came out. Like it has some loose connections to showing also footage of the civil rights movement right as they like came along. So this big event takes like center stage when New York is also like really going through those types of things. And it's like, okay, it's this ball of stuff, and it's like it takes the ball, and then you hold the ball, you want to throw it, and as you throw it, it just disappears. Because this movie is about nothing. It's just so about nothing. And I kind of hated it for it, because it was like, it felt like such a waste of time. Like, what did we do here? And I watched the whole thing. I was like, did anything happen in this movie? It didn't. So that's a solid skip it for me. I think it's like a 3 out. I gave it like a 4 out of 10. If you like the Beatles, then I guess you get to see the Beatles a bunch. But other than that, nothing there. Then Separated. Errol Morris is the filmmaker behind The Thin Blue Line, Gates of Heaven, The Fog of War, and many others. He has a new film about the Trump administration's use of family separation as a deterrent at the U.S.-Mexican border in 2018. I don't have the exact dates from when it was happening. It wasn't a long time while they were actually doing it.
2017.
But I think something about it was like, I thought it was 2018, but I maybe it's 20. Yeah, I think it's 2017.
It was the moment that Trump got in office. So 2016, 17, yeah.
Yeah, and I think it's just a couple of months as well, and then like it's about like how there were opposing forces within the system as well without the government, and then notably one guy who was also a big part of the documentary that gets to kind of state how he was also later on in charge to reunite families and how they did that. So it's like a very central person that you can interview for basically all of it. And then it gets a bunch of other interviewees to round out the rest of it. But it's essentially like one guy that you interview. And I honestly, the guy is like very well put together and can say sentences incredibly well, super articulate. The issue is, there's also an editing issue. The way that he talks, he does like this with every sentence. And Morris also cuts the film in a way that it's got these, like, this is super technical, but these L cuts that basically lead. So it's like showing the guy interviewing and he stays static and he continues talking in another clip, but it's for a second stays on him until it cuts to something else, either him in the interview or like another footage that they captured. And I got so frustrated with this type of editing, and it was in the entire movie, that
I believe you called it dead air.
It's a lot of dead air in this movie that you could solidly like. This is definitely an exaggeration, but I think you could cut out like 10 to 15 minutes of this film, not just like the dead air, but also other things. Kev, you watch this one too. I think the ultimate like core of it all is that this thing that they did with separating families under the Constitution or whatever rules there are in place, they could easily do it like this again. And that's the scary part, and that's like what it tries to also hone in towards the end there. I just found the rest of it, all of the subject things like being put together to tell the story, a bit lackluster. When obviously the subject matter is super interesting. To me, it was also, again, another thing where like I knew quite a bit about it already. And I think for people who don't, this adds a lot of context and is super interesting. I don't know about you, Kevin. How do you feel about it?
You were obviously frustrated about the editing. For me, I found the email part. There were a lot of emails that were being written, and so someone is explaining, oh yeah, I got this guy, I sent an email to, and then you see like on the screen basically an Outlook email. You see someone who with the sender. You got someone who is sending the message to, and then you also got the CC people, and then he's writing out the email or the message that is being sent at that time, referring to a certain topic or situation. And they do that a lot of the times, and I just wasn't invested in that type of storytelling. Like you said, a lot of dead air. But for me, also the timing of this documentary, I know it is being released in an election year, as I should say, but it's referring a lot to 2016, 2017, and if it should come out at any election year, it was actually the last one, because it doesn't talk about any new things that happened since 2016, 17.
Yeah,
that had me wondering, like, why release it now? Like, I know the message is this can happen again. I get it. I mean, but the documentary itself is really stuck in time.
I think Trump has made a different point now that he's moved past just like using this as a deterrent to separate families. He's gone so much far beyond basically with like migrant crime and all of that shit that he's been pulling off, like on the debate that they had the other day of like them eating pets and dogs. That's already been used so much on social media. I watched the debate and I found it so incredibly frustrating. It was really refreshing to see someone like Harris, finally someone could just say this guy is fucking ridiculous and do it effectively. I really hope he doesn't get elected again. It doesn't really go just with him though. It's just like any. So because like the Biden administration didn't really stop with it like that much as much as they could have, right? It's not like they are not complicit in all of this. And I think under Obama there was also another thing, like the border is always a contentious subject. I think this comes out because the border is always an ongoing issue. This just shows the blatant miscarriage of power and abuse of power and disregard of human. Like it's basically a war crime. And to see that happen and it being like it is crazy that something like this is as big as it is gets kind of solved obviously repercussions and harm and trauma is forever. You don't shake that. But just we are moving past this so fast as a collective, and I think that makes it doesn't, unfortunately the doc doesn't focus on that. I think that would be a bit more interesting, like Trump getting almost shot, right, getting clipped, and like a week later that's not that big a thing anymore. Like the way that news and trauma and like these crazy things happen as fast in the news cycle, I think that would be an interesting thing on its own. This, I guess it is a time capsule going back to 2017 as well, like you say, but I found it was subject matter wise interesting, but I gave it a 5 out of 10 as far as like a documentary goes.
I gave it a 6. Just I found it intriguing, but just didn't do much for me in the end.
So we're moving on to the special screening section, and we only caught one film here. It was basically on our day one, when usually the Venice Film Festival is very front loaded for those who plan to maybe go in the future. We plan to, I guess maybe next year, or partially Kevin already did that with the day. Then we got to see Joker, like give you a day in the life of a Venice Film Festival press accredited person, essentially. But to give you an overview of how you can attend, because like students can also go, and it's a public festival as well in parts. But we had to fill out our day one because usually Venice is very front loaded. A lot of the films premiere before like the first. It starts on Wednesday, goes for a week, and after 8 days, a lot of people leave, and the last 3 or 4 days are smaller premieres because people head over to TIFF. Long story short, we had to fill out our day because there wasn't a lot going on, and they premiered Alfonso Cuarón's series Disclaimer, which I had already seen before, and going into the festival. So we had a big chunk left there that we had to fill with something, and there wasn't really anything playing, which is not really what usually Venice is like. And we filled it with a 4-hour and 5-minute long biopic about Giacomo Leopardi, the iconic, legendary poet that Kevin and I have never heard of before the festival.
No, never.
Nope.
But we have heard of him plenty of times throughout the film festival after this.
Exactly. I think he got like name dropped 3 times in other movies.
And every time we were like, Leonardo, oh, Leopardi,
yeah. We know that dude. Tomaseo also got name dropped, I think, in one of the films, but I forgot which one that was. But this film is, I think, really cheesy in parts. It's like over dramatic at times as well, but we both couldn't help but get invested into the story. Leopardi is, I think, a really, really punchable guy. Like each time I see him go on like a bigger monologue about like the aesthetics or whatever, I like, you deserve a slap across the face, my man. And I kind of am rooting for some of the antagonizers, to him, but then also they all kind of suck, and it's like they take like literature so overly serious, but getting so caught up in its own plot, like we really couldn't help but get like sucked in, and the second half of the film really becomes a bit more, not a bit more, it actually becomes just like a romance film, and it really shifts focus, which was like a nice change of pace. I don't know if we would have sustained 4 hours of like the same type of filmmaking, but it switches it up so much that like we were surprised that we both stayed for the 4 hours and actually quite enjoyed it. Kev, what do you got to add?
Like you said, the movie does shift quite a bit. The first part is very much a story about oppression, repression, being stuck in the family patriarchy, like dynamic, I guess, of then period. And, the first, like 1 hour and a half, I guess, you get this guy who really tries to find love, but has zero risk, or like,
Yes.
and then you get like the 2 hours where he's trying to chase a girl, and then you're like, oh wait, I hope he actually gets there, and you become quite invested. And we both made the comparison to like Bridgerton. We have never seen Bridgerton, but we were like, I think this might be.
It feels like it.
It certainly feels like it. But we were both surprised because we were absolutely dreading this movie. Like it was also labeled as a documentary before, so we didn't even know that it was an actual biopic, I guess, really. But the opening scene, you had that gothic landmark, you had castles, you had rain, storm, thunder, lightning, and then you had the font in the middle that here goes like Leopardi, and you're like, oh shit, hey yo, this is not what I expected of a damn documentary apparently. So we were both very invested. It does become very repetitive, but you know, if you were that long into the movie already, you know, you don't mind the repetition because you're still quite invested. But at the end, you were like, holy shit, love. It was all love in the last hour, you know.
Yeah.
And
yeah, you know, there's a Stockholm syndrome. You know, when you get locked up with your captor, you grow fond of them. I feel like there's also the same thing with like film festivals.
Yeah.
When you are in a movie for like, you know, 3 hours plus. We've seen it with another film that is very beloved. You just there's no flaws. It's just all perfect all around. You just like it's all smooths over at one point, which I feel like I don't think I think we slightly overrated this film because it's not great.
No.
I feel like it's really good, and I think we just got something that we didn't expect at all, and that was like we were enthusiastic about that.
Yeah, I think we were both kind of euphoric, I should say, walking out of it. So. You know, I actually was thinking like 4 hours. Could it have been, because we were sort of expecting also like a sort of History Channel type ass movie, you know? And I was wondering like, could it be a TV series? But I don't know. It could have been 3 episodes of like.
I think initially what I saw this being listed as, first of all, it was listed as a documentary. Then it was listed as the first 2 parts of a 4-part series, doing it Horizon style. And like, you know, it becomes something wholly different for the second part. So I could see that being split apart maybe. I don't know. I couldn't figure out if this like that was it. It felt like that was definitely the story. Like, you know, it's done.
Yeah.
For sure. So there's definitely not another 2 parts coming. But yeah.
Oh, we should
overall,
say that the way the film is structured also adds a lot to the fact that it doesn't feel as repetitive as it could have been, because it switches a lot to the present, the past, the present. Yeah, so that does, and it also kind of making a claim for who Leopardi is, what he means to the Italian people and everything, I guess. So that also adds some depth of dimension to Leopardi. So yeah.
I mean, it's like a history lesson in a way still, where you are filling in a lot of the blanks that we had like never heard of. I don't know how much this works for someone who is familiar with his writing, him as a person, and he seems to be a really iconic like figure in Italian history on the literature side. But I'm giving it like a 7 out of 10. It's probably like closer to like a 6.5 out of 10.
Probably, but 6.8.
It's also hard to recommend it to someone.
Yeah,
it's like this is a tough one. It was just like in the context of us filling out our schedule that this made a lot of sense. I don't know how much of it you first of all get access to it if it ever releases anywhere, and a reason for you to go sit through it, because there's so much other content that's also long that's out there. But for those interested in Leopardi, I think it's a great film. That's the only special screening of the festival. Then there were 4 miniseries that premiered. We ended up catching 2.5 of them, and
like there was literally no shot. Like, I mean, literally, we couldn't have seen a second of that. Nos Años Nuevos? It's some Spanish title.
Yeah. It was the longest one. There was 12 episodes.
10.
I think all of them were like 50. Was it 10? I thought it was 12. But just a long series. If we got screeners for it, then maybe we could have finished one of them. But we'll talk about the first half of the series. I feel like it's fine. We'll get the vibe of it. You also didn't finish the last episode of Disclaimer, but it's Alfonso Cuarón who dips his toes into series filmmaking. Although I think at the press conference or maybe before that, he stated that he basically doesn't really view it as a series because he can only think of it in movie terms, and I feel like that kind of makes sense because like the debate always comes up. We just talked about it with Leopardi, teased a tiny bit, that like each time something's really long, it's like, oh, would it have been better as a mini series? Or like you get these Marvel shows and you feel like, it's just a stretched out movie that they split apart. And I feel like the discussion is valid. It gets really quickly really repetitive though, and I don't know if it adds much to the actual medium of it that it's broken apart, because with it being on streaming, usually you get to press pause, and that essentially does the break for you. But you got to see this in a theater. I didn't. It's 343 minutes long. Of course, in Venice, they always like split these screenings apart. It's also a novel adaptation and stars the always excellent Cate Blanchett, and is about like a dark secret that ruins multiple lives. There's lies or omissions of truths. That's kind of the question. What is actually going on? And Kev, you don't know yet because you haven't seen the final episode, and that's where it all is revealed. I adored this series. For me, it was like, because I saw this before the festival, I was like, okay, this festival is all about can anything top Disclaimer. Spoiler alert, there was some stuff that topped it, but I think it's a really, really good show.
Even in the group chat we had of the WhatsApp, there was one aspect of Disclaimer that was pretty laughable, and that is a certain movie maker effect, really, of in the first episode. So we really hone in on a certain in flashbacks, really, and every time a flashback introduces and ends, we get this little zoom in circle of it and zoom out circle of it, sometimes literally on a vagina. That was a weird moment. But yeah. But
I mean, so, it's just weird.
It's kind of weird, and it kind of adds 10 seconds to every scene when it zooms out and zooms in. So
I mean, I do have a theory on why he does that. I feel like it's about like where you put the focus on, where you're looking at, and this series becomes very much about like which perspective are you taking, or are you have already predetermined where you're looking. That's why like the Disclaimer asterisk is going in for someone who I don't want to spoil the plot here too much, but it's basically about like someone writing a novel about like something that happened in the past, and it's never really clear of like what actually happened, and we are uncovering it in a way where
what is fiction, what is truth, right? Basically that.
Exactly. And it makes it especially interesting because Cate Blanchett's character is a documentary filmmaker, right? So like that whole scrutiny under her, just winning like an award as well for like her
lifetime
work.
achievement.
And then, lifetime achievement. I think it frames everything in a really, really interesting.
By the way, I don't think Quaron said he doesn't view it as a series. It's just I think he said he doesn't know how to make series. And that is certainly a sentiment that you can sort of feel, especially because the way the first 4 episodes are structured, and then the last third do feel kind of different, because in that context I have seen it in the theater, right? So it did feel a bit like 2 different things for me.
It feels like it definitely has figured out the formula by the last episode, because the second to last,
I haven't seen because I had to leave for September 5.
But what you saw, the second to last, is like the typical like TV thing. You leave it on something where you really want to see the next
the cliffhanger, basically.
Exactly.
But I liked it a lot. I think if I have to select an MVP of the series, it is Kevin Kline, my fellow name mate, should I say, who really
name mate.
Who like really surprised me, and you kind of root for him, weirdly enough. Even though he does seek destruction, I love the way. It's also because he does these little things, right? So he wears this cardigan, he goes out in that cardigan, and you're like, oh wow, he's really obsessed with fulfilling this wise prophecy, being and going around it in a very scumbaggy way. I mean, you said it right. Everyone in this movie, everyone in this series sucks.
I hate everyone.
It's like hateful. It's
everyone sucks.
Everyone has. There are not really that many positive characters in this series besides Sacha Baron Cohen. Really, he's like like the less piece of shit of the shittiest people.
Because like the thing is, he's like the most passive person in it. That just has to react of everyone else's transgressions,
Yeah.
like anger and hate. And I feel like his only action is like whose side he's taking, and that's his biggest action in the series. But I definitely want to do like a spoiler review for this one.
Yeah, it's tough to
once it releases.
really talk about this movie without spoilers.
There's
so,
a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess we'll do that
I gave it
soon.
an 8 out of 10.
I'm at a 7 right now, but I do like it. Also the third episode is was quite a long one in the theater. A lot of sex, nudity that did feel like a fucking eternity.
I think the series gets better as it gets along. I think it gets off to a pretty rough start with episode 2. I think it gets better in episode 5, actually 4 and 5, and then
5.
For me 5 and 6 are really strong, and it ends pretty good in episode 7.
Yeah,
so if you don't love it by episode 1, I feel like it builds on a lot of stuff that is just basically set up. I think it's a really well paced show overall.
I think we both agree this series is worth the wait and the stay. Yeah, absolutely.
For sure. But it wasn't your favorite series of the festival. For me, I feel like Family Like Ours by the Hunt and Another Round director Thomas Vinterberg wasn't able to top Disclaimer. I gave it the same rating. I can already tell you that, though. It also, it had, this other one had 7. This had 8 episodes.
7.
And is it Family Like Ours had 8. I'm pretty sure it had 8.
I thought it was 7.
I'm pretty sure it's 8.
Because the second one, is it 8?
No, it's 4 and 4.
Oh, it's 4
It
and
was
4.
4 and 4. Yeah.
Sorry.
And it's no worries. And then it is about like Denmark a few years into the future, where it basically shuts down the entire country, and suddenly everyone within the span of a year is becoming a refugee and has to seek asylum in other European countries. And you basically get that perspective from a pretty overall privileged country, and how quickly you lose all of that. And I think it's like very cleverly, without like pointing at any of that, like really showcasing that hypocrisy that when it comes from within, how quickly that can turn. It's like, oh, they are different now, right? Just because they're in need. And even though like culturally they or like ethnically they would be like closer to the rest of Europe, that it really is about like that seeking help that alienates them immediately. And I think it's like then it becomes like what are these other countries going to do about like family like ours when we are in need of help? And that's at the center of this whole show. I thought that the debut performance from going to butcher her name, Amelis April August. She is basically the female lead. I think a 19-year-old she plays. I think she nailed it. She was really strong, and a lot of the story relied on her. And then her father as well, Nicolas Lee Kuss, was another like big standout. I think all of the performances are really good. The story was great. I really dug this one. Yeah, Kev, what did you think?
No, well, I want an attempt at those names. Amaryllis April August and Nicolai Lee Klaas. I think that was so much better.
They should watch our review and then let us know who of us said it better. Right? I'd love to talk to them about the show.
We had also the privilege to go to the public screenings of Families Like Ours, which meant the cast and crew was there, which was very nice to have. Obvious standing ovation both times. That's a typical Venice thing, and we totally contributed to that in the both screenings. But yeah, I love the questions of what if all of Denmark had to leave the country because of rising water levels. And the funny thing is, right, even the Netherlands in the show already had to do that. So they're not the first, which is intriguing to hear, right? So you also wonder like, oh, how will Denmark treat with it then? Because there's already the whole of Netherlands had to evacuate, and you wonder, oh, so like there is even less space in the other countries because of all the Dutch people that live there. But I found it incredibly smart to not put a date on when this happens. So this series could be a warning to the future even if we're past the supposed date this series takes place in. But I found it incredibly riveting to see how much Winterberg packs into this series. You got a society that is in a downward spiral, right? Everyone is losing mayhem. Things get robbed. People are losing their minds about money. You got a romance going on between the two teenagers in the series. You got immigration. You got family separation. There is a documentary about family separation, but I thought this one was the most impactful one of the whole festival. And there's even plenty more stuff that gets tackled into this series that I don't really want to dive into because of spoilers. But I thought it was absolutely riveting. You didn't think the series landed that well. I thought it did.
Yeah.
You were thinking the first 4 episodes were great. I thought the first 3 episodes were great. Then you had 4 that had me kind of I thought was a bit iffy, right? But I thought maybe episode 4 is a great jumping pad towards the rest, to the second half of the series. And for me, it was exactly that. I really, really like this one. Winterberg obviously hasn't done anything bad in my opinion yet, so I'm really curious as to what he will follow up with next.
Yeah, I think for me the second half has one hinging moment where I feel like I would have embraced a even darker interpretation of the consequence of some of what some of the characters are going through. And I think I missed something early on where it was clear that it wasn't heading into that direction. So my expectations were wrongly aligned going into those final 2 episodes. But I thought it was really, really strong where, just the frustration that you feel alongside these characters who are just trying to find a place to live and try to be together. But they still come from a place of privilege. You're okay, well, maybe you need to I feel like sometimes you need to compromise a bit. And then from there on, they're not the easiest to root for at all points. They also make some super dumb decisions, and makes it thrilling.
I wouldn't call them dumb. I wouldn't call them quite impulsive.
Yeah, they're impulsive. Yeah, they're very impulsive. I know. But yeah, I give it did you already give your rating?
I give it an 8.5 out of 10.
For me, it's an 8, same as disclaimer, but yeah, I'd have them right up against each other. And then the final one, M, Son of a Century, the Joe Wright series, where we watched the first half of, is a story about Mussolini's rise to power from 1919 to apparently ending at some point during an assassination that he did in 1925. And in this one, we get the fourth wall-breaking style that we get in House of Cards. Some early reviews mentioned Fleabag, and Kev called them up for hey, they obviously haven't seen House of Cards. That's why they jumped to Fleabag when it doesn't really have any of the riz that is coming off of Fleabag. It's just an old balding dude who is a fascist and wants power. And I feel to me the question was came up earlier. It's why? Why make a series about this? What is it's not warning us of fascism. It's not a particularly historically interesting depiction of events because it's so much from his own perspective. And I was just a bit perplexed. And there was one moment in the theater that we talked about because we disagreed about the audience's reception. I think in in episode 3 or 4, Mussolini turns to the camera after he did something big and goes oh, by the way, let's make Italy great again. And the whole audience roared and applauded a bit too much, especially in your opinion, Kev. I thought it was maybe poking fun at that phrase and what it had become.
Well,
you felt it was more a light embrace of what it stands for, right?
Well, Italy is still quite a, it's still quite a bit of a fascist country. It's quite a racist country.
Yeah.
You see that every day in the football, especially the black football players in Italy. They endure some shit over there. Yeah,
I feel for me, I had some conversations with other people about this. It's not the same as Germany treats Hitler the way that Italy treats Mussolini. It's so different. So I feel that maybe that's another reason.
I wouldn't say why make a series about this. That wouldn't be my question. I would say why tell a series like this, in that House of Cards, especially because, House of Cards, House of Cards, you got Kevin Spacey, he's a fictional president character, so you're like, oh, okay, this is quite intriguing to see. Mussolini, like, the show literally starts with historical footage, so you're reminded of how big of a dictator and, like, a piece of shit again he was, right? And then you watch it in this fourth wall breaking aspect, and you're just like, I don't want to see this. It does make me uncomfortable, but that's the point.
It's hungry for violence in a way that is just kind of disgusting.
But don't get me wrong, Joe, right? The series is impeccably well made. Like, holy shit, it looks spectacular. The set design, the period it represents is all very well done. I can legit almost not give a single damn criticism about that. But it's just the way the story is told. Put both of us off to watch even the second half of it. We know some people that even left after the first episode. I believe also somebody commented on their accent, which isn't that accurate or great. So there was just the way it's told, put both of us off, and we were like, I don't think we want to finish this. So
yeah, I gave it a 5 out of 10.
I gave it a 6 out of 10. Like, I can't give it a bad review because of the way it's made. It's just that the way it's told just is not for me, but maybe for others. So that's why I gave it a.
And it's produced by Sky, and I think it has a premiere set for January or February.
In 2025, definitely. Yeah.
And I'll probably finish the show, but I just didn't have the patience while we were in Venice for it.
Especially after Horizon, I definitely didn't want to see anything else. So,
that would have diluted our experience overall. But that's it for all of the films in Out of Competition. We survived. As you can see, there's so many more movies to talk about. But hey, that's why this video is likely called the most extensive film festival recap ever, because it probably is. I don't know if there's any other outlet that has watched like 75 movies from a film festival between two people, and then covered literally every single one of them. I'm sorry. I want a standing ovation for the two of us right now.
I've seen. 60,
that's shitty. That's fucking impressive.
Wait, how many have you specifically seen?
I think 71 or 2.
I've seen 61, so like we've both done very, very well.
We've watched a lot of films. I hope you can take something away from it, and hopefully get some stuff on your watch list. And we'll talk about like all of the smaller films.
Maybe we should explain why we decide to do that now before we go into competition. Look, like somebody asked me last year. Somebody asked me this year. Oh, but it sure must be more fun to be there this year because of all the stars and everything. You and I both don't really relate to that.
Okay.
Like you see fanatics being there from like 8 to 9 a.m. in the morning, standing at that red carpet, just waiting for that selfie, for that superstar. We're not really like that. We like to celebrate the actual movies that show there
when they're on screen, right?
When they're on screen, we want to see the absolute gems. Like last year's Stolen, we still talk about that movie because it surprised us so much, and it still hasn't gotten a release anywhere. So that's why we watch as many movies as we do, because we want to
find that new hidden gem.
To find that new hidden gem, to praise it. And actually talk about it. So maybe we don't do interviews or anything like that. Maybe we do those down the line, but we really want to praise those shows, those movies that deserve a voice, and we would like to be one of those voices.
And as we get into competition, we ended up catching every single film that's screened in there. For ORIZZONTI, we only missed 2. For ORIZZONTI Extra, we missed 1. We really did, like, we also watched every single fiction film in Out of Competition. We really covered this festival.
Yeah,
there's not a lot of blind spots that we have. Kicking it off with competition, though, there were 21 films playing this year. It has to be noted that I think both of us thought that this was a bit of a weaker year
than last year,
compared to last year. There were only 3 films from these 21 that ended up making my top 10 for the 71 films that I've seen. What a sentence. There's still some great films to talk about. I think the middle section that is like a 7 out of 10 is actually like really dense this year, but nothing that we are like passionate about. Like this needs to get all the awards, and I wanted to get the Golden Lion. I didn't feel about that like for any of these films, but let's have a look at what actually ended up winning. So we'll go through how they are announced as well. The best young actor, which we thought was basically the only option that we got there, went to Paul Kircher from I don't know if actually why is this thing in such a German way, Kircher. I don't know. What? I'll just put his name on screen. I don't know what I'm doing. Leave me alone. It's a long recording. It's from a French film, and their children after them, Les Enfants Après Eux. Kev, now's the time to criticize my French. Les Enfants Après Eux. Then the Volpe Award for Best Actor to much of our like delight went to Vincent Lindon in Jouer avec le feu.
Jouer avec le feu.
The Quiet Son, known, that's the name for it in English, so we didn't get a win for either Daniel Craig or Joaquin Phoenix for Queer and Joker Folie à Deux, respectively. The acting award surprisingly went to Nicole Kidman for Babygirl. Maybe the most expected person there was Angelina Jolie.
Or Fernanda Torres, I believe, for I'm Still Here.
Exactly, but that movie ended up getting a award for screenplay for Marilla Hauser and Heiter Lorega, deservedly so. I think that deserves a prize. I would have loved to have seen her win that prize, though. I think Babygirl wasn't going to get another award, so it's nice to see her get one.
And unfortunately, Nicole Kidman couldn't accept the award in person because her mother passed away just as she arrived in Venice, I believe. So that was a tough one.
Yeah. Our condolences go out to her and her family. That really, really sucks.
But she dedicated the award to her mother. So that's also a beautiful gesture, obviously. An unfortunate but beautiful gesture.
I'll see. Maybe I'll even be able to secure an interview with her, as Babygirl is also screening at the Zurich Film Festival. That's what Kevin just said. You know, a lot of these festivals end up screening in Zurich because it's Switzerland. I do have a bit more connections, and that's usually where I end up doing my interviews if I have time for them. And that would be a fun one to ask her about the experience there. Then the very controversial April won the special jury prize, which is basically the third prize of the festival. It's a really slow-moving film. Well, we'll talk about it a bit more, but it was definitely like hated by a lot, and then
loved by a lot.
I guess other people.
Loved by many.
I think there was also I don't know. We didn't do a proper look at it, but it felt like maybe like the female critics and audience goers were a bit more aligned with it. You said that like because they were. I don't know how much of the jury was female, but maybe there was a tendency to like these third prizes at festivals often go to like a really odd pick.
Well, no,
just because they get to
or a very thematically strong movie, right? I think
it is.
That
is
why it won the special jury prize.
And then the Silver Lion for Best Director went to Brady Corbett for The Brutalist, and I think a lot of people expected and wanted that movie to get the Golden Lion. It didn't. I feel like if in my picks as well, I had The Brutalist taking director as well, because I feel like that's where it deserves to get a win. But we'll talk about that a bit more in detail. The second prize, the Grand Jury Prize, another Silver Lion, went to Vermiglio, The Mountain Bride. We were a bit surprised by that, but
it is what it is.
We'll get to it is what it is. And then the Golden Lion went to The Room Next Door, Pedro Almodovar's first, I guess, English only feature, ended up winning the big prize. And Kev, you're quite happy about that, right? You really enjoyed the film a bit more than I did.
Yeah. I really liked the Room Next Door. I don't know how Vermiglio won the Silver Lion for second best movie, but sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, sure.
Again, with The Quiet Son taking, it's usually that way that like you can only get one prize. Sometimes you can get actor and something else, but they don't like to do that. They did it this year in Gun, for example, where they gave the second prize to Emilia Perez for the grand jury. Oh no, the third prize for Emilia Perez to the grand jury. And then they also gave it the collective acting award. But let's kick it off with the Golden Lion winner from Pedro Almodovar, The Room Next Door. Again, like I said, it's a English-only feature starring Tilda Swinton and Julianne Moore. It's about two women that worked at the same magazine in their youth. They years later, they have parted ways since their days together and reunite again when one of them has an odd request for the other. And I don't know how much of it. I think a trailer for it came out since then.
I don't know.
Not yet. I don't know how much of what this is actually about we can give away, but it feels like it's a central thing. And I think the logline is kind of up in the air on what that request actually is. But I thought the dialogue was a bit stilted at times, that gave the vibes of like a non-English director directing American actors or like English actors. But I think that was all like that's just me who didn't really connect with type of tone it's set up. The movie itself is like about death and the kind of expected solitude that is very culturally accepted, that once that hurt is all around you and people expect you to die, everyone ends up believing. Then when two people connect who don't really have much to share in the last couple of decades, that connection is a bit easier to do because there's like less tension and less history, or like the history is a bit further in the past, which makes for a really interesting pairing here. Kev, you definitely connected with it way more than I did. So tell me about like some of the merits of this film.
Well, many people like this movie. Many people didn't love this movie. I love this movie, but that's because the movie hits quite possibly as close as home as the movie could get, right? I unfortunately lost my mother in February to cancer, a 4-year battle with cancer, pancreatic cancer, and the last 6 months I stayed with my mom. So in the movie, the Tilda Swinton, who nails playing a cancer patient physically as well as mentally, has a request that requires Julianne Moore to accompany her. That played with my heartstrings quite a bit. I did tear up naturally, as one does when it's quite a personal story as this. I can't say much about this, but it's really interesting to see Tilda Swinton's argument for her battle with it, her mentality for how does she want to move forward with her treatment, why is she against certain aspects of the treatment. Even Pedro Almodovar made a statement about euthanasia in his winner's speech, which Belgium has euthanasia allowed, like that is allowed here in Belgium, but in many other countries it isn't. And I think that's also why it won the Golden Lion, because again, thematically strong movies win, that have a lot to say, that are strong in their statement, and The Room Next Door certainly has that. I really, really liked it. I don't think many people will love it, especially if they have, because I only have seen Parallel Mothers. I haven't seen that Western short he made last year, Strange Way of Life, I believe it was called. I haven't seen any of his earlier work, but I really resonated with The Room Next Door. What did you think about it? I don't know if you see.
I definitely have to catch up with more of his stuff, and what you touch on, that Belgium has that program. Switzerland is one of the few other countries who has it as well. It's called Exit here. It has like 160,000 members. So it's there's a lot of people in Switzerland who are part of this. I know for like my own family, my mother wants to be a part of it as well. So like it's it really hits really close to home, where like it's about like the decision that you can make, and once you can't make decisions anymore. Here it is with cancer. I think it's more often brought up with dementia. That decision is really what makes you. And it becomes a really interesting conversation piece. I just didn't really connect with it as much through this story, and maybe that's on me for not really I don't know, giving it enough. But there's a lot here, especially like in the performances. Like you said, I think Tilda Swinton is incredible.
She's in my best actress, honestly, in my top 5, and I don't think she'll leave that top 5 anytime soon.
Yeah, and it's not like I wouldn't say like the typical Tilda Swinton performance, although there's like one specific thing that couldn't be more Tilda Swinton, which rubbed me a bit the wrong way.
Which one?
Towards the end, you know.
Oh,
what I mean.
right.
It's so weird, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's like such a weird choice.
Oh, you know what? I shouldn't mention also. You know, like we are talking about cancer, but this isn't a fully. This isn't another cancer movie, as I believe Stellan Skarsgård once said when acting in one. But this movie is also a conversation about death. Jean Turturro is also in this movie. I should say, many people won't bring him up. I will, because I also quite like his performance and his view on the request that Tilda Swinton has for Julianne Moore. Julianne Moore has a fear of death. She has written a book about it. It literally opens the movie with that fear, with that scene of her being at a book signing session. So yeah, really, really like this one.
Yeah, I mean, they both, like, one of them, Martha, Tilda Swinton's character, was a war journalist, so couldn't have been closer to death all of her life.
Yeah.
And then the other one's like a best-selling writer, which was it fiction that she writes or something
No.
else?
She actually wrote about her.
She autofiction novelist,
Yeah.
right? That's what is. Yeah, and like, if you pair two interesting people up with each other that had like their own takes on life and death and their
And
regrets and
family,
all of
yeah.
that, it just gives so much to just like dive into it.
And it does it again in this very sensitive way that is quite admirable, is quite touching to follow. Yeah.
I gave it a 7 out of 10, and I feel like it's definitely one that you should seek out.
I gave it a 9. It's closer to an 8 than a 10, but I gave it a fucking 8.6. I'm that guy. I'm that guy.
He's that guy. Vermiglio, The Mountain Bride, which is the subtitle for it, so the English-speaking audience can also understand what it's about. It's about like a girl up on the mountain, and she gets pregnant. That's a bit of a spoiler, but yeah, this was a surprise, right? I mean, it just says in the logline, it just says that like a soldier arrives and there's like 3 sisters and a family, and there's a bit of turmoil that he causes.
Yeah.
It doesn't say she gets pregnant, but I guess, hey, Vermiglio, she's pregnant now. If you say it 3 times, you actually get impregnated. It's like Beetlejuice. But no, this is set at the end of World War II in a small mountain village.
Oh,
and yeah, to me, I gotta say, like, this wasn't that much different than other small town dramas that I've seen before. And to me, it kind of lacked a bit of a connective tissue where there were quite a few subplots and a lot of characters. It ultimately like fades a lead woman a bit into the background, where I was more intrigued about like the soldier, and he's not really like that active of a focal point in the movie. I can't help but like I was a bit bored during this one as well, and it didn't leave much memory. I know I can go back to my notes and see what I wrote, but I doubt it will be much. But yeah, Kev, what did you make of it?
I was actually kind of trying to see if this is a debut. I guess she has made another movie called Maternal. I haven't seen that. It's one of those very slow movies, right?
Yeah.
And it's in the mountains. Now, the thing is, this does take place during World War II. The soldier that is in the town is fleeing the war. So there are people in the town. Like rumors are happening, and that aspect is really intriguing. It's also very intriguing that basically like the sort of town mayor, like the grandparent of the town, also is teaching people, giving his knowledge, and that dynamic is also very interesting to see. It just happens very slowly, and it is not that interesting for many of the runtime. But it is in all, it's not a bad movie. It's just that it doesn't offer that much for also the length that the movie is. It's almost 2 hours, and being in those mountains for 2 hours is quite a bit of a drag. So yeah, I gave it a 6 out of 10. It could be really a bit lower, but it just didn't have that punch. It just didn't have that punch.
I gave it a 6 out of 10 as well. I feel like like where it is more interesting. That's why like I don't agree with the tag The Mountain Bride, but I guess Vermiglio is hard to remember. But it is also like about her one of her brothers that is basically not smart and doesn't really know what to do with himself, because like the mayor in town is someone who comes from intellect and has those sort of expectations about like the patriarchal structure that he can kind of put down on the rest of the village. Again, I don't think it explores it in any like interesting way though. I think it's well made overall, so I gave it a 6 out of 10 too. Like there's not a ton of films, even the ones that we don't like, that are not well made. I think those don't get into Venice.
Also, this is an Italian movie, right?
This is an Italian movie.
Yeah. So the Italian movies weren't that bad this year, and there weren't a lot of mediocre ones, but they were, solid.
So let's talk about the probably most talked about film coming out of Venice that also already premiered in TIFF and got pretty much the same responses at the end of the month. We'll be playing at the New York Film Festival, and I think it already has a release in January in a couple of places internationally. I think The Brutalist is really impressive on the director's side. It was filmed in 35mm, screened in 70. It looked stunning. It had a couple of issues, I think, with like nailing the focus during the performance. So it wasn't like flawless when it came to the exhibition of it, but it's basically one of these like epic tales that you'd easily compare to, yes, PTA, Paul Thomas Anderson, and
Coppola,
his recent
Sergio
work.
Leone's Once Upon a Time in America, all those movies, yeah.
All those films, yeah. We just thank you for summoning that up, quickening it up, so don't have to mention them all. But it tells the story of Laszlo Toth, who flees Europe without his wife and kid.
Hungary.
And tries to did I say Europe or did I say like a specific
you said
country?
Europe.
I said
Hungary. But he's Hungarian.
Comes into a America that is I guess ripe for the American dream, right? That's at least the idea. And then you get into the nuance of what that actually means as he tries to make a life for himself and hopefully get his family over at some point as well. And it really takes its time. Not in a way where it's just like meanders around. I think every sort of prolonged scene is always in service either of our lead character in Adrian Brody, who is stunning in this film. What an incredible performance. Really, really outstanding. Yeah, no, I just want to hand it over to you because I do these long-winded intros for all of these. Kev, what did you think? What is notable about The Brutalist?
The only negative about this screening was it was shown on 70mm and there was no English subtitles, which kind of sucked.
Yeah.
I'm hard of hearing. I need subtitles. And when actors are kind of mumbling or very breathy, that is quite a struggle for me to follow. So that probably impacted my my feelings of the movie a bit, but overall I could still follow the movie very much fine. I don't think we are in the group of calling this movie a masterpiece. Oh my god, this movie is on the same height as Casablanca and Citizen Kane. Cinema
Dory
is alive again. No, we aren't, unfortunately, in that group. But we are both agreeing this is a very strong movie. It does feel kind of solid. It apparently only has a budget of $10 million, which is
that's crazy
because it stretches that to its maximum. To be fair, the movie does take place on a resort on Guy Pearce land, so you don't have to go very far in terms of like production of your film, I guess. But it's still stunning to look at, and it's very well shot. Brady Corbet definitely deserve Best Director of Venice. The first half is, I think, impeccable. We were both like, oh my god, I can't wait to see what the second half has to offer, because there is a 15-minute intermission she's just focused on a family picture, and it was kind of weird to have an intermission like that in theater, because you see people walking around, you see people taking selfies in front of the intermission screening, which is like during the movie, a bit odd. There was also a very horny couple kissing in front of us during the Brutalist, to which we're both like, hey, that's a great marketing strategy. The Brutalist will definitely make you, I don't know
Brutalist
where I was
gets you
going with
laid.
that. Yeah. But the second half, and especially the momentum, we were talking about the Brutalist with someone else, and he said, like, I was so close to, to actually bonding with this movie. It was tugging my heartstrings, and that intermission kind of drops all the momentum, and it sort of does. And the second half wasn't as interesting as the first. Felicity Jones comes into play in the second half of the movie, and there's just some scenes I'm like, I'm not really that invested into it. The actress who plays their daughter, Felicity Jones and Adrian Brody's daughter,
Ruffy Cassidy, I think it is,
doesn't almost say a damn word into the movie, which I felt like was kind of the same thing as Anna Paquin in The Irishman, where she also didn't have a word to have that same type of impact, relevance to the movie, but I didn't really think it was on that level. So The Brutalist, while again tremendous story, Adrian Brody, like put that guy in a World War II era movie and he'll deliver a fascinating performance, especially after all the video and action movies he does on demand, really. So great little movie that just gets held back by its intermission and by its lack of momentum in the second half.
I think to me, one of the standouts are the two characters that are the American ones.
Oh yeah, Guy
like
Pearce.
The typical, the tycoon Harrison Lee Van Buren and his son Harry Lee Van Buren, who, one of them, Joe Alwyn, charges into the film with like a lot of authority and like this is so, and like so the contrast to Laszlo's character, and it really showcases where like they're grinding up against each other, where the movie builds to something where they have to kind of work together and to find the middle ground. And I love that this is not just like a making it type of story, that it goes into the nuances of the shortcomings that Adrian Brody's character has and the obvious shortcomings of everyone else around. And it makes it really complex when it's also like a movie about architecture, because he's an architect, and that's like basically what gets him in with Guy Pearce, that he wants to have this big project done for him. I think that part of it is really exciting because you want to see him build something, and to have that allegory of making a life for yourself literally be building something is so interesting, when he's ultimately not building his own life, but he's building the dream of someone else. But he wants to have his own fulfilled, and like that constantly clashing up against each other. Like how he prioritizes his work over his family, all of that. Like there's so much to unpack. This was the movie. Even though we sat there for 215 minutes, I was like, if there was a rescreening right now and we don't have anything else to watch, I would go right back in to rewatch The Brutalist. And I can't wait to rewatch it. And I think it will grow on me.
Probably.
But it was really strong. It was really strong.
It just didn't do it for. It just didn't grow on us in that screening.
Yeah, and to me, I don't know, maybe it was also like I got a bit pissed off on your sake. Just like, why did it fucking like, why is there no fucking screening? Like you were fine, but to me it was like each time it cut out, it took me out of it a bit, because I was thinking, Kevin can understand.
I was really surprised that even you said like, oh yeah, I couldn't follow all of it without the subtitles.
Yeah, because like the English parts weren't subtitled, and I really appreciate subtitles because it's like the given thing here. For me at least, because there's not always American subtitles, English subtitles, but there's always German and usually French ones. So I do have like, there's always something there. And when I watch something on streaming, I always have subtitles on because I feel like it's nice to have that extra thing in there. And I guess with these older movies, and it's the standard in the States that I guess you don't have it. But I mean, the score as well is like that score is really, really good. There's one better score coming out of the festival that we'll talk soon, but Daniel Bloomberg, shout out to him. The cause why Kev didn't understand like a lot of this film, but it was worth it. It
was. Again, it's probably the strongest filmmaking you'll see of the year. The only thing is, I don't know how this movie will do with the public, because again, this is a 3.5 hour movie that is very, very film artistry, like this is one of those movies that could become film bro.
I mean, look, like, with every other person coming out, I was like, no, believe the hype.
Yeah.
I was like, we are sitting on a branch and you're
yeah, you're
cutting it off.
Yeah.
You're like, this is just like, maybe people are going to connect with it. I feel like I'll like it more. I don't think it's like a masterpiece. It's a really good movie.
Yeah.
But to elevate it that quickly feels like it's incredible recency bias.
I mean, I think people will declare me crazy, but I don't have the Brutalist in my top 15.
Of the festival?
Yeah.
Or I don't even know. I don't know where it ranks for me. I'd have to check, but let me quickly do that before we move on.
Yeah. Right.
What's your rating for it, though? I think that's
my rating for the Brutalist is a 7 out of 10.
I don't have it in my top 15 as well.
Yeah. So, but we both agree, pretty strong. We're just not on that hype train everyone else is, and that's totally fine.
Both of us as well. We disagreed about some films, but it's surprising that we're basically on the same wavelength for the Brutalist.
But are we on the same wavelength for April?
So I think you fell asleep quite a bit during that one. I just had downed an energy. No, you will. No, don't play with us. Don't play with us. He was out from minutes. March till April.
10 minutes. No, I wasn't out for much of the movie, but I was out at some point.
But not that much. But I
actually
just
I wasn't out for
April.
I think you're confusing with another movie. I wasn't out for April.
Was there another like slow moving film? I thought we were sitting in the front third of it, and there were the Italian guys in front of us, the bald guy, the two bald guys that were in front of us.
That was that screening. Oh no.
That was that screening.
Oh man.
So this was like one of the things that really became apparent after April, and I think it's when I tweeted about like the reminder. Reminder: don't go on your phone, don't talk, leave if you don't enjoy the movie. Sincerely, eat shit.
Don't talk too
That's
loud.
what I tweeted.
Yeah.
Well, don't talk at all, I think is my thing, and I think the words uttered between the two of us. I think there were maybe 4 sentences that we spoke the entire festival in a screening. And it was usually like, do you want to go in 2? And then like in the other one, maybe one comment. Like, I think you said like once, is that ADR off or something like that?
They're doing the American Backyard, yeah.
So we respect, I don't think I had, during the 60 plus screenings that we saw, I did not take out my phone a single time. Because it's just a thing you don't do.
The only time I did that when I had to go to another screening, I was like, I do kind of have to look at it. Am I going to be on time?
Yeah.
But that's the only thing I did.
Yeah, you're checking it to then leave. So it's like one action follows the others. That's fine. There's nuance to this as well, much like Russians at war. There's nuance to this discussion. But no, we saw April, a very, very slow moving film that is quite, I'd say, harrowing to watch because it depicts this small town. She's not a nurse. She's a what did he call them? That
oh shit, yeah. Like
I know it in German, but I don't know it right now.
We'll say it in German. Yeah. Well, go ahead.
Hebamme is what it's called. It's called a midwife, is what she is.
I couldn't find the poster on it on Leopardi because it's so different out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's like a crumbled up
piece of paper with some blood behind it. Yeah.
So yeah, it's essentially about her who's like
she's an OB-GYN. OB-GYN. Yeah.
What is she in Star Wars?
Nina works in a small hospital of a provincial town as an OB-GYN.
I guess she's OB gynecologist.
Yeah.
I assume that's short for that.
Good. You figured it out. Good for you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, she's single and in abstinence from personal relationships. She is unconditionally devoted to her Hippocratic oath. When a newborn dies within seconds after being delivered under her supervision, she's accused of wrongdoings. And that part of it is that's how the movie, I think,
opens.
No, it doesn't open. No, it doesn't open with that. I think it's like a multiple minutes of like rain and something like that.
Oh yeah. It's a storm. then the stillbirth happens. It's a little inside the incident, guys. Right? So then the stillbirth happens very explicitly.
Bro, I thought it was real. I thought it was.
Yeah.
I don't know if it. That was, and it like it's a top-down shot.
Yeah.
You know, legs open, the baby's coming out. As like I saw like I was looking around. I saw like half of the row of the guys. Like,
oh yeah, no. I saw one guy look like this, like
watch it. That's part of the experience. If you don't want to see this, walk out. Like. You can't leave a rating if you don't watch the child come out of it. It's like, that's part of it. It's like, don't be a pussy when you see a pussy. It's as simple as that. But yeah, I found it in those moments where it was about like giving birth and those tense moments, they worked really well in like the locked off camera, just like staying on it. And I think it also worked within some of the more tenseful moments between two people when nothing is said, and they remain in like the same room for like 8 minutes straight and not a lot happens. I think it, like, especially during a film festival, it's like you predict a movie like this to come out to screen at some point, and you're like dreading it.
You predicted it, yeah.
I really. You know, it's all across the board. Obviously, got an award, and there's some people, even on my Letterboxd, that like connected with, that gave it a good rating, and yeah. But most of the people didn't really enjoy it, and I can't really fault them for it, because I don't think it really comes together in a way that feels like it's making its point in why it needs to be this slow in every moment instead of just using it when it's most effective.
Yeah.
Yeah. How did you feel about it?
I said to some people, to April, right? This April is the most film festival movie that has ever been film festivaled at a film festival. It might sound weird, but one of the reviews on Letterboxd also like, oh, I fell asleep and I woke up to the same shot, and it's like that is the type of movie you see. And the shock value is 100% there. The way the story is told is very admirable. It's just that again, it's a bit like Vermiglio, right? Just the speed of that movie, and just seeing shots of the rainforest, even her going out in a car, picking up strangers and offering to do sexual things with them, is like, that doesn't really feel like it fits into the movie. And even the dispute of the stillbirth doesn't really have a through line to the entire film. It's pretty much one thing in the beginning and just one thing at the end. But there are definitely some things like in the movie that you are like, damn, that's very courageous to show and portray in the way that it shows it. But in the end, I'm just like, I'm impressed, but I'm also not impressed. It does leave the viewer very conflicted. And if that's its goal, job well done. But it just doesn't sit long with me.
Yeah, one of the points that I brought up as well is like the film festival type of aesthetic, the typical type of film is like often long shots where we remain with a character and it seemingly is giving it more depth or more artistry, when I feel like it would be so much harder to craft that moment in a more interesting pacing. And even though it is sometimes then really praised when we dare to stay on a shot for very long, I feel like sometimes it's like the way easier solution to do.
Yeah.
And I actually don't think it's very beneficial to praise it if there's no actual reason. It's the same reason where like if there's no reason for a one shot, then you don't make a one shot, then you cut once there's no more reason for it. Otherwise it becomes a gimmick and it undercuts the overall tone that you're going for in your film. And I think tone is very important, where sometimes that term gets often misused.
Would you use the term dead air for this movie as well? Because I think sometimes the way characters speak, like, someone would say something and everyone would just sit there in silence for like half a minute. That I was sometimes like, this could have been a bit week.
But I think I think for this movie it totally makes sense. That's why like I'm conflicted about it, because I like where no, I don't like, but I understand why they create that dead air, because it's supposed to be this uncomfortableness that you have to sit in. But when every single scene is that, it is so dreadful. Like it's so depressing. And I know Georgia, might not be the funnest place to be around, but man, like my God. April.
I
gave
it a 6 out of 10. Yeah.
Yeah, you liked it more than I did.
Yeah, again, like I understand what it does. It does it very well. It was just not for me. And I just hope with that statement I don't get any of them, because I've seen them on Letterboxd too, like, oh, this movie is not for men. It's like kind of like, oh man.
Well,
that's a stance.
Yeah.
But
cool. It's
again, I like what it's doing. I just don't love it in the way it's done.
Well, I don't know if a movie just showing all of the shortcomings of patriarchy, where like, her encounter in the car when she's trying to hook up with someone that ends badly, her being accused of wrongdoings, like all comes, maybe you could bring it back to her being a woman and maybe having that sort of empathy while she's helping women who like the critique that gets brought up, which is a slight spoiler, that she's helping doing abortions, which is illegal, or she's not allowed to, or she could lose her license at least. All of those things, like they are obviously like pro-choice, right? All of those things when in a really conservative country. I don't think inherently that like it becomes a gender issue, although at the core of it is. But like for a art form in a movie, I feel like reducing it to like you're this or this gender, that's why you think this and this about it, is so reductive and dumb. So I hope it doesn't happen with us, because like there's nuance that we can talk about, like what worked and what didn't work. All right, Walter Salles is back with his film set in Rio de Janeiro in the 1970s in I'm Still Here. I'm not going to try to say it in Portuguese because I'll fail.
Don't just try it, man.
No embarrassment to be had here. Fernanda Torres was the standout for us. No, I'm just going to ignore you. No, I'm just going to move past it, because like
Ainda,
Estou, Aqui. Oh, we said it at the same time. Oh my god.
Oh my god. We in sync, bro. Ooh.
But yeah, we both talked about Fernanda Torres being the standout here. I think she's incredibly captivating as a woman who gets left behind after her husband, who's I think is a senator or a politician. I don't know,
an ex-politician.
Ex-politician is abducted and it's just gone, and they never know what happened to him. They assume he's dead, and she's left behind with I think 5 children.
Yeah, 5.
That she has to take care of, and there's a couple of movies that within the 70s under that dictatorship regime in Brazil and Argentina, which I arguably
South America,
South America. Like I don't know much about it, and I kind of learn through movies that get to grab my attention about the issue, and then sometimes I end up reading up on it. And I think it's a really interesting time. This is one of the better ones, I feel like, because it is not really caught up within the thriller aspects of maybe the sort of abduction and what's happening. It is kind of solely concerned with how it leaves the woman behind, this woman behind with her family. And this is also a film that's based on true events. This actually happened, which a lot of these stories are, but they may be a bit more fabricated and changed. But I found it quite moving, the way that it kind of goes through the years. But yeah, Kev, what did you make of it?
While watching this movie, I had to think quite a lot about a movie called Missing with Jack Lemmon, I believe. But and again, I really liked it, as you said, when the ending happened. So after a based on the true story movies, you usually get like in the credits you get more background. And when I read the background, I was like, wait, I actually would have preferred to literally what I literally would have loved to see seen what the background in the end credit said than just her kind of like mourning through this grief in like a very wandering, not meandering, but very wandering way. And I was oh, I think we actually could have gotten a bit more out of this story than the movie told. And so in the end, I kind of left the movie conflicted with, I liked what we got, but I would have loved what we could have gotten. So that's,
Yeah, I feel the same.
That damages the movie for me a bit in the end.
I think there's a bit of potential left on the table. I feel like just Venena Torres really raises it up another notch for me.
Even the kids are very strong.
Yeah. One of the child before. Actually, like,
I'm the one to
if they didn't get. Well, I can't because I hate kids.
Yeah.
But I couldn't really figure out like one of them that would get the like young actor award, but I would have taken it over the guy who got it for that other French film. And Walter Salles, I think he's known mainly for his film Central Station. It's got like 125k logs on Letterboxd. I feel like within the film community, it's a bit more known. I didn't connect with it as much as like, it's a 4.3 on Letterboxd. I didn't love it as much, but I did like this a bit more, and I feel like it has the same kind of cinematic language of like something about family that really resonates that he's able to capture here.
It's really a family drama. That's it.
Yeah, basically, and the thriller aspects of it are a bit more in the background, which I appreciate. I feel like it could have gone deeper though. But yeah, I ended up giving it I'd say like a lower 8 out of 10, like more an 8.7.
I gave it a 7 out of 10.
But yeah, might be in the Oscar conversation once that rolls around.
If Brazil picks it for its international feature, it has a very strong shot of being there. Yeah.
If it gets picked, then it is like, although it has only a release set next year in January in France, so I don't know if it'll be for a lot of these titles. I guess it might be like next year until they become relevant for the Oscars. But yeah, let's talk about Babygirl. The follow-up to Helena Ren.
She's Dutch,
sorry.
So I actually can say your name.
Good for you. Good for you.
What do you mean good for you? Oh man, this guy's just good for you.
Nah, good for you, man. Good for you. I think it's great that you can speak
good
Dutch.
Boy, huh?
Yes, good boy. What did you say about this one? That it's like there's 2 movies this year where a woman turns into a dog at night, right?
There are 2 high-profile actresses that are pretending to be dogs, and Nicole Kidman is one of them in Babygirl.
Yeah, the other one's, by the way, Night Bitch.
Night Bitch, Amy Adams, yeah.
Which already premiered at TIFF. We haven't seen it yet. But yeah, apparently it's better than the trailer. It's on to believe. But Bodies follow up. Babygirl here sees the pairing of Nicole Kidman and a very demanding Harris Dickinson, who seems to know what he wants, be in a bit of an affair where she is the CEO of a company, comes in as an intern, and quickly there's some tension, some sexual tension between those two. And it evolves into what the Letterboxd synopsis says, a torrid affair. I don't know what torrid means, but it feels accurate. I don't know what it means, but it's just like it feels accurate. We got Antonia Banderas as her husband, Sophie Wilde as her really enthusiastic, I wouldn't say assistant, but she's probably like some fancy title that she has that she's working with her. An interesting cast here. I think the movie really moves at an interesting, compelling pace, and there's a bunch of sex scenes in it. What else is there to say, Kev? What else do we say about Babygirl? I had a great time with it.
I actually want to educate the audience by telling them what torrid means, and it means very hot and dry, which feels kind of wrong to apply because it takes place during Christmas at some point. There's a lot of snow. There's milk involved, so it doesn't really stay dry. And yeah,
it couldn't be further from dry.
Obviously, Nicole Kidman plays this very successful CEO and enters this sort of power dominatrix sort of affair. Nicole Kidman masturbates into this movie not even 5 minutes into this movie. Nicole Kidman masturbates after just having sex with Antonio Banderas, which is kind of insane. If you just have sex with Antonio Banderas, right? Well, that's a spoiler, bro. What the fuck?
I'm sorry.
It's just a spoiler. I saved you guys from a spoiler. So you and you better edit that lost.
Okay.
Right. But also, very happy to see Sophie Wilde into this movie. from last year's, no, 2 years ago, Talk to Me.
Yeah.
Very, very happy she's in this movie as well. Yeah, I honestly had a blast with this movie. It's in my top 10. It's my number 10 in my top 10. But you know, it's absurd. It's thrilling, and honestly, the movie even gets a chuckle out of you a couple of times because of these weird things that Nicole Kidman and Harris Dickinson consensually do to each other, and I honestly had a lot of fun with it. And also, some people saying this movie isn't erotic.
Bro, what the fuck did you? No, I feel like there's also a type of discussion around like sex in movies
Yeah,
from
yeah.
younger people where there's like reports that people don't like it as much. It's
No.
like, what the fuck do you mean? The tension between like the command that Harris Dickinson kind of puts onto her
Yeah.
when, you know, obviously she's in the CEO in the real world. She has a bit more power, but once they're in the bedroom, they switch it around. But she like
Not
has
even
to
in the
kinda let-
bedroom, just in general.
and just and she kind of, you know, is pushing up against that and has to let go, and maybe she doesn't want to, maybe that's too risky, and that part of it is all exciting. I think this is an incredibly erotic film.
Yeah.
Really, really sexy in a good way, without like focusing so much on the judgment of you know, obviously, like if it were gender swapped, then this would be maybe a completely different movie, although it doesn't really have to be. I think it still can be really interesting, and I think it doesn't go down a route that it feels like super expected or boring.
I mean,
It
I
stays true to
literally
its core.
asked you because I didn't see it, but I actually like, is this like the best version of 50 Shades of Grey?
I've only seen the first one as well, but then I told you that like 50 Shades of Grey is very much different because it's a bit more that power fantasy of like a rich guy that
Well,
embraces
yeah,
you.
but I'm telling you, if this
but
was
it's
another,
dangerous.
if this were the other way, right? So, as you say, like swapped, is this the best version of 50 Shades of Grey? It kind of is, right?
Yeah, it would be, although I guess her and 50 Shades of Grey doesn't really have a connection to his company, so it's not as risky in that regard. But hey, there's sex in it and nudity, and I had a chuckle reading through my notes because like there's a lot of like sex terms that I wrote down. I was like, okay, yeah, that happened. There's a blowjob and squirting. There's a lot that goes on in this film, and I like that it goes for it, and Helena seems to be
I just
an interesting
love the
filmmaker to watch.
thought of you writing down those terms in a public theater.
I think at one
But it
point,
makes
this
sense.
is a spoiler, so you have to bleep it. This is just for you, Kev. But I just like it's one of my notes.
To the viewers, that is very funny what you just said. So yeah.
You also made a plea that they should get rid of the Sofia Coppola font for this one, right, on the poster.
Oh yeah, the Priscilla one. Yeah, it's so weird.
Yeah.
They don't even use the same one in the movie. Just use one in the movie.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah.
Babygirl can both recommend.
Yeah, it's an A24 film.
Right.
Will release at the end of the year in the States, and then probably early next year internationally. Be on the lookout. Also a screening at the Zurich Film Festival if you are in that area. I don't know.
And then we move on to Jouer avec le feu. I believe this movie earns the award of worst translated movie of all time, right? Because not only is the translation completely off, it doesn't even represent the movie that well because the sun doesn't really stay that quiet.
It's not quiet
so
at all.
yeah, if the people want to know what the real title is, if you translate it correctly, it is Playing with Fire. But the movie,
that John Cena movie.
But yeah, that's why it's not translated to that, because otherwise you just get buried online with the John Cena and Keegan-Michael Key movie. So that's why it went for The Quiet Son. But The Quiet Son talks about this father who has two sons. One is doing extremely well in school, just nailing his numbers, and is about to go to university. One is kind of struggling through life and is sort of making the wrong friends, and thus is invited into joining some extremist group. We watch the movie as Vincent Lindon extremely well. Struggles with the keeping the ropes on both of his sons. This movie is very topical in its French climate. You know, you got the gilets jaunes, the yellow jackets, who also always make a mess in France at our protest riots. The friends that his son makes all wear Nazi tattoos, that tattoos on the back, you know. So, you know, it's kind of a simple but very straightforward manner to show what kind of friends he hangs out with. It really is not only a topical movie in the French climate, but in the European climate and the European politics, as more people start to go to the extreme right, politics-wise. But I really, really love this movie, but I think you even love this movie more than me, Ewan, because you teared up a few times. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, it's my number 4 movie of the festival. I won't get like into the specifics of what cost me, because it's like, you know, I feel like it's a bit too personal to share. But I found this, you know, he's a railroad worker who basically has to work at night. And we get to see that a bit at the start, right? That he needs to go to his night shifts. And then it kind of, I don't consider this a spoiler, but it fades a bit into the background. Yeah. But it's implied that like he's so worked up about this. This is grinding him down to keep a leash, like you said, you know, on his son that is going down the wrong path, realizing that like the more control he's trying to have over him, the less he gets to control him. Then he tries to have less control over him. It doesn't work either. It's just like, it's condemning him down a path where there's a point of no return for him that seems all but inevitable, and you just question why. And it's hard to say why for that specific character. It keeps going down like that self-destructive path where a lot of it, you know, the discussion of like where these racist tendencies come from, and it's almost always like, I think maybe it's another film, or what I think pretty sure it was The Quiet Son, where it's like it's always someone else. It's never you who causes the problem. It's never you who take responsibility. It's always everyone else who's causing you your problems. And you see it in politics everywhere, and it's been a thing for hundreds of years. And it's just frustrating that we don't really move past that. And seeing that in a family dynamic where there's, I think, a lot of love to go around is really moving, because you could easily have like the son who goes too wild, who does join up with the wrong people, and is thrown out of home, and basically it becomes like a shitbag. Yeah. It's not that at all, because there's a frequent moments of like where they connect again. And it makes it so much more devastating when he once again chooses to just be hateful. And none of it feels like it's like pandering in a way, or like it feels like this is a warning signal at the core of it. It is such a strong drama where I'm so invested in just the well-being of everyone. And all of it just like makes you shake your head and go like, why? How do we keep getting to this point? It's a very frustrating film in the best possible way in how it's crafted. It's going to be for now it's in my top 10 of the year, and I think it will, unless there's something really good, will stay there. It's my 4th favorite film of the festival. I really dug it. Vincent Lindor, currently one of my frontrunners for Best Actor, that I would definitely give a shout out. I'm super happy he won the award. Gave this one a 9 out of 10. Yeah, I gave really loved it. I also gave this a 9 out of 10. It's just so strong, and honestly, I told you before, I'm here for Vincent Lindon, and he delivered. I love the guy in abundance. Absolutely love the guy, and I believe my favorite sentence that is being said in the movie is, "If we're too different to communicate, they've won." And I just absolutely love that sentence. Okay, that was one of the ones that made me cry. I cried like 4 times during this movie. Yeah, and that sentence really hit hard. And I also think just summarizes the movie pretty well. Yeah, absolutely love this one. The best French film of the festival, and the French normally have a very high standard. I believe we have met a French movie that has come below those standards. Which movie then again? Do you want to talk about that one? Sure. Yeah.
What's the
where
movie
is it?
called again? You say it.
Wait, I can't find it. Where is it?
Well, it's literally under it.
An honest
Wait,
woman.
that's not that
No, it's
one. I wanted to talk about the other one underneath.
Oh, I thought you wanted to talk about like the meander. Oh yeah, I guess this next one is also French. We could do a triple feature with.
Oh, you want to do the? Yeah. Let's go.
Le enfant, oh
What?
Le enfant après, and the children after them. So this is another one that's like, about like the family tensions. I'm just going to skip past him because he just wants to desperately correct my French, and I'm going to ignore him. But it said like in Eastern France.
I actually did. I actually said I think that pronunciation was pretty well. I'm not gonna say anything.
Le enfant après eux.
Now you butchered it, but
I put a bit of stank on it. But it's about two teenage cousins that have the summer of their lives when they paddle a purloined canoe to the far shore of a lake. So that's the opening of the film, and then it becomes a sort of romance film of these like star-crossed lovers that aren't really lovers because she's like a couple of years older than him, but the lead guy is kind of set on courting her and getting with her, and he lives in a household where there's a very over-the-top bad husband and father that is so incredibly reductive of a person, and then he's barely a character, and they have the audacity to, in the later half of the film, try to flesh him out as like this nuanced person.
Yeah.
And like,
No.
fuck off. Like,
No.
what are you doing? The movie is also 2 hours and 26 minutes long. And my God, I had another film earlier this year in Cannes, L'amour ouf, that felt the same way. That just like was also 2.5 hours long, and it was so meandering in its own like etchy aesthetics of like these teenagers who I don't know, are up to no good and come from abusive households. There's also a recurring thing with like an antagonist that he has in his life, and I wouldn't say it's another person in the movie, it's just an antagonist to him, and then they also want to flesh him out, and none of it comes together to me. I feel like this was just a bit of a miss. A bit of a miss from the French. Well, one more thing that I want to say before I hand it off to you, Kev. To me, unsurprisingly, this is a novel adaptation, and you can really feel that, like, hey, maybe on the page, these characters work better, but once you, like, have to look at them and the story unfolds in, like, moving pictures with actual people, it just doesn't work. But I can see maybe why it worked better in written form, but not as a movie.
Leur enfant après eux. Also the fact that this movie started with the Warner Brothers logo was kind of weird. But I kind of was thinking, so you start with the Warner Brothers logo. In Europe, if you have a streaming service, you have to invest in the local film industry. And I was kind of thinking, maybe this is like a movie that they were like, oh yeah, a movie adaptation of that book. Sure, we'll spend some money in that, and because of that, does have this sort of qualitative standard that is,
pretty high.
Pretty high.
Yeah.
And for that, I can't fault it on many things in terms of filmmaking, but it just feels, and I believe you said it to me after the movie, it just feels like a story we've seen so many times, and that's why the last few years, with Gagarin, with Rodeo, focusing on a sci-fi story, focusing on like a motorbike gang story, that's what makes that story refreshing. But this one just repeats all the cliches, and like you said, with the father, they want to kind of flesh him out. They totally fail with that. And if I look at like another father figure from like Il Tempo si vuole, like I look at that, I'm like, that's what they tried to do, and they completely failed here. So yeah, and just the fact it was so long. The makeup in this felt so plasticky to me.
The father was, you said, it didn't stand out as much to me, but you said like the father
and like at some point a character gets burnt into the movie and his hand just looks like full on, like he had the glove on, really. So Leur enfant après eux, this is a French miss, definitely below the standard of what the French could do. But there is another movie that is even below the standard of Leur enfant après eux, which is Trois Amis or as I should say, trois amis désolé, because that's the thing they say the most to each other. Oh, désolé, and like they say sorry to each other so many times.
Yeah.
And this movie.
Sorry, I fucked your husband.
Yeah.
Sorry, I fucked him again. Sorry, I fucked someone else. Oh, you were someone with someone new? Oh, I fucked him before.
Oh, no,
sorry.
no. They're like, oh, you're someone new? Oh, I kind of like you, but I don't want you. Oh, wait, you're someone else new. Oh, I kind of like you. Yeah, I'm gonna fuck you. It's like, bro, the love interest.
I think it's like a meme post for French in how like what's the word, like how open they are with their relationships and just like flamboyant or whatever. And it's the wrong word.
I feel like this movie was written by Oprah. He was a love interest. He was a love interest. Here's another love interest. And at the end, I'm just like, this movie isn't over yet. Oh God. There's another party. Oh, everyone meets each other again. Oh no! Like, oh, I was just done with this movie, man. And people like this movie.
I know, because it in a way it feels like, hey, you could maybe praise the screenplay in the way that they are just like interacting with each other, and there's like nuances, like there's tensions that we know more than the characters do about each other, that could make it intriguing, and that part of it I think is well done. I just don't find the premise of itself of them just being not really great friends, cheating and fucking their way through everything, really that captivating. I just find it a bit boring. And that's basically the whole movie, right? There's not much beyond all of the love stories that goes on, and I never found any of the characters intriguing enough to even care about their love stories.
And the conversation they're even having it's like, you know,
oh yeah, it's giving 40-year-old ex-wife with a red wine red wine in her hand.
So yeah, I think this was I don't know if this was the worst movie. Was it the worst French movie of the festival? Yeah,
it might have been.
Yeah, it was.
And there wasn't that many.
I think Finalement was better than Trois Amis. So yeah. Sure. This is the worst movie of the festival.
I don't know. Well, I gave all three of these like a 5 out of 10. I think Les Enfants Après has the benefit of like having a lot of money behind it.
Yeah.
And this one's a bit more of a straight up romance.
Yeah.
What is it, like, also comedy? Yeah. A rom-com, but I didn't really laugh that much.
No.
Yeah. It's okay, but it's not one of the French films that you have to watch this year.
Yeah, no. Trois Amis.
Right. Well,
no. Trois Amis get less than 3 stars.
3 étoiles. Okay, well, it's the dead of night. We're talking about 3 Italian movies next. As you can see, the time has changed. Kev's background got dark. This has been an endeavor. As you can see, it's a long video. I didn't even know. I have no clue if this episode is going to be 6 hours long or maybe 2.5. It's definitely not going to be 2.5. It's a long episode, and we had to split the recordings a bunch of times. But we're going to talk about the 3 Italian movies in competition, other than Vermiglio that we already covered, and technically maybe Queer would also be considered Italian.
No.
It's Luca Guadagnino, but not really, I'd say.
No.
We'll kick it off
with... It takes place in Mexico. What the fuck are you on about?
No, but it's an Italian filmmaker, and that's why, like, I think in the official announcement of the festival, they said there's 5 Italian movies in competition, and they included Queer. Really? That's why I'm mentioning it.
Alright, cool.
But yeah, Battleground. As World War I comes to a close, 2 army doctors who used to be childhood friends are stationed at the same military hospital where heavily wounded soldiers arrive from the front. One is set on sending them back as soon as possible. The other has a very different approach. There's also a nurse that arrives that they know, and I feel like this movie just kind of meanders around and never truly gets interesting to me. Kev, how do you feel?
I'm not gonna lie, I actually don't even remember much of this movie. Because,
that's what I thought.
You know, I'm not one to take notes. I very much watch all the movies, and I surprisingly remember a lot of them. Last year I remembered quite a lot of them. Battleground is just one of those movies that I was like, I believe it was just solidly made. I believe it had a solid story in terms of, you got 2 doctors. Actually, I do remember a bit of it. You got 2 doctors.
Good for you.
One of them is like, you are in too good shape. You may go home, even though they are absolutely injured, but hey, some of them are mutilated
Mutilated.
themselves. Yeah, mutilate themselves. And that one doctor kind of sees through the screen of just hey, I want to get out of the war. Please send me home. But he obviously recognizes those traits and sends them back to the front. And then you got one doctor that actually kind of behind the screens actually helps the people get out of there. Some in pretty easy ways and some in pretty brutal and bloody ways. So I did think it was a solid movie. I just don't think it's anything to talk about, really.
It's really unfortunately forgettable, and like one of the things that I noticed as well, I had this little notebook before I upgraded to the bigger one.
Yeah.
And I took one page of also these are kind of, these shouldn't be sent back to the front as well. And I took one page of notes, and then like literally
Which is
like nothing.
Little for you, yeah.
And that's not a lot. I think then afterwards for the Brutalist I took like 13. And there was just not that much to write down. I think it starts off with like a hill of bodies where like one of them is like reaching out, and you basically
that was pretty gruesome.
Yeah, and I thought like, okay, a World War film that is about like the death toll of the war front, and then you see that it definitely has a lower budget than, I mean, it's also not interested in, I guess, going to the front and actually seeing like that type of action, but then it's also not as concerned about like the morality of like sending them back. It's like very much that's the center maybe for these characters, but they're never interesting enough. It's more about like trying to not leak that one of them is maybe not trying to send them back as soon as possible.
And there's like a nurse that is between the two, so you kind of got like a trifecta of characters that the main story is driving.
It should write itself, but it's so underwhelming in its presentation, and like just something about it is just like really underwhelming, and I can't say exactly why that is.
Me neither.
It's unfortunately quite a forgettable film overall.
Then we got a second Italian movie.
Oh yeah, by the way, we both gave it like a 5 out of 10, I think, for that one.
Oh yeah, I gave it a 6. Again, kind of like the
filmmaking behind it. When you got that,
behind it was pretty good.
Gets half
most of it takes place in a hospital, but they do upgrade to another section of the hospital that is also kind of like like harrowing to see, but it's not harrowing enough to stay in my brain. So yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And then the next one is called Edu Sicilian Letters, which sees it's a weird film. It's set in the early 2000s, where Catello, a career politician that spent the last few years in prison, is released. There's also a mafia boss on the loose that he's kind of loosely connected to. I think it's alluded he's like his godfather or something. And then the police wants him to help them to catch him, and they do that by these Sicilian letters. These letters that he writes to him, trying to bait him out. And then it's like I would love to say it's like a cat and mouse game if the mouse was bald. I don't know. I think it had some pretty funny moments in there. Particularly a recurring bit is just him making fun of his son-in-law, and not really taking him seriously. I didn't really find that storyline came together. I found the lead to be unbearable, and I think it's intentional. He's supposed to be an ass, but I think it just was too much for me. I just wanted him to like fail so hard, and then I really couldn't get wrapped up in the plot of the film. I couldn't have cared less. So I was really out of it. Did you like it a bit more than I did?
I did, but I think the movie struggles into deciding what it wants to be.
Yeah.
It is sort of a crime movie, but it's also sort of a policier movie. Mm-hmm. And it struggles to kind of
the police characters are weird
on both of them. There's just one female police officer that is prominent, Yeah, it's indeed a weird one because I think generally it got a lot of positive reception, but it's weird. It had a lot of things
I don't
going
think
for it.
so. Did it?
I have no.
I mean,
Other
looking at the
people.
letterbox curve, it has no 4.5 stars rating, a couple of 5 stars,
Oh,
and then
damn.
most of it is like 2, 2.5, and 3.
Yeah, you know what's funny? I also got all of the Italian movies next to each other in my list. There's just yeah. Oh wow! So it didn't even get a positive reception, really. Huh?
No.
You can cut that out then.
No, we'll leave that in just to say, like, you'd expect a movie like this to kind of do well with an Italian audience, and I guess it just kind of backfired. It doesn't really.
Yeah, because it just doesn't know what it wants to be, and even the ending is sort of like they want to give you like a certain punch, like, oh, look at the consequences.
I hated some of the
decisions.
consequences because it felt like not appropriate, and it got me really frustrated, which I feel like was maybe again the intention. I'm giving it the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
But it just kind of annoyed me where it ended up and where it wanted to like conclude. I gave this one a 4 out of 10.
I gave it a 5.
I really couldn't wait for it to be over. And then the best out of these Italian films, in my opinion, was a Diva Futura, which is, if you don't include queer in this, is a film set in the 1980s and 90s in Italy, about basically the mass culture adaptation of porn through this Italian agency called Diva Futura, and it paints the lead as like an idealistic man obsessed with beauty and mostly good intentions. He creates a successful empire of the newly coined term porn stars, and pulling these young women up into fame through the girl next door type of aesthetic. And the film also tackles the repercussions of being locked up like by this collective glass ceiling that they're going to reach through being cast as this one thing and never being able to escape it, even if they aspire to be something else. No, I wouldn't say something more. I would say something else than known for porn. There's one notable exception with Alona Stoller, who like made it into like a government position. And this is one iconic clip that seemingly everyone in Italy knew because they were cheering for it when it happened.
Yeah.
It's also like, it's not a made up story. Diva Futura is a real company that existed, so it's like based on inspired by true events, and then kind of goes crazy. And you can kind of see that like one of the characters, the receptionist in the film, ended up writing a book about it, a novel about it, and then she's also a core part of the film when she doesn't really need to be in all of the scenes. Like, you could definitely ride around her, and like she would be one of the maybe omissions from a lot of the plot, but because she's a person who writes about it, she feels like at the center of it all, just always being there, which is like one of the, I think, presentation-wise, I think that's like where it falls short a bit. It also overstays its welcome a bit because it tries to capture like the whole life of Riccardo Schicchi. Schicchi, I don't know how you actually say his name. I'm sorry for all the Italians listening. And Diva Futura, and I think it succeeds in a lot of ways, and it doesn't really fall like that hard when it fails. So again, I had a great time with it. Overall, I think a movie I didn't expect to have a good time with, because I had no idea I was going into like the creation of like a porn agency like halfway through the festival.
Well, the reason I think the movie is good at what it does is because it portrays the main actor. We said Chick, right?
Schicchi is like SCHICCI.
Schicchi. Because Schicchi tries to make porn on a very
level,
ethically correct way, right?
Yeah.
As he said, where we don't take women off the street or people off the street to make porn, like we get tested and all this and that.
It's also like critiquing when they make more of the stuff where the woman just looks in pain, right? And then it's like the others are like, oh yeah, that's what people want. And it's like, well, no, you're normalizing them wanting it by creating it, and it's like this kind of circle. I really appreciated that being brought up. It didn't seem like it was pandering too much or like, showing him in too much of a positive light, although it was doing that, but it felt like a good protagonist to follow, within the porn industry where you have a lot of like exploitations happening. Yeah.
The only negative I think we both had with the movie was the way it was structured. The intro is like everyone gets introduced. So you got like Skeechi, you got one woman, the other, one more, because I believe the movie has 3 like porn stars at its center of the story, and then you got the assistant as well, but I don't think she gets an introduction.
I think she does.
Oh, she does.
She might. I don't remember. It was like 5 or 6 of them. It's quite a few.
Yeah, so you get the introductions, and then the movie kind of shifts between the present. Like I guess the
80s and the 90s.
The latest stage of the timeline they're in.
Yeah.
And then they constantly switch back, and sometimes that got a bit confusing. But overall, besides all the little nitpicks and flaws we have, I did overall have a good time with it, as you did. So I gave it a 7 out of 10.
Damn, you moved up your rating. Okay, I like that.
Oh yeah, I did.
Well, you gave it a 6 out of 10, I think, coming out of the festival. But I'll take the 7. I also gave it a 7 out of 10.
Oh yeah, I did give it a 6. Damn.
But hey, memory, it's a 7, so that's locked in on the Quiet on Set podcast. No take backsies.
I know what, it deserves a 7.
You now got chlamydia. Anyways, so Luca Guadagnino's second best film of the year, Queer, stars Daniel Craig as William Lee as an American expat in Mexico City in 1950. He goes out to drink, get laid, and is deeply stuck in his addiction to a variety of drugs. He meets Eugene Allerton, a young student new to the city, and they share an intimate connection. Sex is what that means, and the scenes that portray that are stunning, I gotta say. This is easily also, we talked about this already, the best score of the festival, again by Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross, who also fucking kicked ass with challenges this year, which, by the way, I feel like is still my favorite score of the year. This is right up there in my top 3 or maybe top 5 as well. It's also an adaptation of William S. Burroughs' novel of the same name. And as far as the structure of the movie goes, there's like 3 distinct chapters that we get to see. And I think chapter 1 is the one where I wanted to see even more of, which is, no spoilers here, I'd say, is set in that in Mexico City, like the beginning stages of him going out, drinking, meeting people, talking to people. And I think that's just like, it's such a vibe that you'd love to stay in the whole movie. And apparently in the extended cut that they cut down for the Venice premiere, which I don't know if they'll change anything. It might be like a version that only we got to see and might be changed later on. There's an extra, like, I think 30 minutes that most of it takes place in Mexico City.
Yeah, this one is 2 hours and 15 minutes. I believe the original cut was 3 hours and 20 or 3 hours and 15.
So quite a bit.
So like almost an hour, really.
Yeah.
And I absolutely love the first chapter as well, because Daniel Craig in this movie has a sort of flamboyancy, right? And seeing that flamboyancy evolve into his addiction, into the sex he's having with not only Drew Starksky but other people as well, and the sunny city of Mexico, and especially one scene.
So yellow.
Yes, so yellow, but
Yeah.
it doesn't have the piss filter for it, which thank God people can do with Mexico, right?
Yeah.
But my favorite scene was just Daniel Craig literally sitting at a desk. You got the blue yellow sky in the back. He's smoking crack. The score roars. That was my
Crazy.
favorite part of the movie.
Yeah.
Just complete vibe, and that vibe dissolves into the other chapters and just completely evaporates at the end of it. And we were both
Yeah.
looking like at each
What
other
the-
like,
just happened?
what's happening? I get that Guadagnino is going into this like experimental filmmaking side later
Mhm.
into the movie, but we were both like, this is not the same movie that it started out as. And
Yeah.
some people might love it, but we didn't. at all.
It's I mean the later things. I really like the beginning stages of the film, and I like the exploration that it does of like his addictive tendencies that aren't just with substances but also with love that is unreciprocated, and that stuff like really hits, and it could hit so much more in like the later stages of the film, but it tries to, I think it's part of it, but not the core focus. It wants to swing like in some like bigger way,
Yeah.
and then it kind of falls short where it really is like then a bit more caught up in showing us the more subjective view of like a drug intake when before that we were looking from the outside in onto him, which I found to be a bit more interesting because it's not like shaping us as much in what we like are meant to believe about this character. We get to judge him a bit more just like looking at him. Drew Starkey though, I really good. I really liked
good,
his like he is somewhat, he's like rigid and hard. Word hard is the wrong word to say, but he's like soft and hard at the same time. Just to lean into it a bit more. He has like both of those spectrums within him, even though he can be like quite dismissive as well. So he comes off as like really cold in parts, and it reminded me a bit of like the Quiet Son, where like they have these good moments with each other, but then also like some places where it escalates out of nowhere, and you're like, oh, why are you being so hurtful to each other? Like this is not the way you should treat each other. It's another one where I really wanted to revisit it. I'd love to see the longer cut.
Me too.
I hope it's like a done version, and they just really had to cut it down for Venice in order to make the schedule work or something.
It didn't debut at any other festivals?
No, it premiered at TIFF, and then it's going to premiere in October.
New York and
then
London.
Yeah, and then in London, yeah.
I also would have loved some scenes to be swapped, actually. So I would have loved... I would love to have some scenes where Daniel Craig is like tripping to have been from Starkey's perspective. Because that would make more sense, as you know, he's kind of figuring out his sexuality, his relationship with drugs, like all of that gets put on him. I would have loved to see how he processed that instead of Daniel Craig, who kind of looks like he already has experienced so much of life. I would have loved to know what that was from Eugene's perspective. That was also my kind of flaw with the movie, besides the fact that it just really kind of gets off the rails in its latter stages. But overall, like, still impeccable cinematography, still very strong direction, and a great score. I'll keep this movie above water for me. So, I did give it a 7 out of 10, but I would have really want to like it more. So,
for me too. I also am like I'm caught somewhere between a 7 and an 8 because I feel like that director's cut could make it better for me.
The director's cut could make or break it.
Potential right now, I really from what people are likely going to see, I think I can't recommend it more than like challenges. But I also really tried to get a copy of the book, but you can't really find it like anywhere. I can't really get it in any bookstore. It's a bit disappointing. Yeah, I tried to get it, but it was like the earliest it could ship was like in October or November. And I was like, okay, that sucks. But I might read it. Yeah, I couldn't even find an ebook version. There was really nothing available of it. So yeah, I'll try and find it because I'm really interested to see how these
the movie also finishes the book, right? Because from what I read, the book had a not quite open ending, so Queer kind of picks in on that and tries to finish it the way that Guadagnino imagines how Burroughs would have finished it. So if you read the book, maybe you'll get the context, and that would add more dimension and depth to the movie, but so far it doesn't. So that's, this movie could only elevate from here on. So I don't think it will diminish over time, but it could only get stronger over time with the more context, with potentially the longer cut out there. So I am curious to rewatch it as well.
I love a great like late festival gem, and I did just get that. Other than Horizon, of course, which was our last movie. On our second to last day, we got to see a Norwegian film that is part of a trilogy called Sex, Dreams, and Love, and we got to see that last one. The films aren't like connected by characters, but more like thematically to explore maybe some societal norms that haven't become some societal conventions about relationships that haven't become a norm yet. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm super intrigued to catch out these other two. So if anyone is listening from the PR firm of either of them, send us a screener, send us a copy. We'd love to cover the whole trilogy. There's an email below. In Love, we basically get two main characters. One of them is called Marianne, and the other one is called Tor. They work together, and they both avoid conventional relationships. Tor is already further ahead in that. On his journey, he basically makes a trip on the ferry back home daily, where he has encounters with men that he meets, in a browsing grinder, not matching with anyone, but seeing by location who's close, and then instigating a conversation with them, which I found to be like so rewarding to see that kind of unfold. It was lovely. And then basically through conversations, Marianne tries to do the same, going a bit more of a casual approach to her relationships, when she thought she was always kind of holding back on actually getting in one and getting involved, because she always thought there was like too many tensions and too many expectations put onto her, especially because she's, I think, in her late 30s, and the expectation is, we got to settle down, marry, and get kids, and that's just something that she's not interested in. So it explores all of these things in a way that I really, really connected to, and I gotta say, I fuck with Norwegian film like super hard. All of these stories about like these maybe unconventional love stories, like The Worst Person in the World, obviously. I wouldn't say she was the worst, but she wasn't doing great with like cheating on on her boyfriend. But I found these explorations so fun, so interesting, with a lot of it being just lovely, normal people, where the drama isn't coming from someone being French and just cheating around, but being pretty open with what they got to offer, with what they want to give, with what they want to get. And yeah, I found it lovely. I'm running out of words to describe it. Kevin, what did you think of it?
I mean, you kind of said it. Love is everything that Twazami isn't, right? You've got actual deep conversations that, it's quite interesting to hear from these characters, their point of views on certain topics, on sexuality, on mixing work with your own private life.
Yeah.
Really, and watching Thor and Marina also, because they're colleagues, and they talk to each other. It isn't all about love. It's also about humanity, because Marina obviously has the rough task of saying to people that they have cancer. Yeah. And Thor picks up on one of them, that he's like, I don't know if he quite got what we were saying. Mm-hmm. And so when he gets the next patient, he overhears, the father being with the patient that has just been in the room, and he grabs Mariana and says like, can you come watch this? And they watch them, like they overhear them speak like, are you sure you got everything? Like, isn't there anything else you can do? And that's such a neat little thing to pick up on.
Yeah, it's literally like the opening of the film, right? It introduces these characters to us.
And those are the little moments that gives a movie so much weight. And that's what Love actually has. It has weight, weight of love, weight of humanity, everything, really. I really liked it.
There's literally not like a hateful moment in this film. All of it is kind of touched by love through the friendships.
Like there is no drama for the sake of drama.
Yeah.
And that's great. If you can pull that off and not be boring and actually
not
be interesting.
Be cheesy and like, the world is all blissful and we're all smoking blunts and having a good time. No, it actually gets pretty deep in its topics.
Yeah. And
I was so impressed by this film. Yeah.
You loved it more than I did.
I did, yeah.
I gave it an 8 out of 10.
I gave it a 9 out of 10. I'm going to keep recommending. It doesn't have at the moment any other Festival release dates. Let me quickly check. I think one of the other ones premiered at the Berlinale. 6 premiered earlier this year at the Berlinale. And Dreams has a release date on the 25th of December this year in Norway, but nowhere else so far. So yeah, I know.
So wait, where did Dreams debut?
Nowhere so far. So it's funny because this is like technically the last in the trilogy, right? But they're not. I don't think they're connected. But
I don't think they're connected. But you know, that means I guess that does mean that every entry in a trilogy really focus on the certain thing, and that is in this one it certainly is love. In the other ones it'll certainly be about sex or about fulfilling dreams. So I'm really looking forward to every chapter in this trilogy to have something else to talk about.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, sex is the focal point are two men. I don't know if they are a couple or they're casual, but I think the sex between them is the center. Then Dreams is about like a teenager and being like having sexual fantasy about their teacher. I don't know gender which it is that but and basically I think it kind of causes trouble because there's nothing that actually is going on. It's just the fantasy, but then when that leaks then there's a certain expectation that maybe something happened, yada all of that. Again, sounds super interesting for someone who has shown the capability to tackle that stuff in a non-melodramatic way. I can't wait to give those a watch as well. Then you're a fan of Justin Kurzel. He's known for his work in Nitram, Macbeth, and yes, he's also done Assassin's Creed. In the order, he tells the story of an FBI agent played by Jude Law that teams up with a local cop played by Ty Sheridan that go after local domestic terrorists that are determined to turn the United States upside down and are led by a hauntingly charismatic at times Nicholas Hoult. Is actually quite terrifying. Then the Turner Diaries pop up, which are like a fictional story laying out the way to overthrow the government, I think in 5 or 6 steps. And Kurzel also mentions in his director's notes that mentions January 6th and the foreshadowing of a divided America that has been and may come, which sounds so terrifying. And it's said in 1983, when a set of bank robberies in the Pacific Northwest begin to get more violent and frequent. Then we see the story unfold in this, I gotta say, great crime thriller that delivers action, great fun, good performances. And it's yet another novel adaptation of The Silent Brotherhood by Kevin Flynn. I might even snack that one up and give it a read. It delivers on basically everything you want from like a crime thriller, I'd say. There's some things that aren't like perfect, but it's a pretty fun time. Feels like the wrong way to describe a movie about Nazis. But Kev, what did you think?
It is a movie about Nazis. It's pretty much a movie about white supremacists, right? Yeah. And it's a very solid Justin Kurzel's crime picture. Yep. I didn't mind Assassin's Creed. Hot take. I didn't hate it, and I've played the games. But the order, I can't stop but think about Mississippi Burning. Because I've seen Mississippi Burning, I believe, last year or something. And that's also a movie that tackles, from the FBI's perspective, a white supremacist groups that's actually murdering people around them. And that's what I was kind of missing in this movie. Because, you got Nicholas Hoult and his bunch of separate, because they separated from like a main known supremacist group and formed their own. And you hear them speaking about, oh, these spooks that are stealing our jobs, this and that, and they're robbing banks, but you don't actually see them hurting anyone. You don't even see these spooks they're talking about, which, sure, you don't maybe want to show the actual racism and be that violent of a movie, but it does feel, if you make that decision, it does feel like you're kind of holding back something. And that was my biggest regret with the movie. It does feel a bit like a mix of Wind River and Mississippi Burning, There are beautiful landscapes. Jude Law as a nose-bleeding police guy who needs to, calm down a bit, but is still very much has a lot of skin in the game. It's very, very entertaining to watch. And obviously, the movie is focused on a certain message, and that is the Turner Diaries, which is a book that apparently got popularized by QAnon and is now off bookstores everywhere online because it's got labeled as a dangerous book. And that is basically the main thing that the movie wants to shove forward is that, it's not only, psychological dangers of these people, but it's also the things they read, their ideologies that, spread forward to other people that is dangerous. And I did appreciate that message, but again, it does feel like you're holding back a bit to indeed push that message ahead. So I really enjoyed it, but it just felt like there was something lacking.
Yeah, I couldn't say it's much that it's lacking, and I couldn't really tell you what exactly it is that it needs to get. Maybe for you it is to more concretely show that they do more beyond like getting funds by doing bank robberies. I need a bit more hate crime with my crime thriller, please, please, is what Kevin is saying. I'm quoting here.
I'm not. What?
I
literally never said that.
But no, you said a bit more like violence. That they would actually cause trouble before they just all talk about this, which in a way it kind of works that way, that Jude Law is coming in as this cop who doesn't really have a ton of support to actually get something done because the town is kind of complicit in just letting it brew if it doesn't actually boil, and that kind of complicity, it can be very dangerous if you let it have but it also, if you stomp it out, then it feels like you could also create even more hatred, right? That oppression of someone could fuel that more. But because they don't really have a claim of feeling the way that they do, because I think it's this movie, it's not The Quiet Son, where Jude Law goes basically you're trying to blame everyone else for your own problems. It's definitely this one, not The Quiet Son. But it has these similar tendencies, and it just shows that these kind of problems of hating on someone else when maybe the problems are coming from way higher up of the state, and everyone's kind of suffering under it, and people desperately try to get some sort of control over it and turn into hateful pieces of shit. Overall I think it's a really good thriller, and I'd say go see it if you're into that sort of
the dynamic between Jude Law and Nicholas Hoult is very entertaining. Again, it does feel weird to call this movie entertaining, but that is
what it is. Yeah, it kind of is. Yeah,
it's what it is.
I think also Ty Sheridan is quite good in it, and Odessa Young.
Even though some emotional beats do get rushed a bit, they kind of fly by and don't actually get quite deep. But for the rest, solid one.
Then we got Angelina Jolie, who is Maria Callas. Set during the final days of the opera singer's life in 1970s Paris, she somehow gets outshined by Pier Francesco Favino as her butler, in my opinion. I don't have much to say about this one. It felt like, it was showing her life. Last final days, she was a diva, a lovable, very talented diva that was adored by everyone, singing to the streets of Paris. I just kind of wasn't that interested in the story. You definitely liked it more than I did, Kev, so I'm going to give you the stage.
Oh, you're giving me the stage.
Yeah, now sing.
Praise. Yeah, I'm not gonna serenade or actually sing, but I did like the movie. It's the third entry in what I'm calling the unofficial Pablo Larraín's first name basis iconic real life women biopic trilogy, and that
rolls off the tongue.
We're workshopping that name, but it is. Look, Angelina Jolie, stellar performance. She has apparently trained 7 months to actually sing like an opera singer. And, while that is maybe a bit of a dubious statement to make, because, people can get someone else to sing over her, even if she's done 10% of the actual singing in the movie. We both agree that is immensely impressive. There's one scene that in Maria that she gets sometimes interviewed by Cody McPhee.
Cody Smith McPhee, yeah.
Cody Smith McPhee. And it happens in a park, and I could not, for the life of me, I only had one image in my head, which was Mission Impossible Fallout, Tom Cruise with Ilsa Faust in that park. Like I was like, oh, it's this exact same park, right? So I was quite distracted by that.
Yeah.
Because Mission Impossible Fallout shows Paris in almost every aspect. So like they kind of own that city in my mind for a while. But yeah, she gets joined by two immense, strong supporting performances in Rohrwacher and, like you said, Pierre Francesco Favino. And yeah, he's my favorite performance of the movie as well. I think he's the same on the same level as Timothy Spall is in Spencer, which is an immense, huge compliment. But yeah, the movie is divided into 5 parts, and there are different types of parts. Like you got the diva and the important truth. So they do really dive into Maria. And like, if you do not know who Maria is, like I did, I had zero clue who she was. The movie starts out with a montage showing her, like it has that grainy old footage on top of it in a sort of round 4x3, and you see her in the grandest of theaters with different costumes, singing different stories, and at the same time there's some black and white footage playing, and she's singing her heart out, so you do know, like, damn, she got pipes and she's very famous. That's your introduction to her.
Yeah.
And if you do not know anything else like I did, that's completely fair.
I think it also sets it up to be, we get to open with her after her last performance has been like, I don't know if it was years or months that have
4 years, I believe,
since she last performed. And as you can expect, where a movie like this then builds to, when it basically, by the end of it, she's dead. That's literally what it says there. Like last couple of days. And I think that part of it, like on a larger scale, just looking at it, that makes sense. That's pretty good. I also, like, there's a ton of different formats. I wrote down, it's like Super 8, there's black and white, there's these repetitive, self-destructive beats. She has she's taking pills all the time. She has an obsession with being like revered. And that's something hard to relate to, of like that obsession of hers, which you can see with the diva things, but it's like, it's hard for me to then care about her problems if that is like her main concern.
Well, that's where you and I differ, because I found one scene that truly like made the puzzle for me, and that was there's one scene in a sort of diner cafe that she has, that she's sharing a scene with her sister, and it's that vital scene where Maria Callas opened up for me, like, oh, I get, and like you kind of have like, you can look into the window to her soul, like
that she doesn't want. Was that the scene where they play one of her songs and she doesn't like it? Is it that one?
No,
a different one. Okay.
That's the scene where she goes in a cafe after like messaging, after sending a message for her sister.
Yeah. She just wants to be recognized.
Like that's the one where I was like, oh, now it truly all clicks for me. So that's why I think I like it more than you.
I get it. It's like looking at her and obviously not saying this is a perfect person, or how sad she's gone, but more in like, this is, who we portray her to be in a way that she's like very obsessed, and what a person like this would be like. And then I couldn't help but gravitate towards the people who work for her to be more interesting, because they're so concerned about like her, which I found to be more interesting than her own self-obsession.
She said at a certain moment in the movie, I took liberties all my life, and the world took liberties with me. And I believe that's definitely a feeling that a lot of super famous people can relate to, because they're trying to be themselves, but they also get shit thrown upon themselves by other people who want to have power over them.
I think that's what, like, she also said in a press conference, or maybe in an interview before, that there's a certain relatability, right, that she has with that character, and you can feel that coming through. And like we said, we praised when she's singing. There's a lot of like extended singing sections that is just her singing. I don't know. Again, we don't know if it's 100% her, or like how much of it is in there.
Our qualms were also that I would have loved to know what she was actually singing about, because she's obviously singing in Italian, in French, maybe at one point as well. So and there are no closed captions. Like, I have no clue what she's singing about, and it 100% is probably very important to the story. So I like, some things obviously get lost in translation. I cannot wait to rewatch it.
Yeah, I think there's definitely reviewers, critics that have like picked up on what the songs are, so you could definitely look it up, I guess.
I'm not gonna. So
do the work, man. You can't just sit around and yap and complain. I'm sorry,
this fucking guy.
I'm talking here, man. All right, so
move on, bro.
Let's move on. I gave it a 6 out of 10. I don't know if we already said.
I gave it an 8 out of 10.
Next up, Kill the Jockey, or El Jockey. That title is kind of, we can't talk about like what it actually means, but I feel like it holds a lot of meaning within the story when you look at like what actually killing the jockey would mean. But it's about the legendary jockey Remo Manfredini, who seemingly loses all of his fast-depleting aura, as the young people say. He gives into his most self-destructive tendencies and somehow try to find themselves, I'd say. Here, I'm just keeping that open. And I think the plot gets a bit like it loses the plot, but I think it starts off fairly strong. He's like, odd behavior and great comedic timing work quite well in the first third of the film, and then it just kind of crashes once we arrive at Act 2. We talked about this extensively already, Kev. I think we agree on this.
Well, the funny thing is, we both were thinking, oh, this is kind of like a Kaurismäki movie.
Yeah.
Great! Obviously, it's a Spanish Kaurismäki. The humor is still very dry. The performances are still very, very dry. But, it's a bit of a warmer looking movie. It's not as cold as Aki Kaurismäki's movies tends to be. But it's absolutely absurd. Like, he's smoking. He blows his smoke into, like, a whiskey. And then, like, kind of drinks it all. And, like, he goes to the tunnel. And he's kind of beating the walls like they're drums, and that's all very, very entertaining and funny. He kind of falls from his like second floor bedroom, and the moment the movie crashes is when the main character crashes, funnily enough. But yeah, obviously there is a ton of like mythology to the movie, like deeper levels of story, I guess, but we just couldn't really find any of them interesting or easy to follow, because the movie does like kind of go into, I guess, sort of transgender
I tried to skirt that line to not reveal that, but I don't know. It becomes a central part of the story, I guess. It's also, you said Spanish. It is in Spanish, but I think it's set in Buenos Aires, so it's like an Argentinian film. But
why you leave me out to try?
I'm sorry. You said this before, and I didn't correct you, and I didn't write it in the notes. So it's like, it feels like it's definitely your fault, but I'll take it that it's my fault because I didn't think for you. I'm sorry. But that, like,
Argentina, Denmark, Spain, USA, and Mexico.
Yeah, but it's
a
set
Spanish-speaking movie.
It's right? It's a Spanish movie speaking wise, but it's set, I think, in Buenos Aires.
Yeah, I get it.
There's nothing wrong with what you said. I'm just like, I'm trying to chime in.
I know.
And try to save you from spoiling too much of the film, because like I feel like that part of it.
I know, but it's tough to it's tough to talk about what goes wrong with the movie.
I know because that's the part of it where it gets like a bit too convoluted in a way that like you're definitely not setting any of that. You know, something's going on with that character in the first act. You just feel like there might be something wrong with his head, that he just does some stupid shit, and and you don't really question that it has that it would like evolve into that. And then it has also like he has a girlfriend character that seems to be like very confident and doesn't really fit in the vibe sometimes as well. Gorgeous woman. It has to be stated as well. This far into the recording, I guess. I'm sorry. Sometimes I do get a bit obsessed. I'm like an Italian poet in the 15th century, obsessed with beauty. Like that relationship doesn't really go interesting places as well, and then all of his like family, nothing really gets to an interesting part other than like their gender identity, and that part of it just feels like it's I don't know, it's in service of like, you know, the funny sketch thing that gets thrown around later on. Like some other stuff that it doesn't really sit at the core of the film. It feels a bit like it has a few different foci and
like side quest,
there's a side quest to be delivered. Ram the horse into the wall and get 50 coins. This is another one that's hard to recommend. It's going to be out in Argentina by the end of the month, so I'm interested to hear what I guess Argentine people think of the film, because it's taking place, you know, in that country, and it might be a hit for them. I don't know. I'm curious.
I really don't have much to add. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no. I think I gave this one still a 5 out of 10.
Yeah, me too.
So yeah, I feel like starting from 6 out of 10s, we can kind of recommend the film to like the right audience, but with 5.
Is the next movie better than a 5 out of 10?
So back in 2019, Joker won the Golden Lion at the film festival. Basically, Marriage Story was the only other real competitor. I looked at the other films that premiered there. There was also About Endlessness that got Best Director for Roy Andersson. Props to him for that. But this was also the year where Polanski got a Silver Lion. So that happened 4 years ago, 5 years ago. Marriage Story, by the way, didn't win anything else. Does it become apparent that I don't want to talk about Folie à Deux? So Folie à Deux
totally doesn't.
Americans and English speakers have had a lot of trouble saying that title, and you know, as someone who's not the greatest and being called out for the wrong pronunciation of French here with this Belgian fella, it has become more sad than funny at this point, which is that also the same thing we can say about Joker 2? I guess the film focuses a bit more about what like Arthur Fleck has created by doing a murder of a broadcaster on live TV. He's become infamous, adored, hated, and he struggles to find the line between his own identity. Is he the Joker? Is he Arthur Fleck? Is he putting on a performance to be the Joker? Or is his non-persona actually his true self? All of those things are questions within himself, within the media, where he gets to be showcased and around, and the love story that emerges with Lady Gaga's Harley Quinn. I think it's a bit of a mess, if I'm being honest. Kev, you liked it more than I did, so sing its praises.
Well, I actually like the fact that it goes more into the what is Joker to Arthur Fleck, and I love the fact that we kind of discussing, what Joker means to other people. What this Joker means to him, as he struggles between the two, and I absolutely loved it. In terms, I love that idea. Phoenix, as always, very very good, excellent performance as always.
He's a good
I don't
sad
think
boy.
the man never phones it in.
Yeah.
But especially the first half hour, I absolutely loved, as you know, we get to see Arthur Fleck kind of, having his life in prison, getting mistreated by the prison guards with Brendan Gleeson. Whenever I see him on screen, I'm like, oh, that's a really interesting dynamic between him and Arthur Fleck, because obviously the prison guards don't really know him as Joker, and they only kind of see him as becoming, or like a version of the Joker as the movie goes on. The movie is also a courtroom drama at a certain point, which I found to be the most riveting stuff, especially where one scene when Arthur Fleck struggles to keep up Joker persona. I love that scene. It features a character that also starred in the 2019 Joker, and that's where I'll leave it at that. Lady Gaga isn't the best in the movie. I will say, I believe actually somewhere Todd Phillips dropped that Lady Gaga wasn't his first choice, which makes me curious to ask who was. And I would love to have seen their take on Harley Quinn, as she is an enabler to Joker, to Arthur Fleck. There are obviously musical segments into the movie, but they have kind of strayed away from this musical aspect in the marketing, and that might be because there was a research or something that said that musicals don't do that well. Like, if people hear the word musical, they kind of go like, oh. So that's maybe why they have strayed away from it. It also, in the movie, doesn't lean that much into the musical segment. Like, there aren't any big dance sequences when they sing. And that might be... It's kind of flawed to not fully lean into that. But the moments I appreciated the musical segment the most was during an interview with Steve Coogan and at a bar. You also got a rooftop segment, but I found that one to be a bit just okay. In the end, the movie does take a big, bold swing, I should say. Ewan didn't find it bold. I did, personally. And
because I
really liked the movie. Is it as good as the first one? No. The composer of the movie, Hildur Gudnadur. I'm not gonna butcher that name.
You definitely butchered. You've 100% butchered it.
No. She kind of gets put on the sidelines to make room for the musical segments, which I've found a bit of a shame, because the first one, the score, is the one that won the Oscar. And the fact that isn't as prominent in the sequel, it's just too bad, really. But
I don't know, man.
I liked it. You didn't.
I feel like it's such a, the first one had its thing about society, and this one needs to break down how we create figures through media, and I just don't think it gets to an interesting place.
Did you like the first one?
I didn't really know.
No, because I loved the first one, yeah.
So you go in with... I feel like you... It's hard to say if, everyone who liked the first one also liked this one.
No. Totally.
Because some of the singing bits, I think the musical side is often, one song that gets repeated, 2 or 3 times.
2 times, yeah.
Which isn't, something super special for... if that could technically happen in the score and have a different meaning as it pops up the first time. The second time, it's often used. It's a frequent cinematic tool. Those moments, I think, work quite well, but it's none of it blew me away. I think it was also quite repetitive in the way that it was basically going back and forth between reality and dreamscape, where the first one was really playing and toying with that line of what is his actual psychosis, what you don't see. Here, it becomes abundantly clear, where you maybe go in with the expectation that, hey, there might be something going on, but I guess through the medication that he takes in prison, it's clear that maybe some of these tendencies are subdued. The justification is there. I just found the love story and I was always going to say Harvey Dent, who is also in the film, by the way, but Harley Quinn was just a bit underwhelming. I was just expecting a bit more from someone like Lady Gaga, and then them dancing on the stairs, for example, a trailer scene, big trailer scene is not even in the film. And I wonder where it would even fit into the story. I don't know, maybe at the very end there, but I don't know. I didn't completely hate it, though. When you look at my rating, it's not like I'm giving it a 1 star. I'm giving it a 6 out of 10, which is still acceptable.
Oh,
and it's no. No, I think I was always at a 6. Did I say I was at a 5?
I think you were at a 5.
I don't believe I was at a 5. I literally have the receipts here. On my last page of the Joker notes, it says it's way too bright. A 5.5 over there.
Oh right, yeah. Okay. Well,
So I
it's
was
so
always-
tough to read.
It's so blown out. But yeah. That's it, folks.
We should say great opening sequence, which does kind of summarizes the movie.
So this was the most intense movie experience when it comes to security. It was so funny going from this to the next film, Diva Futura, where like there's no security anymore.
No.
And then there was everyone just like on the lasers, like you got a phone, exterminate.
I counted at least 22 guards, which is way more than usual. Normally there are like 6 people. There were like 22 people here, so yeah, it was packed. Yeah,
I guess do they still not want us to talk about like the openings? I wouldn't. I feel like the information is out there.
But I'm just gonna mention it's pretty good.
But it's inventive. I like it for that.
Yeah,
it's good stuff. Then besides April, Harvest I'd say is likely the most contentious and controversial film that played at the festival, with some hating it and others liking it quite a bit. You're looking at 2 boys who actually liked it quite a bit. It's led by Caleb Landry Jones, which is already a big plus for you, Kevin, as you like him quite a bit.
Yep.
And it's set in a small village that is isolated from aristocrats trying to exploit it. The town is pretty self-sustaining and is not too keen on newcomers because they could ruin what they got going after all. So that sort of xenophobia might be actually warranted when someone enters the town as a map maker and starts drawing up a map of the land. And that paired with great cinematography, great production design, and then Henry Melling, I think is the name of the other one of the other leads, who most people probably know when he was way heavier in the Harry Potter films, and Caleb Landry Jones. Some great performances all around. I know why you maybe are not catching picking up on what it's putting down, because it's set in this like medieval small village, that it can be like pretty sad, depressing, and doesn't have much to offer. I found it to be riveting. I was on the edge of my seat for like most of the film. I found it really, really compelling and beautiful, with all of the nature shots, the shots of flowers. Great cinematography. I really, really enjoyed this one, and I think you did as well, right?
I did as well. I actually found the town folk conflict quite intriguing, because you got sort of 2 invading forces, which is the aristocrats who are coming in, kind of want their piece of the cake, and the people are like, nah, this is our cake, leave it alone. And then you got because they are medieval times, we still believe in witches, we still believe in bad luck, and you got that aspect going for it as well, which make for a pretty riveting movie, as you said. It is slow. It is a grower, as I described it, coming out of the movie. What? Why do you laugh?
You keep saying that, but each time you say it, you say
I applied it to 2 movies, bro.
I know in this podcast, but you said it so much during the festival to other people.
Oh, right.
I just find it really funny. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but this movie really grows on you. And we both were also thinking about The Promised Land, which in every aspect, Harvest is it's like a tier under The Promised Land. It's not as great as that, but it has a lot of things in common. Like the coming up of the capital. Yeah, this is our ground. This is your part. Like, and fighting about it, because it's kind of like free grazing disappearing in the West, right?
Mm-hmm.
I found it really, really intriguing, and it's kind of sad that other people aren't appreciating it as much as we are. So
yeah, from what we heard, it's pretty early on that they hated it, where I feel like it gets really strong once these ideas get put forth quite a bit, where you spend so much time in this town being able to self-regulate itself, and then once someone comes in who doesn't have the same intentions as, because they have like a lore technically over them. He just like lets them be and doesn't really, put them under his foot. And once that foot comes in, you're like, oh, okay, well, this fucking sucks for everyone involved.
Yeah.
And like that to me was really telling of like, it does the story from the larger point, but you very much there's so many indications that it happens all throughout this world. We just spend time in a smaller town. I found it like it's so compelling. I'm really perplexed why not more people connected with it. Maybe it's because it's for English speakers. Movie. It sounds different. They sound so British. Not so Scottish. I don't know if actually is it set in Scotland or in England. I don't know if they I think it's an unnamed town even. They don't even name where it actually like is.
No, it's just a village. Yeah.
Yeah. I really liked it. I gave it a 7 out of 10. It's not like a perfect film, not a masterpiece, but I found it still really intriguing. It has like you said, like the Promised Land has like its central character and the storyline, and then it expands as he expands like his family and who he cares about. This movie has more of an ensemble cast like straight away, where like Caleb Landry Jones doesn't really align with the village's ideals 100%, and that's where a lot of the drama within comes from, which I found to be super compelling. There's a scene involving a stone and a bunch of children. When you see the film, you get what I mean. It made us crack up, literally, like it did with them. Pretty funny stuff.
Yeah. I gave it a 7 too. Really enjoyed it.
Okay, so next up is the final part of the exhausting youth series that has finally reached adulthood in Youth Homecoming. This is the only competition film that we walked out of. I was even contemplating not even going to it, but I really didn't want to miss out on competition. So we stayed long enough to actually see them get home. And I feel like I got the pass to walk out of it because I watched 212 minutes of Youth Spring back in Gun last year with Lachlan, and I found it absolutely dreadful. Wang Bing documents the lives of various workers in this textile workshop over, I think, a 5-year span, and in this one we get to see them go home. Specifically, there's one scene that Kevin is going to bring up with them driving home. That is notable. I'll let you do that. But I really did not like Spring, and I don't have an intention of ever finishing it. Although, I feel like I'm just being ignorant with this. I think there's a lot to actually appreciate and like and take in. I just never had the patience to sit through it. So there's some more intelligent people than me that have actually written about this that I found quite like some stuff that I watched the film, I just didn't experience it that way. So don't let my hatred toward it, I guess, keep you from checking it out. I think if it's like a type of fly on the wall documentary, those type of things, if you like them, then this might be a really good one. I just was not willing to engage with it. Yeah, that's a bit of an issue on my side, I guess. But you wanted to stay longer, right? I made you leave. You wanted to stay a bit longer.
Well, no. I said to you, look, I want to at least do an hour of this. And we did just a bit longer than an hour of Youth Homecoming. But yeah, I will say it was a very long movie. We would have arrived very late at home. And that's also why I was kind of like,
our Homecoming would have been delayed. We're gray and old by the time, not in our youth anymore, yeah.
Yeah, so, but I didn't mind Youth that much, but I also wasn't that intrigued into it. The scene Ewan is referring to is, at a certain point, they are going home, as the title, and as Ewan said and suggests. And they are on like a mountain road I would never in my life attempt to drive on. It was so dangerous, so narrow, so steep, no like safe rails.
Yeah,
I was like, I would never. And then at a certain moment, they encounter other vehicles on the road. I'm like, I want to get out of here. And that was the most thrilling aspect, an interesting aspect of the documentary for me. So that's a bit of a problem when you're talking about a topic as deep as the Chinese working environment.
Yeah, so what about the car driving?
It's all about the car driving, yeah.
Yeah.
So it was a mix of elements that made us not stay, the whole movie. So yeah, we apologize to the filmmakers.
I'm sorry, Wang Bing. Maybe next time. I'll check out some of his other films. He has one that really intrigues me, but it's also like another 4 or 5 hour long film. But I mean, from what I saw, I'd give this like a 3 out of 10 because again, it really was more of the same in the first hour of the film of what I had seen like almost like 3.5 hours of before, and it didn't work for me again. So
I'm staying neutral. I'm not gonna give anything.
I that's probably the right thing to do, but I feel like giving it a low rating. I'm petty.
The next movie, the last competition movie. Again, did I call any other movie the grower? Shit, I already did. Because this one is also a grower. Can you imagine? Stranger Eyes takes place in Singapore. A couple just lost their child, but gets random tapes of themselves during their daily routine that has been filmed by someone else. And, when the movie starts out, I was like, oh, we're getting a sort of Hanneke's Cachet vibe hidden in the English title of that one. And it evolved into something else. It doesn't stray into that territory. The movie also isn't mainly just a missing child drama, but it truly evolves into something more, something bigger, that I just absolutely adored by the end of it. I was very impressed by it. Obviously, Singapore is one of the most surveilled countries in the world. And the fact that this is still a movie about loneliness and feeling invisible is very impressive and very fascinating. I really, really like this one. Did you?
I liked it. I didn't love it. I think it had a lot to offer, and the stuff that it unpacks later into the film makes you rethink what you just watched. And once you do watch it again, I think it's also like a lot of it I actually kind of called out. Although there's some bigger turns and twists that it takes along the way, because it like through this voyeurism of watching each other, you also uncover something new about these characters each time we like kind of change perspectives, and it keeps you on your toes about like what is actually going on. And it, I think, is very close to like breaking the story at times, where like it becomes a bit too much in like how crazy it gets in parts. It's also like a back and forth of this voyeurism that feels like it is hard to believe that it would go unnoticed, and the movie never really questions that it would. And that in parts it's a bit odd to me that like how oblivious they are to like no one's paying attention to you, but there's actually always someone watching, with it being a character. Or I was so close to spoiling something there, which would have been like really nice way of putting it, but I can't without spoiling. But it's also like the state watching you at all time. And something about that, like it is really interesting. The title as well, Stranger Eyes, can be interpreted in so many ways. I hope that's like a good translation from the Chinese title, but hey, it certainly works in English. I think this will, like you said, a grower. It might grow on me as time goes on. It might just take a bit longer than, I guess, the runtime. It's 2 hour runtime. But it's one of the ones that if it comes out on streaming at some point, I might revisit it. I'm not that high on it. I gave it like a 6 out of 10 though.
Yeah, I gave it an 8 out of 10. And also, I absolutely love the cinematography of this movie. Absolutely adored that aspect of it. And it's a tough one to tackle, and I'm sure many other people will do a much better job of.
You can write about this like in so many ways. I'm very much looking forward to it from reading, because like there's less than 700 people once again on Letterboxd who've seen it. I don't know if it's playing at any other festivals. It's playing in New York and then at BFI. So yeah, looking forward to, I guess, getting a few more eyes and perspectives onto this one.
Really love this one.
But that wraps it up for our competition section. You can, by the way, find my ranked. I don't know if you got a list as well, but I got a ranked list for just the competition films. We'll link that below, as well as our like full list of all of the films that we watched at the fest. And with that, Oh, he's pointing below.
I'm pointing to the description.
The list is also a shower, not a grower, not a shower. All right. Anyways, Horizons. Let's look at some Horizons while Kevin stares into the camera. Orizzonti in what it's called in Italian. And we'll kick it off with the awards for these films before we talk about them more specifically. And those were handed out in a freefold to one specific film called Familia that also has pretty much our highest praises. I gotta say, this Orizzonti section has some high highs and some really low lows. There's a bit more variety in it than competition, which felt a bit safe. Like, even if you didn't like a film like at all, even with Youth Homecoming, I could still say that in some ways it was well made. Some scenes, it's a bit of a stretch with that one in my opinion, but there's a certain quality to it.
I do believe you mean Familiar Touch.
I did mean Familiar Touch. Yeah, sorry, I wrote it. I just wrote down Familia, not Familia, which is also a movie that's in the section that also won something. But yeah, Familiar Touch won 3 things. It won the Line of the Future for the debut feature. Sarah Friedland won Best Director, and Kathleen Calfant won Best Actress. Then Best Actor went to Francesco Ghecchi from Familia, a movie that I didn't really like and Kevin didn't watch. And then the jury prize went to One of Those Days When Hemme Dies. We both don't agree with that pick. And the screenplay went to Happy Holiday. I feel like that's okay. And then the best film went to a film that neither of us caught, The New Year That Never Came. We ended up missing 2 films from this section, Wishing on a Star and The New Year That Never Came, but ended up watching the 14 out of, I don't know how many there are, but there's a bunch more than we caught last year. There's a lot of them, almost as many as the competition section.
Yeah.
Again, it was a busy festival, but yeah, let's talk about the first one. Nonostante.
Nonostante was the second movie we watched after Beetlejuice, and I found the concept to be quite intriguing. We open on 3 people sitting on a bench, watching people go out of the building and a casket along with it, and they are loading it in a hearse. Then one of the characters looks up, he sees people heading to the building, and he's like, I got visitors. He goes up, he goes on a forklift, drives along with the forklift, goes in a wheelchair, someone else is bringing him to the hospital. Then he's going up on a crane lift, he goes up and he goes into a room through the window, which turns out to be his room, as he watches the 3 people who has just entered the room, and he has called visitors, talk to somebody who is lying on the bed. Who is that someone lying on the bed? It's actually the person who said, oh, I got visitors. So people are like, oh, are they 2 people? No, they're actually the same person, but one is just in a deep coma, and the other one is a sort of astral projection of him, I could say, I guess I could say. And I love that concept, everyone who is in this hospital and is in a coma or in some deep form of unconsciousness has their imagination, a sort of ghost version of themselves, should I say, walk around. And they add a lot of things throughout the movie, kind of keeps the movie fresh. There's a certain blow of death, a gust of wind that represents death roaming around. That's why they actually hang around the morgue, because there is no storm there. And even things like, the sticks, the boat that brings you to death, also has a role into the movie. And I love the way the movie has been written and was directed, which I was surprised to find out that was done by the lead actor. So he took a lot of things on for this movie, and I'm surprised it is as coherent as it is and as beautiful as it is. There is also a romance story that is the center point of the movie, should I say. It's just a bit weird how they form that romance. It's a bit like no build-up, all act, which is the only flaw I really have with the movie. You also got someone in a yellow jacket, which made me constantly think of Georgie from It. But for the rest, I really have no complaints. Do you?
I didn't really like the film. But it's like they always wear the same clothes, right? Because that is astral projection. Ow, that hurt, Kevin. Don't hit me. To me, it has, like you say, it has a lot of ideas. I don't know if they come together for me. What I found the most interesting part of it is that essentially, because they are disconnected from the physical body, they are like a different version of themselves that I don't know if this would be considered a spoiler, but I feel like it's the most interesting thing about the film is that like they are not connected with their body. So like this kind of memory in coma is only existing in limbo, which makes everything in here like a separate life that some people who are there might cling on to, and others really want to get back to their like actual family that they get to see when they visit them. And it makes the central character kind of an interesting one because he doesn't want to let go in a variety of ways. He doesn't want to let go and die. He also doesn't want to let go and get back. So he's kind of stuck in this limbo where he wants to reside. And it ultimately is a story about like figuring out where you want to end up.
Yeah.
And that's nice, and taking a bit of agency back. And with that, I found the love story to be really out of place because I thought that theme of like having a life didn't need a like romantic counterpart. Some of the direction choices I didn't really love. I also thought it was just kind of going around from place to place, and I wasn't really following or being like, the pacing of the film didn't really grab me. So like I'm definitely a bit lower on it. I feel like you'll notice that with most of the films, I'm usually a bit more critical of them than Kevin is. I think it was something that happened last year and it's happening this year again. But hey, there's some films that I like more than him, but I gave it a 5 out of 10 overall.
I gave it a 7 out of 10. I think the movie does just enough to keep having your attention. I don't think it does perhaps do it a bit like at the end of your like, oh, I'm not gonna watch it anymore. I think it does do it just in time. So that's why I really liked it. I give it a 7 out of 10. Really enjoyed this quite original movie in my opinion. Yeah.
Then Mon Inséparable. I think you didn't watch this one, right?
No, I didn't.
That was just me.
You may have the floor.
Thank you. Well, I'll keep it short, but thanks to those who provided us with screeners for a lot of these titles. And it's about like Mona, who lives with her adult son in a small apartment in the Parisian suburbs. He is in his 30s and has a cognitive disability and a girlfriend that he ends up knocking up, and then questions come up if they should have a kid. Should he have a kid if he can't even take care of himself? How does that work? Because does it all fall onto a burden for the mother who's already taking care of him? She really has no agency of her own. So whenever she maybe has a moment of selfishness, she's like put into under so much scrutiny. And it explores kind of those things in a, I'd say, semi-interesting way. It never really gets to a place that is like super inventive to me. I feel like to me it's a really solid, small little drama with a lot of compassion being thrown around that isn't like dismissive of any sort of like ableism or anything like that. It feels like there's a lot of love. I feel like this whole festival, what I notice is like there's a lot of love to go around in terms of like sex, but also in family. It's all about like that, persisting love persisting over hate. And this was another one that like kind of fit into that theme. I ended up giving it like a 5.5, 6 out of 10. It's all right. It's a quaint little French movie. And then Aisha was another one that I think you didn't watch.
No, I didn't see it.
So this takes place in southern Tunisia in Jouer, where the titular Aisha is residing and working in a hotel. And I can't really tell you anything about like the catalyst of this film because it would initially spoil more than they have revealed in the synopsis or anywhere so far. But what I'll say is like she basically gets a fresh start, a new start, and gets back into trouble again. And she can't really escape it. And without like the movie then kind of changes forms a bit in what it essentially is about. I've just found Aisha as a character never really that intriguing because she's a lot of it. She's just basically really overwhelmed in a lot of ways, and I don't think she makes decisions that make it easy to kind of root for her. I was just a bit underwhelmed and a bit bored with this one, and I gave it a 5 out of 10. Kev, This is another one that you watch. You can come back up from your deep sleep and you ask for a projection from Nonostante, which, by the way, the English translation for that one is feeling better, which isn't, I think, what it means if you translate it from Italian, but...
That was such a bad bit, huh?
You sleeping? It feels disrespectful. It's what Lachlan does naturally. He just falls asleep while I talk about what I've been watching. But I need to do it. If people send us screeners, I can't just like not talk about the film and just watch it. So like, anyways, let's get back on track with Happy Holidays. The only Palestinian film that made it into the festival. And I found it refreshing that it's not as self-indulgent as some of the submissions from Israel, potentially. Sorry for the call out there, because it is just a drama that doesn't take like a side and wants to ostracize the other one, but it just like, is a drama set within the limitations that exist in Israel, and I don't know, makes for a compelling story, and there's a reason why it won the best screenplay award, because it gets quite complex in like who's doing what for what reason and under what ideology and for what justification, and we found it to be messy in parts where you're like wondering, okay, who's actually perpetrating something bigger that is like a catalyst for other things, and so it's hard to talk about to not spoil, but I like didn't mind my time with it. This was like this was our last screening of the day, pretty late, and I didn't mind staying longer for it, which is always a good sign. But it didn't really grab me as well. Like I wasn't bothered by it. I didn't want to walk out of it, but this wouldn't be like in one of the top spots of the festival for me, unfortunately.
I will say, I think we both agree that this movie has one of the most despicable characters of the film festival, because there's
the mother, right?
Like, the mother.
Oh, God.
And she is just forcing everything upon everyone, and you're like, stop, just don't make this worse. I know you have your beliefs and the way you have to be done, like, things have to be done your way, but please stop. We both
you're making it all worse, man.
But I think it also definitely won best screenplay because of the way it's structured. It has 4 chapters, right? It is divided into...
I think it's 4 interconnected characters, and I think it kind of plays around with that.
And that does again keep the movie quite refreshing. It doesn't get stale that way, but it's just the way that things are handled in the way it's just things that get handled. It's very confusing. Sometimes you don't know where we are in the story, like it isn't obvious. Happy Holidays, a solid one, but I don't think I can really recommend it unless you're really interested in it.
I mean, I ended up giving it a 5.5. I rounded that down to a 5 out of 10 for me on Letterboxd, but it I think it ends on a freeze frame as well, is what I wrote down. It just has a couple of moments that are a bit too like much for me for how small the rest of the story stays, where it feels like a bit of a stretch. It has some ellipses in there where it doesn't show you certain things happening, which really feel like I got it. You actually asked me about like who did something, and because it wasn't really abundantly clear from watching the film, and I thought it was pretty clear, but again, something that like wasn't particularly sure. I think it should have been, but it's all right. But nothing that like was like breathtaking. Then we got Familiar Touch, the movie that won a bunch of awards, and I'd say deservedly so. I think it's not our favorite out of the category, or at least for me, it's not. Maybe it's for you.
I think we both have the same favorite.
Okay, cool. I like that. I wasn't sure anymore, but this one is a close second to me, because it's about like this woman who gets put into a elderly home because she has dementia, but she doesn't want to be there, and she feels capable to still take care of herself, and she's determined to prove everyone that she's not. But not in a way that she's like super persistent and selfish and annoying, but through connecting with them. And making their days a bit brighter in a way where like it's a change of pace in how they typically interact with the patients. And it's hard to not fall for this lady. That just seems like she has so much left to give. And it's not like she would be better off alone. I feel like she's right to be in the elderly place, and the way that they care for her is also like super accommodating, which is another reason. Like I think they also bring it up. It's like a quite expensive institution that they put her in. Because she really wanted to go there before she like started to later into the stage of dementia. Like she toured it and she really wanted to go there. Like it has a scene with her son where she doesn't know him and basically like comes onto him as if it's like a man she would go after, and it's like this uncomfortable thing. And that's not the familiar touch that we're talking about here, but I found it to be like quite. What do you mean?
You really made that joke.
It was barely a joke. It was just a remark that might have been comedic in some ears, if you're listening to it. I found it really good, really good.
Yeah, I thought it was really solid as well. Kind of a slow start, but once you get into the retirement home, the movie does have some momentum that keeps it until the end. The charm that this lady has truly like just puts a smile on your face, and it's fun to see. She goes into the kitchen as like it's her own. She rattles off recipes, she rattles off memories to the doctor, and then saying like, could a demented person say that? And just seeing that, it's kind of fun. I guess that some people would maybe, not really like it. Oh, it's an old person movie. Oh, it's a bit boring. Oh, it's a bit simple. But that's where this movie excels, in its simplicity. So I don't see a problem with having that in this movie. Really liked it. And some absolutely heartbreaking moments. Like there's one in a shower and she's like, I'm actually not going to remember. And it's like, oh. Like it hit a level deeper. Nice.
It also has a beautiful ending there that we don't want to get into, because it's quite rewarding in a way that like it feels like you spend so much time with this character that her journey, those experiences that she makes, that some of them might not stay, and you also like you never are in her perspective, right? You don't really know how much she's in control, how much she's making like the stuff up that she does, how much of it is just like her behaving and not really knowing what's going on. In a way, it is kind of beautiful in a way that it's like not, idealizing this sort of dementia as like, oh, there's a youthful energy that she somehow has now because she's there's less worries in them. It's not doing that. It's not belittling her as a person.
No.
It's showing her as like a strong old woman still that like is trying to keep ahead and still be her own self, right, as much as she can hold on to it. And like losing that is such a tragic disease that like it's a super heartfelt and emotional story.
Agreed.
And then Marco, you could also say that guy has dementia.
Oh wait, I'm giving Familiar Touch a 7.
Yeah, sorry. What did I give it? I think I gave it also a 7 or an 8, actually. Yes, it's actually an 8 out of 10. But yeah, then Marco, the Invented Truth, is a story about a Spanish trade unionist that claims to be a survivor of Nazi concentration camps, and he's not. He did not do that, he invented it, and it's about like his persistence to over and over and over again kind of bury himself deeper in this pretty unforgivable lie. And he becomes really infamous for it, the way that he holds on to it in the zeitgeist later on, after I guess it came out that he did this, when books were written about him, which also is all part of the film, where like that movie kind of stretches thin towards the end there, where like does the same beat of like his pathetic existence again and again, and it feels like you're beating a dead horse at that point, which I felt like a lot of it is spent in just like pitying this guy who's so deluded by like the own truth he makes up for himself and justifying keeping up the lie. I didn't love it. I think it was solid in the way that like it was performed, really impressive to like portray that kind of person. I was a bit perplexed into like why I should care as much about this guy like over and over again. I just kind of lost interest in it a bit, but it's solidly made. But yeah, another one that like I'm not. It's not going to stay in my mind forever.
This is one of those movies where I was like, I think they could have gotten more out of this real life story than they did, because you see the machine of how he keeps up this lie and which parts make. So you see him building the foundation of his lie and how he keeps up to a specific moment where things all get shaky. But I was kind of like, I want to know how this man got to that point, because you really see the latter stages of his life, and I'm way more curious in the earlier stages of his life. They like sort of throw away address it, but I would love to know how he got to that point.
There's
And
quite
we
a
don't
like
get
bad makeup as he is his younger self.
Yeah.
It doesn't really work because he looks like an old guy.
Yeah.
The whole time.
He is an old guy.
He is an old guy, but he also like there's one scene where he's like trying to get something where he's like way younger, and it also goes like a bit later. And I don't think the makeup is the greatest when he's older and when he's younger. Ultimately, I think it's also like conflicted with the thing of like him contributing something good to the overall awareness of the Spanish people who were in concentration camps during World War II, which is something that went overlooked, and then they try to bring awareness to it more and more. But he has this sort of obsession to be a catalyst for that to happen. And I think it's not as much of him being like the center point of it all, but for him to like that lie to mean something. And you could have done so much more taking a deeper look at this guy. And it feels like it's more concerned about like when is this lie going to leak, not why is he keeping up the lie. Yeah, I gave it a 6 out of 10.
Me too.
And then Carissa, this is a pretty run-of-the-mill festival movie. I don't know if I have that much to say about it. It's a South African film. Yeah, I mean, she's like.
What you got to say, huh?
I don't know. She goes to like I think father's estate where they grew like rooibos tea and starts working there, but she's not like really someone who wants to work. But then once she gets there, she starts working, and they're also trying to like buy that land, right, that estate to build something on it. I was just like not really in this film because it was another one of these where like the scenes felt really long and not a lot was happening. It's a short film. It's only 88 minutes, but it did feel like it stretched out that runtime quite a bit. I never really got into it that much. Pretty low rating for this one, a 5 out of 10 for me. But yeah, what did you think?
I called this movie Utama Light. Have you seen Utama?
I don't remember. I might have seen parts of it. I don't think I've seen the whole film, but
I absolutely adored Utama and the way that it looked at, climate change, traditions that, our grandparents are keeping up, and how they would love to pass that on to us.
Yeah.
And this movie kind of touches that, but I was just never that into it. The movie looks very basic, and I was just kind of like, okay, I'll write this one out, but it's a bit of a drag. The main actress isn't not the main actress, just the character is not that intriguing, besides the one choice she gets given to make. And
she's quite like because a person who moves from a place of not doing anything to a different location and wanting to do nothing, while not making that the central point of like why she is lost, but just because she's kind of lazy. I don't know. That to me is like, oh my god, it's so hard to like get invested in a character like this, like get off your ass and like, I don't know, make a decision in your life.
It's a tough one to get invested in, like you said. Yeah, 5 out of 10 for me.
Mistress Dispeller. So this was a Chinese documentary that, again, you liked more than I did. But I think the premise itself was like a really potent one, where it's this Mistress Dispeller who's supposed to be there to kind of weave their way into the lives of the people that hire her, where it's clear that someone having an affair, usually the man, and then she's there to get the affairee, the person he's having an affair with, and the husband to like quit that affair so they can have a happy marriage and never part ways. And it's like that has a lot of like, in a lot of ways it is like a reality TV show, right, where they set up the pieces for it to ultimately, in the final episode, where they all come together and they sit in their chairs and they talk about what happened, and drama breaks loose. Someone's mad because they did some fucked up shit, and it's essentially what it builds to here, where like you have a lot of interactions that this Mistress Dispeller has with all of the people in this, which, by the way, this is also a documentary, which makes it that much more intriguing when you have a big moment, because you are sure that, okay, unless it was staged, that actually was a really good moment. You said there's some of the best quotes from the whole festival coming out of this film. I agree. I just ended up being like a bit bored throughout, and but yeah, I think you thought those highs in some moments were actually carrying the movie a bit more than I guess I did.
Well, yeah, because the movie starts out with the little excerpt, and I believe it said this movie had been made with the approval of the people involved before and after it was filmed, and you do feel that, there's definitely some parts that were filmed after the event to, have some tissue into this movie, have some glue that connects the moments in it. And I really like this one. Again, the drama is so juicy. And I hate reality shows, but there was something honest about this affair.
Surprisingly honest. How they openly talked about it on camera. I was a bit.
And they know it's there. So at one point the guy literally goes to this, like, the camera.
Oh yeah, you wouldn't have shared that, right?
And I was like, oh, that's really.
I think at one point he says, I'm surprised by myself that I told it to you, and like I think.
What is the quote? He says like love is eternal or something, and he says that literally to his mistress, and you're like, wait, you're talking to the wrong woman, bro.
Well, it might be a spoiler, but it's that much more funnier because he's breaking up with her in that moment, and he says love is eternal.
And at some point the mistress and the wife also like talk to each other, and they're like basically flexing on each other. I would throw this cup of tea on your face, but I'm not gonna, because I have manners. And then like the mistress is like, oh, I wouldn't worry about you throwing a cup of tea in my face because I have a black belt in Taekwondo or something. And like, what?
I was like, okay.
I have a black belt in martial arts. Like, why are we?
I feel like if there were like a bubble up above and this was a comic, in the bubble that connects them, they would be fighting. But like in there, they got like neutral faces, but they're actually fighting in their dreamscape.
And it's also interesting to see the Mistress Dispeller weave her way into the life of this couple, because you're like, this is such an unusual way, and they're like actually actively talking about the psychology of like, oh, these are how these people act, so we should go into the life in this way. And I found that really intriguing stuff. Even though
she has a psychology background, right? That's how she kind of uses that. And at first it feels like, I can't help but feel early on she's like a snake oil seller, and how she like an expert in all of this. And once it all kind of comes together, you're like, what the fuck is happening?
They also play a lot of badminton in this movie. And I saw them playing badminton, and I was like, they're kind of trash, yo.
I didn't mind it. I thought the husband was kind of good, but
the husband was kind of good. The other were trash.
No, the other ones were trash. Yeah. I mean, this is another one that like, hey, you can. I'm not. Sorry.
He's choking up, bro.
I'm getting emotional. I'm not going to knock this movie down because it's one of those ones that I don't see it having distribution anywhere. I don't know where this would come out. So it's another one of these that like, I hope at some point it at least gets a VOD release. We can highlight it again. And if you're interested, go check it out. I think there's a lot to be enjoyed about it. I'm actually considering moving up my rating to 3 stars because talking about it, I do enjoy it a bit more than the actual experience of sitting in the theater.
Maybe because it was in Sala Casino. Maybe that's why.
I fucking hate. We should do at some point a ranking of all of the theaters. Spoiler alert! It would be at the bottom. I fucking hate Sala Casino.
Nah, that basement theater is the worst. You wouldn't like that one.
I haven't been to Passetti, so I don't know.
But I gave Mr. Dispeller a 7. I quite enjoyed it.
I'm giving it a 5.5. I'm like, I'll be in between a 5 and a 6. Then next up we got Of Dogs and Men, which is another Israeli submission. I thought this was a documentary, right? The way that it presents itself. And then I realized, no, it actually isn't. And a lot of the moments, I guess, are staged and planned. And I think, to me, that takes away from the film. And I realized that shortly after we watched it, that like it's basically the 16-year-old girl who wants to go back to her kibbutz. It's filmed shortly after the attacks. What was I'm blanking on. Is it? I think it's October 8th or October 6th.
7th, no?
7. Sorry, yeah, sorry. Going back to get her dog. And essentially encountering a bunch of people along the way that she knew that also lived in a neighborhood, someone who's like helping to find pets, all of that, like pit stops of like new characters that we meet and that we return to as she goes through there. And to me as a documentary, because it doesn't feel that like that assembled and like constructed, would make it stronger than if it's fictionalized, because then it's like, what is the actual story going on here? Because it feels like it's following someone not really knowing where it ends up. And I guess knowing where it ends up, I don't know, a lot of it feels real. So I also didn't like read up on this a lot. So I don't know how much of because like the lead girl who plays this feels like she's actually living through all of it.
Yeah.
So that feels like it's like blending documentary and fiction in a way where maybe I'm overly critiquing it here for like staging and constructing stuff, when obviously like a terrorist attack like happened days earlier, right? I don't want to be insensitive here, but something about the story itself, I think, was really lackluster. Where I wasn't sure what it was actually trying to tell. What story was it actually trying to tell? I think that has to do with the continued Palestinian genocide going on by the Israeli government, but someone booed at the end of this as well. I noticed, but I think a couple of these people did actually. But yeah, what did you make of Dogs and Men?
I really didn't make much of it, if I'm being honest. You see this girl wandering around looking for a dog. She yells the dog's name a couple of times. She meets other people, asks if they've seen it, and that's kind of the movie. Yeah. It's
Yeah,
a
I
weird
guess, yeah.
one because also, like, if it was just that story and it was in a tight 70 minutes, it probably would have been a better movie. But you also
Mhm.
get to see the war on like snippets of it on a cell phone, and it's kind of not neutral. Like, it's definitely sort of propaganda war footage they're getting viewed. Like the character in the movie watches, and you're like, oh, that's a bit
Yeah.
weird, but also that's actually the kind of thing she would see if
Yeah.
it was real. So it's a bit of indeed a weird one. It's a conflicting
What
one.
is weird about it is like she's often not watching a live feed, but actually just like a bunch of stuff that maybe has been sent to her or that she downloaded. So she like kind of scrolls through, and it's almost like she saved them. Now the filmmaker's there. She's going over.
Yeah.
He's going over the shoulder and like filming it. I think it tries to not take a specific side in this conflict and try to stay within like just the struggle of the 16-year-old girl who has lost her family and all of the hardship and the loss that has happened on their side, which is like not something that should be diminished,
Absolutely
by
not.
the Palestinian atrocities. It's not as black and white. What's going on now is like incredibly clear, and I feel like it's not even it's a political issue. I don't think it's at all political. It's just a genocide going on the other side. Doesn't diminish what happened before and the trauma that has been caused there. I don't think the story really contributes anything to like that like that tragedy on like why it exists, because like you got to be careful about that stuff. Like to me it was almost also weird to like the first thing to do is like, okay, let's make a movie about this and go into it. It's like, what is the intention here? And I feel like it has a couple of really devastating moments with this girl coming to terms about like not finding a dog and her family being kidnapped. It's really sad and to see unfold, but overall it leaves in this uncertainty, which does make sense because the hostages are still not back. There's no ceasefire. So like this film, even though it's like coming up on a year that this has happened, there's still no resolvement for these characters. So in that way, maybe it closes, but that's not like what they know setting out to do the film. As you can hear from what I say, I'm very conflicted about this one. As it stands, I'll give it like a 5 out of 10.
I give it a 5 out of 10 too. It's a weird one. I can honestly not add much more than you already have.
Yeah, I think we talked about plenty about all of these films, though. I think we're good. We covered ourselves. L'attachement is the next one, The Ties That Bind Us. A really pleasant French film that we got to see through a screener. So thanks again for those that provided those to us. And it's about a young single father trying to find the strength to love a feminist librarian single by conviction who's decided that she won't be a mother. So basically what we are thrust into in this story is like there's neighbors and she's entrusted with a kid that is like 6 years old, and as this kid is at her place, his mother passes away while giving birth, right? And leaves the father behind with a newborn kid and this young 6-year-old boy. And she's thrust into this kind of family, not really by choice, but just by proximity. It also is about like that father going through that grief and what that means for him in where he seeks that kind of asylum to, I guess, find the strength to love again, right? To care for those around him. And I found it to be rich in the shortcomings of us while we are trying to provide for others, and how like we deal with grief and how messy that can get when we don't really know what we are doing and who we are when another person that we rely on isn't around anymore. And I was pleasantly surprised in the most French way possible in like how it deals with it. I'm just a sucker for a good French film, and hey, another one that really delivered. It had love, it had death, it had an actual really good child performance.
That means a lot coming from you.
That means a lot coming from me, because I'm easy and quick to hate that like this didn't really work for the movie, and it absolutely relied on that kid being good, and he was excellent in what he needed to do.
That, you know what, I actually love that sound effect, because that easily could be applied to the movie. I
don't think it's coming up in the recording though, so
I don't think
now I gotta
is.
add that sound effect.
Yeah, but at least it's in Discord. But that's what it felt watching this movie. I'm gonna play it for comedic sake right now, but like so the father comes home and the little kid asks like, "Oh, how is she?" And the father is kind of distracted, like, "Sorry, who? My sister." And it's like, "Oh yeah, fine." And then like a couple of minutes, like, "Oh, can I see her?" And it's like, "Oh, your sister? No, mom." And you're like, "Oh God, bro. It's like there's an emotional beat every 5 minutes that gets you like, oh God, wait, I missed that one. Oh, like, oh shit, bro, please let me recover." And then another emotional beat that's like, oh God, all right. So yeah, there is a little bit of a lull in the middle that just is shy of making this movie great. Because it kind of introduces like another 2 characters that I'm not that, invested in compared to like all the emotional depth that has come in front of it. And like, you don't have that same emotional weight with the new character that out of nowhere kind of get introduced. But
I love where that relationship ends up though. I think it adds in a really special place. Like it like without spoiling it, it feels like it's often tackling the thing of like you need something in the moment, and once you don't need it anymore, you've become in a way different, and it makes it hard to sustain something that you've built previously. I'm trying to be really ambiguous here, but I love that sort of stuff, because it's like we constantly change as people, and that's often where relationships falter as we like inevitably end up changing, and our needs change as well.
Also, talk about deep conversation. L'attachement is again succeeding where Twst and me failed. Like, we're really fucking hating on Twst and me this episode, guys. I'm not sorry. Je ne suis pas désolé. Alright, move on.
Fils de pute. which would describe. No, I actually don't want to slight the mother of this next one, but 19, which means 19.
By the way, before I forget, L'attachement, 7 out of 10.
8 out of 10 for me.
Right.
But yeah, 19. Okay, so this was my An Endless Sunday this year. So if you remember, if you watched the coverage last year, I didn't like this one. So it's basically about the 19-year-old student who is what are they called? Fuck. So there's a term in Japanese for like people who lock themselves in, who are like not socializing with anyone, right? And it's actually quite a large chunk of I think it's like 1% of the population who does this. It's like really a lot of people. And it's basically about him, a shitbag that can't be around people, making no effort to become a better person. I just found it really frustrating to follow this guy who I could not stand. And I found out that he was also in An Endless Sunday. No, wait, not him. There was another character that's in this movie. Sorry. A character that pops up later on that is in An Endless Sunday. And I was like, this makes sense. Like, I had a moment because we were at the premiere of 19. I like was in a seat and turned around because I was really close to like the whole cast as well. I turned around and saw the guy. I was like, oh, no.
PTSD, yeah.
Oh, no, not again.
Vietnam flashbacks beginning, yeah.
It's not the same director, though, but I... let the people know what you think of it. We gave it the same rating. I didn't like give it a super low rating because I feel like it was well made again.
Well, I'm kind of surprised by your reaction because walking out of it, you were like, I was so locked into that movie. So hearing you now kind of saying it's your Endless Sunday, which we know how you feel about that movie.
I felt conflicted, I think, about this one because it is so much about like how easy it is to just keep on lying and be alone, and how that is like super relatable to a ton of people.
Yeah.
In our generation, especially, like relationships are down, like just having sex is down as well, just like all of that. And he's a representation of what it is like to be young and not embrace your life. And that is super depressing. I just thought that it like the more I think about it, the less it actually gets anywhere and is like indulging in his behavior in a way that it doesn't really build to an ending where you're like, this is why someone needs to see this. Because it's just like, yeah, I don't know, it just exists, but I don't appreciate the art of it being depicted or his performance, or like I struggle to find anything worthwhile in this film.
There's a certain moment in this movie that I'm going way back with this one, but there's like a Jax Films video called Dubstep Solves Everything, and there's an actual moment in the movie that kind of feels like that. And like at a certain point in the movie, the movie kind of insinuates that, you know, our 19-year-old one is kind of a pervert, and there's a slow motion moment when he walks next to, he passes a group with a certain boy that garners his attention, and I found that there's a lot of weird editing choices in this movie, and it's
this is where it broke
weird
for me.
One. Yeah,
it's because like I said, it feels relatable, specifically to me as well. Sure. In like parts where I was like, you can relate to, because he ends up, you know, going for literature, dropping out of school because he feels like he can do it better than everyone who's teaching him, because he is the one who's just like reading stuff in a specific thing, and feels like he's the smartest person around, which is a sentiment that like a lot of young people share. Once they like get some kind of adulthood, they start learning stuff, they feel like they're on top of the world where they've been like blissfully ignorant before, and now everyone else is like even more ignorant because they know something that they just learned and feel like this is this like knowledge that they will forever hold over everyone else, right? That's something that like, hey, I watch a ton of movies, I don't know more about movies than you got shit taste. Like that's easily something that I could fall into. Not really identify with that, but it's like something that I could see how quickly you could get into that. And I see the discourse on film around it, he's just like in literature. But then you have like stuff about him being like a creep and all of that stuff. And I was like, okay, well, you're losing me. You're adding so much to the despicableness of this character where I'm just like, well, he's a shitbag. I don't want him to succeed. Like, it's nice to give him like a knock on the head and the end and calling him out for like his shitty behavior, but nothing else.
Also,
from that.
like I think we both agree that this movie has the worst synopsis of the entire film festival, because the literal last line of the synopsis is the literal last scene of the movie.
Yeah. The following year, he travels to Turin, where he meets a man who will help him on his journey of self-discovery. So I felt like safe to spoil this movie because it did it in like the synopsis. It's literally the last scene where he doesn't even have a journey of self-discovery. He gets called out for being an idiot, essentially, and has like, I don't know if that has a moment of realization. It just kind of ends as well.
Also, there are like 3 different like parties in this movie, and it just kind of feels like, oh, the director wanted to throw a party for everyone to enjoy, including the crew. So let's throw another one.
It's also like him being this really rizzless, poor as like unlovable guy who's just living in his dirty apartment. And then he goes out to party and he kisses 20 women and he goes back to being like sad and alone. It's like, what the fuck is this? Like, it's not like he's an unattractive guy, right? So like maybe you can believe that under the influence he could have that like sort of confidence, but it never plays with like his addiction to something there to be a contributor to that, like why he behaves differently. It just kind of does. Hey, here's a couple of party scenes. Now he's back to being like reading and being
depressing,
an entitled prick. Yeah.
So it's a weird one because you were definitely locked in. Like I remember you saying like, I wanted this movie.
I wanted it to be good.
Yeah.
I really wanted it to be good because I felt like there's something here, and then it's just is more about him being a dirtbag than anything else.
This one was a 5 out of 10 for me.
So talking about hating a film.
Can I go?
Did you know
the next 2 movies are yours? So I'll quickly go.
Yeah, well, that's the next 2 movie of mine. Yeah, so Quiet Life. I'm gonna keep it short. It's about like a family that fled from Russia with their 2 daughters seeking refugee in Sweden, and it's making Sweden out to be like this I don't know, oppressive fucking like World War II Nazi like state where they basically are keeping them family separation once again, keeping them from their family as they fall into this child resignation syndrome where they are like under this deep stress that is caused by them being refugees and all the situation being so tough that they basically go into a coma and are separated from the family because the family is supposedly causing the stress, yada, yada, yada. And I think I watched a documentary on this child resignation syndrome, I think a few years back. It was quite insightful, but this one uses it as a plot point to basically say the immigration here is shitty and is causing that. And it like closes the film on giving us a line of like, this many people have like immigrated and this many people are still coming and it could happen to all of them. It's like very much fear mongering for something that like in that way that it's portrayed does not exist. And it's like, well, what are you doing? What are you doing here? I fucking hated it. It was miserable to watch. And apparently that's nothing new for the director Alexandros Arvanas. He's made some films that other people like really hate for the way that they frame certain bits of violence and just trauma for the sake of just like displaying it. I felt that through here. It was miserable. I gave this a 2 out of 10. Really, really, really did not like it.
Worst of the festival?
It is the worst of the festival. Yeah.
Ooh.
It's worse than Baby Invasion. That's gonna mean something.
Is it worse than Why War?
It is, yeah, because I got to walk out of Why War. I watched the whole of A Quiet Life because like I wanted to see where it was building towards. It was very odd.
Bored, and I sure would love to hear what you have to say about the next one.
Familia. Well, I gave this one a 3 out of 10, so it's slightly better. It's about the 20-year-old Luigi who lives with his mother and his brother Mario, and his brother since the abusive father left them a decade ago. Then the father kind of comes back, and Luigi joins with an extremist group, kind of seeking belonging. Does it sound familiar? Does it sound like A Quiet Son? Well, here's the shitty Italian version of it. And then there's also like the abusive dad that comes back that is like, that's not the dad is not abusive at all in A Quiet Son. This one was just like miserable to sit through. It's like I also am barely remembering any of it. It was one of the screeners that I got to see ahead of the festival. And I could not for the life of me
Didn't take any
interested
notes?
in it. I did actually. I do.
Oh,
Do you want me to go through my notes?
No, not really.
Let's prolong this even longer. Familia screener.
Man.
Do you want me to? Here you go. Here's.
I was actually joking because I thought you didn't remember it, so I thought, oh, this guy didn't take any notes, but of course he did. He always
Here's
takes
all my
notes.
screeners. Shit, I can't post it into Discord because there's over 2,000 characters.
Oh, man.
No, I had a lot of notes. I didn't look for it for this recording because again, at some point, the prep for this will take longer than actually watching all of the films. So it's hard to give you a fair overview for all of them. I don't think this one should be on your radar at all, though.
I mean, it shows that the movie isn't worth the prep, which is a sign of in itself.
Well, I also forgot about it mostly, and it didn't happen with most other films, so that's another sign that it might not be worth remembering. But he did watch one of those days that Hemme dies, and unfortunately, it doesn't really end with pretty underwhelming films here. Because that film kind of meanders around, not really getting anywhere. And spoiler alert, Hemme doesn't even die in this one. Like, what the fuck? Talk about a misleading ending. Talk about a misleading title, I mean, sorry. Yeah, I'm giving it to you. I talked a bunch now. So
I don't even have much to say about this one. This was such a weird last day, right? We went from Il tempo si vuole to like love, and then we went to one of those days when Hemme dies, and then we went to Of Dogs and Men. And that was just a travesty of a day, really. Like, we started so strong, and it just deteriorated so quickly. And one of those, Hemme dies, is one of the movies that contributed to that travesty of a day. It's about this guy. To be fair, the start is quite intriguing because they work at this plantation of making sun-dried tomatoes. And I kind of loved seeing the process of that. Too. That's pretty much the only thing I was interested in. I wasn't really that interested in our main character who has debts that he has to pay off. And even though there are stakes for our main character, I didn't really feel one because there isn't a sense of rush. Like, yeah, he had to pay his debts the next day, and we're just seeing him walk around the city.
One of the reasons why it doesn't feel like there's a stake for it is because the debt needs to be collected and sent to him. I think it's a phone call that he gets.
Yeah.
And it's not like there needs to be a bunch of like muscly guys who come up and say like, "Oh, we're gonna beat you up if you don't pay up." But it needs to be something different, something more immediate because the way that he go about it is like, I think it tries to make a point that even though he really needs this, it doesn't mean that he has to be stressed out at every step along the way and make others suffer because of his own suffering. I think that's the point it's trying to make in there.
Yeah.
Because like it takes a long time for, I think what feels like a fifth of the movie is just him walking through the streets.
Yeah.
And like back and forth. And it feels like, it's building, that slow thing is building towards something.
Oh, he's meeting an old friend of his. Nope, that goes nowhere. Cool.
It doesn't, yeah.
Oh, look, he's carrying a watermelon for an old man. That's kind of nice of him. How long will... Oh, this is taking quite long. Oh, they're still walking. Oh, the old man has stopped for a bit of a rest. Good.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think what the title...
They're still going. They're still going. Oh, and... the old man offered a slice of watermelon for him. Cool, that was... 10 minutes of the movie, and the movie is only 83 minutes long.
Yeah, I think what the title is alluding to is that, like, maybe not this guy that we're following is gonna be too fed up and under pressure to, like, kill him and do something about it. Yeah. But ultimately, under that system, there's going to be one of those days when Hemme dies. I think that's the implication. I just didn't really find that urgency and like how serious it is that people are not getting paid. Where like there's other movies, especially ones in particular seeking haven for Mr. Rambo. We'll talk about that in the next section.
I'm reading a letterbox review on funny, cheeky, and cute. One of the best opening/closing I've ever seen in a film. Had me dancing out of the cinema. I know what he's referring to, but like that is not even. It doesn't have anything to do with the movie.
Yeah, because it's just music playing.
Yeah, it's music and people dancing, and it's nothing to do with the characters. Like it's.
Well, maybe he fell asleep after that scene and woke up with the end of it. That could, because like the movie is definitely not funny and cheeky.
No, it's anything but that.
Far from it. It's also like that opening scene sees them like dancing into frame, and it's like awkward with the amount of like non-actors that are in that scene that like kind of awkwardly shift, and then like a large part of the frame is like left until they're like told to move further left, and it's like, just do another take, man. It's just like, there's something so off about this. It feels so unprofessional the way that this is one of those films that get me frustrated. Like, it's just a long scene for the sake of it being easier to be filmed that way.
Yeah.
There's no actual reason in the story.
Also,
you're basically doing that joke from Broken Rage to fill time.
And also, you're ending on a dancing scene. Maybe the people will come out of the theater feeling good. I
have a pet peeve against art house films ending with dancing scenes of like a character expressing themselves as the credits roll. I fucking hate it.
Bad movie.
Next one is Pucha, Sir, which we found another pretty underwhelming film. It's like a bit middle of the road.
We both, like, this was kind of our hope of this is gonna be disused, stolen, and we didn't get that. While
it's a Nepali film, right?
Yeah, while we did like the story and the fact that you got this women police officer, she gets a lot of discrimination. A lot of people are questioning her methods because she's coming in from another city. She isn't a local cop, and we felt like this movie was really stretched out. I don't know how long it actually is. Let me quickly check.
115.
150. Yeah, we were both like, this easily could have been a 90-minute movie because the movie also has a twist. And we were both like, we kind of know it already. Like, why do we keep pretending this is a secret? Because we kind of know. And it's really stretched out. Kind of like this pause. What do you think about it?
I have to make sure that like I won't get rid of that pause in the edit for the dramatic effect. I think like once the twist is revealed, there's something about it of character needing to deal with it. How to, I guess, what she does with that information that she now has is like, and the system she's within, if she wants to be a part of it. And in maybe a more capable movie, that scene would have actually made me feel something. But I was so bored by it. I was like, get to the end of it, man. Do something. And it had me question, although this was one of the films where I passed out for like a fair bit as well.
Oh, you did?
For a bit of it. I didn't miss much of it, but I didn't feel like there was much happening while I was not getting every bit of it. Because it is very repetitive. And I also, by the end of it, I questioned her as well. I feel like everyone in this film that's a part of the police is like incapable. They're pretty bad at their job. And yeah, I don't know. I found the lead a bit boring as well. Another one where like, if you don't, that's my critique for a lot of these films, right? If I don't root for your main character, it doesn't need to be a perfect character. It can literally be Joker, the murderer. But if he's not intriguing, if there's nothing about them that makes me like care for them, or care about them in any sort of way, then I'm like, I'm so checked out. And this was unfortunately another one where like that was a bit of an issue.
Man, I really felt like we talked a lot of underwhelming movies in a row.
Yeah, so that's what I said. Like, there's some. We kept the best for last. By the way, we got 2 more films that we're talking about from ORIZZONTI that weren't underwhelming. But yeah, there's a lot of like stuff that was either really bad or just kind of okay-ish, like a 5 out of 10. And yeah, those aren't really the most fun to talk about because you can shit on the film for being bad. They're like somewhere in the middle where they're just kind of too boring to for anyone to care about, and it's unlikely that anyone will ever talk about them again like we do, which feels a bit sad, for the people who made it. But hey, I guess better luck next time. Pavements. So this comes from Alex Ross Perry, who is no stranger to depicting a band like in Her Smell. But in this one, he teams up with Pavement as they make the return as a band, but also make a museum exhibit. They make a movie and a concert tour, and it is like this odd mix between it's like a fabricated documentary, right? That's also taking the bits of what are you signing towards, Kev?
Like I was gonna say like you had multiple things. You had the
multiple the museum. You had the again the movie, the biopic, and was there another thing that I'm missing? The musical. Fuck, I'm missing the musical. Yeah, which to us, we wanted to see even more from the musical. It uses like bits and pieces of like the casting process that had like Joe Carey, Jason Schwartzman, who was in attendance, and Nat Wolff and other people, who popped up for this. And for us who have never listened to a Pavement song, not familiar, it was quite interesting to get the introduction to the band through this and how much of like, they stand for and how influential they are. It didn't get us more intrigued to actually checking out their music, but them as people, as creatives, that was interesting. To say the least.
Eventually fit into what the band Pavement is. Like, it's very edited. The way it's edited is both our biggest praise of this documentary. It's not just some talking heads talking about, the band, how this situation, that. It's very much quite chaotic, and it does match the energy that the band Pavement had with people in the 90s, and now apparently also on its reunion tour is what we're following in the documentary. We both wanted to see more of the musical. I get why Pavement, because that's also one of the things they say in the documentary. A documentary. Wait, what do they say? A documentary about the most important movie,
an influential
the
band.
most important band, or something along those lines. And I get why they were important. I get that they were important. I just don't know why. Still, in the end, I just don't know why. Like, what's so special about their music, about their lyrics? Like, what are their traits? And that you don't really get enough of to actually want to check out their songs. But in the end, it was a pretty entertaining documentary, especially because they shift from so many aspects, from the documentary, from the museum, to the actual reunion tour. And to the fake biopic. We were both Googling, where the fuck did this thing debut? And it doesn't exist. They show the
screening of it, right?
I don't see that.
I don't know if it's all for a bit, and if they actually fill the whole it feels like they're dedicated to the
sometimes
bits
on the
that they
screen
set
you
up,
literally have for your consideration best picture, best actor, and that's what the bit is. But
but they also I wouldn't say concerned, but they're so against selling out in a way that all of this stuff needs to be a part of some larger statement or thing, and it doesn't really seem to come off in a way where it needs to be heard and seen and appreciated by everyone. But it's in the niche that they exist, and then to the surprise of the band, maybe even they garnered so much success with their music that I guess made it more difficult to exist in this artistic space. But I wouldn't know enough about them. It feels very much very quickly you're in on the joke on what is going on. So it's really, really easy to jump on the wagon. If I would check out their music is a wholly different thing. But I quite had a good time, even, just knowing them for namesake, not the actual music with the story they were telling.
And I got the same rating.
There we go. And then one of my favorite films of the festival, I think it's my second favorite overall, comes from Neo Sora. It's called Happyend. Something big is about to change. It's set in a near future Tokyo that awaits destruction as the city is rocked by a series of foreshocks that predict a larger, more disastrous quake on the horizon. With the anxiety looming over them, a group of teenage best friends and musicians get into typical teenage trouble that tests the strength of their relationships. I think this was such a delightful coming of age film that also we talked about that in Stranger Eyes, where it is always someone watching. It's a very central plot point in this that the school that they go to starts installing these big cameras and a big screen that's portrayed in like the center point of like the school that surveils them, and each time they step out of line and do something they're not allowed to, there's a red box that goes around them and they get a point, and if you get a certain amount of points, then your parents are called and you're basically like controlled to stay within the lines, and you got a bunch of teenagers who want to oppose that system of like being surveilled and not having that sort of privacy. There's that happening. There's also a lot of like dynamics within that group that get progressively more interesting as like they get older, and maybe once the school is over that they won't be all in the same place. Some aspirations that one of them have where they're clear where they want to end up, that they want to do music, and other ones are just a bit more aimless and don't really know what to do with themselves. There's maybe even a really smaller romantic thing that might be looming in the background there, but I don't know how much of it is actually important. It's just so incredibly charming the whole way through. I was so engrossed with this one. And yeah, I just really loved it.
No, I love in Happyend how the inciting incident is basically just a prank gone wrong, and the head teacher of the school kind of like interpreted as an act of terrorism, which is a really intriguing starting point. And obviously, as this is a coming of age film, and these almost graduates are heading towards other destinies in their lives, it's a really interesting thing to see how everyone processes that, along with the drama that is occurring at the school, because the head teacher kind of makes the case, oh, you almost graduated, why are you fighting for this? This isn't for you, like you're gone in a couple of months, like why do you bother with this? And they're kind of like protecting the future of the school, which is an admirable thing to do. They're also in a music club that doesn't get mentioned as much, and I kind of expected them to rebel to music that doesn't happen or kind of lead anywhere. But it's a really strong coming of age movie from Japan.
Oh yeah, it's a Japanese movie. Yeah,
it's a Japanese movie. I said to Ewan, Japanese coming of age movies are really strong. Just watch Takeshi Kitano's Kids Return, also another great Japanese coming of age movie, and also the fact that this is from the director of Ryuichi Sakamoto opus. This is a really, really strong one. We both really loved Happyend.
Yeah, I mean, for those who are like me, based in Switzerland somewhere, it's also playing at the Zurich Film Festival. I'm super happy that it gets a screening here. It increases the chance that maybe I can target a local distributor into picking it up. I don't think it's going to find like a huge audience here, but hey, a great movie like this definitely deserves to get a shot for getting exhibited in a theater. But yeah, that ends it for the Orizzonti section, but not for us, because there's a couple more, actually two more sections that we got to see films from. And in this next one, Orizzonti Extra, that doesn't have like a jury that awards prizes, but just the audience award that it gives out. There's usually some bangers in here. Like last year, but the notable one was Stolen, that we really liked. There's usually also one that surprisingly has a large amount of like well-known actors in it, and maybe a bit more of a genre film that gets screened in here. This year, this was September 5th. But we only missed one film that I've heard some good things about, Vittoria. I saw someone like really talk this up as like the best film of the festival. Again, a friend of the pod, Connor, gave this a 1 star, so I don't know. I don't know what to think. I've heard some good things about it. He's one of the outliers with his pretty, well, very low rating there. Talking about the films that we got to see, the film that we got to see before the festival was The Witness, and we were pleased to see that win the audience award as well. I think at first they had like a notification go out that Edge of Night, I think, won. I think so. And then The Mohician, I don't know, some other film, and then it turns out they corrected it. It actually is The Witness that ended up winning.
No, I think that was for the Daily Authority one. That email.
Oh, was it? Oh, yeah. No, it said Taxi Mon Amour, and then it was a different one that won, right? Could that be? I don't know.
Like
it's all becoming a blur the further we move away. So let's get our coverage done then. But let's kick it off with The Witness.
We're getting insane.
It's like insane. I have no clue how long this thing is. I already extended the possible time, for our thing that we edit this podcast. I added this podcast in, and I don't know if it's enough. Kevin, I don't know if it's enough. But Shahed, a Persian language film in Farsi called The Witness, set in Talan in Iran, about a retired dance teacher that witnesses a murder being committed by a prominent government figure, quickly goes beyond just being a simple thriller that becomes about like survival and when do you talk and when do you stay quiet. It's just like we got a lead character that is so fun to follow and like see her make her decisions. And
I mean, I wouldn't say fun.
No, but fun is always a hard one to use right there.
Yeah.
It's an intense film.
Yeah.
And it's a hidden gem. I'm really glad the audience also connected with it, because I could have also seen them pick something way more underwhelming here, because it's easier. This feels like a harder pick to make for an audience, and it's a nice sentiment to kind of have that collectively coming out of Venice, that people connect with a film coming out of Iran, sorry. And yeah, basically that's all I have to say about it. Just sing its praises.
Yeah, every movie from Iran focuses on a certain aspect of, its country policy, its country corruptness, whatever. And this one is, focusing on an absurd law that I was baffled to learn that just exists, which is like you can actually kill another person. You find them in your marital bed, and that is also a law that only applies to the men of the country. So that's really the message of the movie. And every movie from Iran so far I've seen, it's just brutal. You got a hero. You got I See No Evil, I believe, is the movie I'm referring to.
It is evil. Yeah.
There Is No Evil, Layla's Brothers, Hit the Road, and obviously I think the most famous one that you could perfectly do a double feature with is Holy Spider. Yeah, it's truly impressive. Like, I think every time I would see a movie about Iran, I will watch it, because there's so much baffling stuff coming out of that country into the feature film world, and it's very important.
All of it feels kind of urgent in the way that it needs to be told. It feels like if I don't get it out now, I will never get to say these words.
Yeah.
And that adds some real importance to it, while also being like impeccably made films, even within the limitations that they sometimes have. That's why, like, The Seed of the Sacred Fig from this year, who's also, Mohamed Rasaluf, who's also the director behind There Is No Evil, which is also interesting in how that was made, with like 5 short films that under that went to fly under the radar of like the censorship, and like learning about all of that, and then looking back at like the 80s and the 70s in Iran, that was like ripe of artistry that got like demolished once that oppressive regime took over. Like, there's so much history to be studied from Iran, and how like quickly the groundwork can be laid for it to basically rule out all of like maybe the more progressive notions a nation can have, at least in its artists. And it's so frustrating to like keep seeing the same stories about like women at the short end of the stick. It really makes you fucking angry.
I believe you said, like, bro, every time I hear Farsi coming out of a man's mouth,
I'm like,
in these
I'm
movies
about
about
some
Iran,
bullshit. I'm about to hear some bullshit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Men need to shut the fuck up if they speak. Well, I guess that's a bit more of a bit too much of a generalization. But in movie's sake,
Oh, yeah.
feisty men in
I
movies
get
need
what
to
you're
shut the fuck up and let the women speak. Yeah. I feel like that's a sentiment that I can get behind, and not to be like overly like generalizing every Iranian man.
It fits in this context.
Definitely,
It fits in this context.
But I don't want to be dismissive, of course. But yeah, really solid one. Keep it on your radar. I feel like, hey, at this point you can make like an Iranian short film. Sorry, not a short film, a film festival, and have like a collective of them. And by the end of it, your head is red and you're just like filled with anger and want to punch a wall with all of the build-up frustration you have. Yeah, so many great films coming out of that country. The next up was one of the films that set very high at the beginning of the festival for our list, and it kind of stayed up there, at least for me. It did. It's September 5th, a movie that is also, quite controversial in how it was received, but overall, I think there was a positive reception for it. It's telling the same story that it's not like Spielberg has a monopoly on it just because he did Munich, but it is about those same Munich Olympics in 1972, where the American sports broadcaster of ABC, who was there locally, the sports side of them, notably, was thrust into, I guess, covering this terrorist event, basically the first televised terrorist event for around like 900 million people that tune in to follow it. And it doesn't really go much beyond contextualizing it for you as the viewer or for the audience who's watching the film about like what this means and how the Palestinians who carry out the terrorist attack, like what their motivations are and whatever. And I feel like that was some of the critique that came towards this film, that it doesn't really provide that, and overall really portrays them as like terrorists that end up doing a heinous crime, and not really investigating much beyond the spectacle of what it means to like have lives in danger. And I can get behind that, but the movie itself is like so much more about like them just covering this and like the process of like getting stuff on screen, and like, in 72, all of it having been shot on film and needing to be transported back and forth. It's so much about the logistics, and it almost feels like, it's a hectic film set that has to deal with its punches being dealt, but then you also have the ethical questions of how do we tackle this in a way that we can, and they don't really have time to think it over that much, and it's big decisions that they make. Literally 1.8 million eyes on them. No, sorry, billion. Jesus Christ.
What did 900 million?
Yeah, so it's like 1.8 billion eyes.
Oh, right.
Because you got two. I mean, we're not counting for the ones that maybe lost one in like Vietnam or something. I don't know. But yeah, what did you make of September 5th? September 5. Well, sorry, it's not September 5th. It's September 5.
It is September 5, but we've kind of called it September 5th, the whole festival. This fucking guy. Anyway, but again, like you mentioned, that ethically questioning is especially relevant because they're the sports division of ABC. They're actually not even the real news division, because that division is waiting in America, ready to report about it. But the sports division is like, no, we're just couple of hundred meters away from here. We can do this, and they fight to actually keep it televised. Infamously, the German police made a lot of mistakes at the 1972 Munich terrorist attack, and so apparently did the news, the public broadcast at ABC. They made a lot of mistakes out of nowhere. Like, wait, are the terrorists actually seeing our part of the footage? Oh no, they don't have ABC in Germany. And then someone else says, yeah, but wait, the Olympic Village actually has all the stations in the world. And then they're all like, wait, So that stuff is really riveting. And, the fact that Tim Feldbaum, the director, has credits like Hell and The Colony, and then brings out September 5 with like this really grainy, old television look to the movie. And obviously the story in itself is very thrilling. So like that gives you a major boost already. You have to use that gift that you've been given, and the director does so marvelously, I should say. Maldoror is my personal MVP along with Benesh. They are both the heartbeat of the movie, should I say. Peter Sarsgaard kind of shows up every once in a while. Nothing against the man, he just shows up once in a while, and he does shine when he is. But I found the other character to be more intriguing. And yeah, September 5 is a really, really good movie. I hope it does not go straight to streaming. Because I said to Ewan, it might be the Kane Mutiny Court Martial of this year because it is made by Paramount, I believe, so they could kind of like throw it on Paramount Plus. I really hope that's not the case, as this one is a great one.
Yeah, I think at least for the international distribution, I know that the studios behind it and the filmmaker itself is German. So it has like a release date set on November 8th in Germany. It also is like one of the critiques, right? That it's like, it's way more concerned about how the optics are for Munich and then like them not having armed staff on it because like they wouldn't want that. So it all reflects back on them because it's the first like big event that brings together the nations after the war ended in 45. And all of those tensions you can really feel in the room, and like the ongoing like hurt and the prejudice that the Americans have being there in Germany. And I think the movie is also not as concerned with the Israel-Palestine conflict as it is what it means for Munich and for ABC. So it's more concerned about like America and Germany than it is with Israel and Palestine, and more concerned about like the Jews that are in peril, and not why that conflict or like why it started. To me, I honestly did not know much about like where this ends up. So to me, it kind of added to it because I wasn't aware of this part of history as much. Like I knew contextually, but not like the whole details. And it's quite devastating. But it's impeccably well made in a directing wise. And then again, there's a lot of standouts in the cast. I gave it a 9 out of 10. Really, really good film.
I gave it a 9 out of 10 as well.
And yeah, that's the highlight from Orizzonti Extra, I'd say. But you also had a great time with the Mohican, Le Mohican, which is set on Corsica, and sees my quiet little favorite actor, Alice Manenti, who keeps popping up in the one or the other film, kind of wander around as he's this shepherd that doesn't want to send his land to the mafia, and it gets him in trouble. Overall, a pretty well-made movie. What you really appreciated is like the Western elements that it kind of has, right? But yeah, maybe you can speak on that a bit more.
Yeah, I've called Le Mohican a sister movie to Asbestas. I don't know if you've seen that movie, but no, Le Mohican is kind of in this like weird little lineup of movies such as Asbestas, Alcaraz, Women at War. These invading forces that are territorial. Like in Le Mohican, they wanna transform this island into a very touristic spot, and obviously you got our main guy Alex Manenti, who is a Corsican farmer at heart, has Corsican goats, and is authentic to the Corsican way of life. So when the inciting incident happens and shots get fired, and is shown in quite a thrilling way, in a non-flashy way, which I really love. The movie is transferred into, and it really is inspired by westerns. You got the bad guys. They unfortunately are a bit bland in the movie. They are just chasing our hero, should I say?
Mm-hmm.
And you got the townfolk, which also include the sister of our guy who is escaping, and both of them are very thrilling to watch, as one is kind of escaping, this sort of high noon situation that is taking place on this island, and you got Western sort of cliches coming into the story. A town folk song is being made about Le Mohican, the last of the Mohican. Someone is clearly a Michael Mann fan. And you got, actual graffiti of Alex Manenti's character around the island, kind of referring it to like Dead or Alive posters. And I thought all of those Western inspirations were really well put together into this movie. And I appreciated it very, very much. Again, the only thing that really stops this movie from being great and being in my top 10 is just the bland villains. But I really had a good time with this one.
Yeah, I can just get behind that. I gave it a 3.5 out of I gave it a 7 out of 10 as well, so a pretty favorable rating overall.
Yeah, I gave it a 4 stars, but it would be like 7.5.
I'm handing you the next one, Seeking Haven for Mr. Rainbow, because I'm not a dog person. I'm sorry. And this movie is a dog film. There's a scene in basically the inciting incident in this, and I don't consider it a spoiler, is our lead guy not being too kind to his own dog. And after that, I could not care for this guy anymore, because he basically has to cause his dog from going after a guy. He has to hit his dog, and I was like, well, that guy just died for me. I'm sorry, I just don't care about him anymore. It's that black and white. I'm sorry. I didn't really care for the more melodramatic elements of the story that sees him basically being chased out of a home by this over-the-top landlord that wants to expand his garage, and him and his mother have been living there for like ages, all of their lives, and the greed of that one guy is just coming to a boiling point where he really wants them out. He doesn't care. They also can't really pay, rent, but that's just like a justification for them to be for him to be like awful to that family. And our main guy is so passive in the way that he doesn't really do anything until he's like stuck in a corner where he kind of needs to do something. That again, it's another like weak protagonist that does like a really dumb thing at the start that I can't forgive him. And I checked out. That's all I gotta say about this film.
I don't really feel like this is a passive protagonist. I think this is the movie we differ on the most.
Yeah.
Because I quite like this movie. Sure, the landlord is a bit over the top. He makes sure that our protagonist has to flee and has to have a place for his dog somewhere away from this landlord. And even when we said like in those like sort of mediocre Horizon competition films, we were like, they're kind of wandering, not doing anything. Like in one of those days when Hammer dies, you got like, an old friend who shows up, but nothing happens. Well, something here actually happens. Like, oh, can you take my dog, please? And they kind of bond to each other. They're helping each other out. Like there's actual, interaction. And also for a debut film, this movie is shot very, very well. I absolutely love the cinematography because it's kind of bleak, but it's also really clear. It's not foggy. I actually really like the cinematography and directing. Even the little twists that happen in this movie I found to be quite effective. And I really, really enjoyed this one. You didn't? I did.
But the biggest praise, I want to get another word in. I'm sorry. I just listen to me.
Do it. Say whatever you want.
The praise that I can give it is like the dog. If this movie played in Gun, it would be a because this year I think the best dog went to, I think it was called Black Dog, if I'm not mistaken. And that was it was a Chinese film, a quite solid one. I think this one would be in contention to get the Palm Dog in Gun. Which is all I can give it. It's
the best boy of the festival.
The best boy, yeah. And Nicole Kidman exists,
I know. I was wondering if you or I was gonna make that joke, but
Yeah.
I'm glad we're on the same page.
I mean, I gave it a 4 out of 10.
I gave it a 7 out of 10.
A 7, okay. I see a 6 out of 10 on your Letterboxd,
I
but I
did.
guess it's
Oh,
just like
okay.
I guess he's switching up on us.
6.5.
We
fuck
can't
it.
trust this guy. First his camera's off, now he's changing his ratings. I can't believe him. I'm sorry that I brought it back up. I'm sorry. Let's talk about King Ivory by John Swab. What is it? A crime thriller drama, and it says it's based on the extensive research involving law enforcement and gang members. A never before seen authentic look inside the underworld of fentanyl trafficking through gangs inside the Oklahoma State Penitentiary at McAllister, aka Big Mac. This one has a lot of like characters that are a product of their surroundings and basically getting roped into a world that they're never able to escape again. And it's kind of a tragic tale for a character like Ben Foster's, who is basically like a hitman character that is indebted to being a part of like the crime and not really able to escape it. And there's a couple of different characters that we kind of touch on that take center stage in the film. It's not like there's one lead guy and then everyone else is kind of a supporting member or reduced to just a villain. And for that, I found it like quite interesting in its like how it portrays all of the drama in there. But yeah, what do you think?
So the order is really focusing on that book, and in this in King Ivory, they're really focusing on fentanyl, right? No, it's not fentanyl.
No, it's fentanyl. Yeah.
Oh, it's fentanyl, right?
Yeah.
On the rise of fentanyl, and you know how a certain character in the movie says, "Oh, it's all about rebranding," and fentanyl is the latest movement in that. And I love that when crime stories focus on on certain aspects of actual real life crime and are not just crime movies for the sake of big crime. So I really like this one. I especially was hyped for this one because it had James Badge Dale in it, and whenever I see that guy, I'm always locked in. This movie also has like an amazing sort of B movie star cast. Like you'll recognize about everyone in this movie.
Michael Mando is a standout to me. I'm very much looking like he was so good in Better Call Saul. So I'm looking forward to seeing him pop up in more things. Although his role here, I think, is one of the ones that maybe isn't like the most interesting. I think I like where it ends up with his character.
Yeah.
But I don't really know if I like the journey.
But like again, I really like King Ivory. You did as well.
Yeah, it's a good one. I gave it a 7 out of 10. I think it's like one of those crime thrillers that have a reason to exist, right? It's not just like to exploit the hot new thing. Something about the branding of a crime thriller to make it about fentanyl. No, it actually has something to say about it.
Yeah.
And I like it for that reason. It gets a bit emotional in parts as well, which you don't really expect for like a purely crime thriller. You expect it to be maybe in the relationships that are formed.
And some people could call Ben Foster's character like, oh, just kind of useless. But no, I actually really like his character because, he's one person that gets caught in between it all, right? And he wants to get out, but he keeps, people keep going back to him like, hey, you need to pay this one off. So he ends up in this sort of vicious cycle of fentanyl, and I really like that. 7 out of 10 for me as well. Yeah.
Let's go a recommendation on and then I caught up. This was the very last film I caught for the festival, and I couldn't get through it faster. So I'm not gonna say much about it, but La Storia del Frank e della Nina is basically told through this guy who's mute, who can't talk. He's a school dropout. He meets I guess they're both school dropouts, and his like blonde, taller friend gets involved with Nina, a 16-year-old who also has a kid, and he's married. And the guy she is married to is older than her and is also abusive. It's also illegal. She was kind of married into this by her family, who is also just, her mother is also, would be a runner-up for the shittiest mom of the festival. I just found it also in it, what I unfortunately have to say, because it's stereotypical for these Italian movies that are so caught up in the shitty behavior of protagonists and just like everyone's kind of shitty. I just got very fed up with it and wasn't that interested in it. I gave this one a 2 out of 10. Maybe I was just like done with the festival. Maybe it's not that bad, but I could not get myself to like recommend it to anyone.
Whenever it dies, I'll just, hi, it's me. There you go. Whenever my camera is dead, I will just put this picture.
Well, it shouldn't happen that much anymore because we have 2 more movies to talk about and then we're done.
Well,
and the other ones.
My battery is charging, so I could not. I literally cannot put my camera back on again.
Do you want us to close with that picture?
Sure. It looks totally different as to how I look now, but fuck it. It's my accreditation picture, so.
Okay. Well, do you want to... I'll let you take the lead on After Party then, if you want.
Yo, guys, I'm a static image, and now I'm going to talk about After Party, which was a movie. Yeah, this is such a scuffed way of doing it. We should say it's almost midnight when we're recording this, so please cut us some slack. After Party, a very intriguing premise in terms of, you got this girl that is going to college and everything, but gets trapped by her dad to sort of take on these loans for him after he's almost gone for half the movie. And she's like, wait, why are they taking the furniture? Why am I being stalked by 2 guys who are even like throwing coffee on her, accidentally, of course, but still harassing her? Got her best friend that is looking out for her, and her dad is probably the shittiest parental figure besides the mother in Happy Holidays. Truly a great couple they would be. Yeah, Ewan, what did you make of this one?
I think this one was quite underwhelming, and you can see it kind of in the few responses it had on Letterboxd. There's nothing really that stands out in the direction. I think it's really bland and kind of boring. And in the overall story, also, there's not that much happening.
No.
Besides her, like, not really knowing what's going on. She tries to figure it out. There's also a really long scene where they're just, like, with a couple of friends, and it's kind of a distraction from what's going on. And that scene goes on so much longer than it needs to. And, wow, Kevin's moving. Do you see that? And it's just, like, I feel like her going through realizing that her dad is kind of a shitbag is not like none of it is actually like really interesting. It feels like kind of a movie that you'll forget in 2 days. And yeah, I don't know, that's all I gotta say about it. I gave it like a 5 out of 10. I feel like that's even being quite generous.
Hey, at least they sing a song about like 12 problems they've got in their life around a campfire in one shot.
Is a thing that they literally bust out a guitar and sing around the campfire. Yeah, they literally do that in this movie. Yeah.
Talk about a runtime filler. Honestly, that song, while not being too bad,
they played a whole song. They played a whole song. It's like you should never play the whole song. You at least you pay for the song, right? Then you play like the chorus of it, and then when the credits roll, you bring it up again. That way, you get the full usage of it. That's how you do indie filmmaking. Hate to tell you, but I guess they didn't know. I think at one point, isn't it this movie? In one of these films, they sing Happy Birthday, and I was like, ooh, copyright. Anyways, Edge of Night is a Turkish movie that was one of the ones that we caught after the festival concluded as well. And I think you messaged me because you saw it before me that, hey, this might be in some way this year stolen. Can you elaborate on that?
Well,
Mr. Moving Picture.
Because it's about 2 brothers, and Stolen was about 2 brothers as well. And in this case, I really found Edge of Night to be an interesting movie, because it's actually sort of a war movie as well, but it isn't about a war. It's about the actual insurrection that happened in Turkey a few years ago. And this brother has to escort his other brother to a prison, and the command says you have to do this, and he can't sort of disobey this order because he wants to move up in the ranks and actually serve his country. But when they transports him. Basically, the insurrection happened, and you sort of lose sight of who you're actually serving. The soldiers lose sight from who are they actually serving, on which side are they. And I found what ensues to be really riveting. I know we said that a couple of times this recording, but I really like this one a lot. I think the ending is quite impactful. There was one sentence that I absolutely love, which is, "If you obey blindly, you'll only lose your humanity." I absolutely love that line, especially in the context of the movie. I really like this one. I hope you did as well.
I had quite a good time with it because I did like the twists and turns it takes in the dynamic of these two brothers that seemingly have lost trust for each other with whatever end of the spectrum they ended up on, and it's like about like how much they are willing to still stick up for the other guy, or how much they stick with the easier choice of like sticking with the institution, right? And there's also the underlying thing of what happened to their father that is looming over them and his legacy. And then there's also a lot of history that again I'm missing out on, but it feels like really ripe with a lot of all of that tension that goes beyond just like what's happening within this family. I liked it too. I gave it a 7 out of 10. Really, really tense movie. A great way to, for a lot of people, this was the last film they saw of the festival. I think it's a great one to close it out on. How we close out this ORIZZONTI section, again, there's some big hitters, some great films in here. Namely, I guess, September 5 and The Witness, and then some really solid ones like Le Mohican and King Ivory. And you also liked Seeking Haven for Mr. Rambo and Edge of Night. Pretty good. I think ORIZZONTI Extra was something that they added, I think, like 4 or 5 years ago. An extra section to ORIZZONTI, and I think it's a nice addition to the festival. There's also other sections that go on, like Critics Week. We didn't catch any of those films. I think there were like about 10 of them that played there, and we ended up catching 4 between the two of us in the Giornate degli Autori, which is like the autori section. That has like a collection of, I think, also about 10 films that they have here. I watched Manas, which is basically a film that is I think its intentions are in the right place. It's about this really remote living family with a 13-year-old girl who gets like roped into the sexually abusive behavior of her dad, and that is kind of normalized and just kind of ignored by her mother and the part of the family, and she kind of tries to escape that by kind of embracing her sexuality and seeking it elsewhere. I think it doesn't really come together fully because it like there's a lot of things that happen in this that are quite traumatic and they're not really dealt with or portrayed in that way. So I'm a bit perplexed about it. It's hard to recommend. I gave it a 5 out of 10. I also watched Super Happy for... Oh my god, Kevin is back. I also watched Super Happy Forever, which was the story about a guy who returns to a seaside resort in Japan where he had years before met his wife that he fell in love with, and he returns to it years later as she has recently passed away. So we start off the film with him arriving after this all happened. He's a miserable person at this point, super depressed, not fun to be around. And then we see them have that encounter in the second half where it basically does a flashback to when they met. And I found it kind of neat. I found it kind of moving. It was pretty sweet. I gave that one a 7 out of 10. And then the last one for me was Sugar Island. It was an in-between movie because I did miss to see the actual screening of Songs of Slow Burning Earth. I missed the screening for that and ended up going to a public screening of the offer section and watched Sugar Island. It's not really much to remember by. I feel like that movie was just kind of okay. It was very festival-y. I gave it a 5 out of 10, where they are on this island and there's stuff happening. I can't really even remember it if I... It's like an unwanted pregnancy triggers the journey into adulthood for McKenna, a Dominican Haitian teenager who lives on Bati community surrounded by sugarcane fields, and it's about like them trying to stay on the land when her father and maybe even a grandfather has worked on that field forever and has had a house right next to it. And once his pension kicks in, that they're, I think, not even willing to pay out. They're trying to kick him off the land, leaving him with basically nothing because he's not had a wage increase in like the last 30 years. So it really fucks them over because they don't really have any place to belong. Where she is on Haiti, I think, is where it takes place, but she identifies as Dominican. Maybe it's the other way around. So many movies. I'm sorry if I like get something wrong here, but there's like a part of it that is about identity and like the exploitation of someone who's like doesn't have the means to like have an ID or have any sort of security that would back her up, and that thrust into like adulthood with pregnancy, where she's also responsible for someone else. All of it comes together in like there's some great visual ideas in I think it's also a directorial debut. She has made short films and I think music videos, but this is a directorial feature. And yeah, some good ideas. I feel it was kind of just like kind of in the middle there for a festival film, and I gave it a 5 out of 10. And then lastly, Kevin, you can close this one out. You saw one that I didn't see. Taxi Mon Amour. Yeah, tell me about it.
Did it win anything? I believe it did, right?
No, Manas ended up winning. I think they named Taxi Mon Amour early, and then it was like corrected.
Oh, right. Wait, make sure I'm talking about the right movie.
No, People's Choice. No. It actually, it says it won the People's Choice. Yeah, I don't know. They fucked something up there. Yeah, no, it won the People's Choice. Runner up was Manas.
Oh, right. I almost didn't find the central plot of Central Mon Amour is like these two women. They have met. One is a refugee from Italy, and the other is an Italian kind of struggling, and they kind of meet to each other and form a bond that isn't romantic necessarily, but they become really close friends, right? And at the end, they sort of form feelings, but at the end, it was kind of too late for me to still care. It had a lot of potential, and I think a lot of that potential was wasted, unfortunately. I didn't really like the performances from the main two actresses. I sort of liked the writing. It's just in the filmmaking, and in the end, it left me kind of cold, while I would have loved it to be a super warm hug. Unfortunately, I missed that. But I did like the refugee aspect from Ukraine, how that character is basically longing to be back there, even though she absolutely has nobody to go back to, which is a really interesting contrast with, forming that bond with the Italian friend and still wanting to go back to absolutely nobody but your home country. Absolutely love that aspect of it, but in the end, Taxi Mon Amour did leave me cold. So yeah, unfortunately, we're ending this immensely long episode on a dud.
I mean, it's not. It's fine.
But, yeah.
But hey, we talked about like I think what was it, like 73, 75? I don't know, something about that. Over 70 movies. So hopefully you got something out of this by skipping around. If you watched all the way through this, you are a mad lad. That's crazy. But much appreciated. And if you've gone this far and you haven't subscribed, what are you doing? We do these with a lot of festivals. Last year's was 3 hours and 10. This year, God knows, this might be like a fucking decade long boyhood level of getting this done. But if we're gonna share our like top 10 in a separate video where we go over it. We could quickly read it out. Like if I go from 1 through 4, I got September 5 there, followed up by The Quiet Son, Love, Happyend, and Broken Rage. Those were definitely my favorites. Just etching in there is Horizon Part 2, by the way. Yeah, but we'll talk about those maybe in a separate video for people to.
Wait, are we doing top 5 or
the
top
best
10?
films of the fest? And no, let them know about top 6. I said top. I set my 6th pick as well, so you get to do your 6th pick as well.
Yeah, my number 6 is The Room Next Door, then The Quiet Son, September 5. I know, why not put September 5 at number 5? I'm not that type of guy.
This guy did.
September 5 is not my number 4. Horizon Chapter 2 is my number 3. Why not put it at 2? Well, because Broken Rage is at number 2. And Cloud is my favorite of the fest.
Fuck's sake. Again, we'll talk about these more in detail, and especially because Kevin's cam cut out for hopefully not. Hopefully we can fix it, but if it did, then we'll also do like separate reviews for all of them. So if you don't want to miss that, definitely go leave us a subscription over. That's not the subscribe to the channel to not miss that. Leave us a like. It's greatly appreciated if you listening on a podcast app. A rating goes a long way to get us into these festivals. Again, link below, you'll find our ranked list that includes 70 plus films right on my end, and I think like 64.
61,
I don't know,
62,
a lot of films. A lot of films on either side, and at least like the top half of those lists are at least worth considering to put onto your watch list. Again, check your regional festivals, because a lot of these films are not going to premiere until like late into next year, or
even at all
the next year. Maybe not even at all. So if you can have a look around, maybe the one or the other gets picked up. For me, the Zurich Film Festival is getting picked up, and I think already like 5 of them are playing there, like Babygirl, The Order, a lot of them. So be on the lookout for that. That's the best way to keep on top of it, to not miss out on that stuff. And as always, if you subscribe, watch the channel on our new releases, we typically always cover the films that we watched at festivals once they do get a release. But with that, thanks so much for listening. I'm exhausted.
Me too.
You definitely couldn't tell that we got more exhausted as these recordings in plural went on, but it's greatly appreciated. You guys watching gets us into these festivals, and I wouldn't trade it for the world. It's really a ton of fun, even if it is
exhausting. We're sleep deprived.
A great
we're
feat
depressed.
to get.
No, I'm kidding. We do this with a lot of fun.
You can't complain. We got to meet Kevin Costner, for fuck's sake. Like that's fucking
and we spent
exciting.
13 days with each other. So you definitely create a bond over almost 2 weeks. That is a bit unbreakable.
Yeah.
But yeah.
For sure.
All right. Peace out.
We'll catch you on the other side. We'll see you next week. All of the outro phrases that you could put into goodbye. Goodbye. The boat is leaving. Why are you still here? Come on. You're gonna miss the boat. It's Venice. Don't fall into the water. Goodbye.